Login chat. Welcome to stream, everyone. Exit back. Okay, let's do that. How's everyone doing? Hi, Bile, Ram, Shaladia, Rise, Darkside.
Morning, Jack.
Morning, Nini. Nice to see you here. Show him. Show him. Look, guys. Look what I got here.
Merlin just jumped inside his basket here.
Yeah, sometimes I carry him around like that into the room. But now Nini yoinked him. She's carrying him back. Unlucky. It's DRUIDIJO time, guys. Are you ready? How's everyone doing? Oh, Vienna. Hello. Oh, I see it. Did I make the Necro already? No, I did not. Decided to do Druid first because they're getting this human form upgrade tomorrow. Or the day after. So I want to play some human form Druid then. So now we're doing some Boulder. What is Exile lag? It basically optimizes your ping and stir stability for the games to play. So I have a sponsorship for this right now. I can type !exit lag and try it out for free for 3 days. It does seem to help for my latency. I have very bad latency in Diablo 4. Usually between 90 and 100. And with this, I'm somewhere in like the 70-80 range most of the time. So it does cut back a bit. Try it out if you want. Item. Hello, Rock Congo. I have a video talking about PoE2 passive tree weapon swap. Not specific to that, to be honest. But there's some interesting strats you can do for sure. You're gonna level our gloss a little bit and stuff. I need armor instance. Ding ding ding. That's that. What's the situation? World was on 23 actually. Okay. I think we're doing like 60 is also sexy. That's going pretty chill. You're on the legendary rune hunt. Which one are you looking for? Planning to use the new helm? Yes. I'm gonna do a tornado build with the new helm. Let's see how that will go. Need 5 Aeons. Oh boy. And good luck with that. I sold some of them actually, but I'm not sure if like some of the runes are more rare or if it's just like RNG. But Aeons, I've only found like 2 or 3 of them in the entire season, I think. Good thing is they're not used to anything, because Aeon's just a shitty rune. But yeah, Shako, Aeon, you need A lot. Actual saint. Good luck. Got 3 shakos from gambling. Damn. Any of them has the cooldown? Is this build finally work? This has been a build for like 6 seasons or something, but yes, it works. Oh, amulet. Wonderful. Wait, is this conceded? No. 38. I think that used to be the old conceded value, right, when it was 25. I think it was 38 on the neck. So I was bamboozled for a second. Okay, we almost have 5 legendary glyphs. Any tips on newcomers or hardcore? I think we actually have an article on like general hardcore tips and stuff, no? Don't we? We don't actually. I think I wanted to make one like that and then we didn't. But I mean, the TLDR is focus more on life rolls, cap your armor and resistances, you know, don't go the full Yodel next world tier when you can't comfortably do it. Stay away from T4 bosses until you're very strong. I mean, relatively obvious stuff, I think. You know, like, compared to like softcore, you know, instead of like masterworking your main stat, masterwork your life, you know, these kind of things. And there's not too much you do differently really in hardcore. It would be nice to have like an unstoppable in your mix, but these days you can also spam potion while CC'd, so it's not such an important thing anymore to be unstoppable all the time. In fact, on my rogue, when it was doing like the rogue Bashan stuff the other day, I was doing like pit 105 with no unstoppable at all. It was okay. So Thomas exists like in E3. Yeah, but here they make a lot more sense. Hi, Kevin. John Lou. Bind a Scroll of Escape. Yeah, get a Scroll of Escape when you get one. Bind it to a hotkey. Don't fat finger it because they're rare as fuck. Yeah, always carry one scroll if you for the DCs and for getting out. Too many crashes, yeah. Game has a bit of stability issues, I know. no. Oh no. Okay. Mind of tap build, and the rings have temper. You can trigger Dark Shrouds with various ways. There's a rune, there's 2 aspects, there's a skill itself. This guy hits so much faster than the Mother's Judgement, man, holy. We also got the glyph. Do not alt-tap. What's the best way to farm alt this side? Refinement tributes if you have them. You can do this in a party as well. And do rotas. That's by far the fastest to get off the side. Besides that, there's Nightmare Dungeons if you have a fast build, and Infernal Hordes if you have a slow build. I did a little Druid. I had like 15 caches, got to 50, and then Strongholds, I was 60, that was it. And I just like, you know, equipped my mythics and did Tornado. For those. But it's really fun, man. Walking Shredder. I feel like unless I want to kind of do more, like I want to cast more boulders, and it's not worth it because you have this cap of 10. And I don't really have anything to do. Like, I don't know what I should do. You know, when I'm just like standing there on the boss. Outside of that though, it's very nice. It would be cool if there was like something I could do. But I don't think there's like anything that really would help me to spam, basically. An extra single target. I guess one thing I could do is a Lightning Storm. I could do Lightning Storm and Wandering Death Beam actually. Maybe I should try that. Or even better, I guess instead of Lightning Storm we can do Stone Burst, which actually has the extra damage buff and attack speed buff. Maybe. We don't have any aspects though. We have like I have 2 aspects in my build. One of them is a requirement, Metamorphic. And then there's one more, we have Retaliation. So probably not worth going for a Stoneburst aspect. But Wandering Death Beam is 50% damage. What do you have to remove? Yeah, realistically we have to remove the Cyclone Armor then. That's probably not worth it. LS and Greg double lightning. No, LS and Wandering Death. Like the only reason to do the Lightning Storm here would be to get that Wandering Death Beam. The 50% multi is the strongest boss power by far. Is pit pushing the only content in endgame? Kind of. I mean, if you're not playing like a meta build, then just getting to Torment 4 and doing Torment 4 comfortably is already kind of a journey. And a goal by itself, you know, like doing Torment 4 bosses fast, for example. Not something that a lot of builds do very easily. But if you play like the meta builds, then you're gonna have a pretty comfortable time, and then, yeah, it's basically just a pit. But yeah, I can recommend try some of the A and B tier builds. You're gonna have a lot of fun. Game feels really good on those, I think. On S tier builds, it still feels too easy. But on A and B builds, it's perfect. Meteor Mage is a blast. Yeah, I'm gonna play some Meteor. Apparently it's pretty high rank as well, so I wanna see that. Is it possible to get 4 stacks of Tarasha? No, this was in the past. You should read the Tarasha ring. It's now only 3 stacks and only based on the skills, not on damage done. So no tempers shenanigans, you need to use a skill for each element. I think I was changing the expansion already. It was pretty speedy, even when I don't shred very much. Easy 2-minute runs. Struggle with lab bosses, yeah. The single target on Langston is not that crazy. They have clarity. So if you get like a nice clarity snapshot and then go channel, give me some big damage. I remember back in season 4 I tried like a combo between Lightning Storm and Companions, because Lightning Storm is really nice clear and Companions have pretty good single target. And I played like some combo build between Companions and Lightning Storm. I wonder how that would fare these days. It might actually be okay. But I guess going pure one or the other is definitely the better move. But it was fun. The best class to play for Season 8 is a Rogue. What do you think about current status of Spiritborn? Can anyone achieve Pit 100? Well, as long as the Varshan build exists, the answer is yes. After the Varshan build is gone, which may or may not happen, you know, they might patch it. Then you really have to try pretty hard with Quill, and that's the only build that can do it. But yeah, I mean, if you're good and you have good gear, you can do 100 with Quill. And right now it's very easy to do 100 with the Varshan build. I did 102 in 10 minutes with non-optimized hardcore setup, so the build has already cleared like 110 plus, I think. It's I have it in the link in the description on YouTube, and also it's on a Maxwell guide now, on a Quill Volley guide. If you're looking for the Varshan build, there's a variant that I added the other day. Generally, I mean, they're buffing this Spiritborn tomorrow actually, which helps a little bit for like all the builds but the poison builds. I really hope they're gonna do something about single target on poison builds, because that's always awful. Like all the poison builds have the same like single target curse, so they need to do something about that. Otherwise, I mean, Spiritborn is in a pretty decent spot. Everyone is dooming hard on Spiritborn, but it's not actually bad. So they're gonna be fine. I played the most builds on Spiritborn this season, and I had fun with all of them. And I could do Tone 4 really fast with all of them. I think I've played 5 builds on Spiritborn actually so far. Like all this dooming on the season start was really not warranted, I think. I think this mostly happened because everyone got baited into playing like an Ashava Spiritborn, which does not exist. And then they were stuck on a build that doesn't work. And this is probably where all that came from, I think. Because Spiritborn is actually a really good class, I think. Don't get baited, guys. Next time. The sound of these boulders, man. Have you tried Exploding Scourge? What is that? I'm watching Woody's Druid doing damage, but they saw the pit level, the Mao. Yeah, this Druid is like 4 hours old, man. Give me a break. I barely have Gliss equipped. Hope they buff Overcon and get non-unique legendaries. Non-unique legendaries. I think in general Overworld's kinda could need a bit of a buff, like Legion events, they used to be like good for materials and now they're worthless. Everyone is struggling for materials, so why can't they do something like that, you know? They need to like remove all the material grind from the bosses and put them in other places, I think. And make bosses more rewarding for uniques. That would be fun. Well, yeah. Thank you. The Chai's Husk is from the mini Belials that appears after bosses. Bloodmaiden dropping 1 legendary is criminal. I think that's okay. You don't farm Bloodmaiden for legendaries. You farm it for blood and for the whispers. I think Bloodmaiden is very rewarding actually. You get like 20 blood when you kill her or something in Tome 4. It's like 1.5 years. Last nade on Druid. Every build on Druid is good right now. They don't have anything below B tier. Oh. And who knows, maybe gonna make a human Druid actually. I'm gonna try a human tornado. And the patch drops. Not sure if it's gonna be better, but we'll try. Yo, welcome back, Noobs GP. Always a pleasure. You have some legendary rune farming? Bosses. Just bosses. Why is gold so devalued in softcore? Looping and real money trading. Spiritborn at 111. Nice. Do I have Belial runs? No mythic, I'm going Ancestral. Yeah, they did nerf the drops a lot, but 200 Belial runs, if you did it on Torment 4, then you're extremely unlucky. And Ancestrals are dropping all the time. I mean, you literally get a guaranteed Ancestral every time you kill a Belial, even on Torment 1. So, that seems sus. Like, Belial is extremely valuable, I think, for Ancestrals. It's so easy when you have Belial mods to get the right gear. And the mythic drop rate seems to be at least double or quadruple of even Duriel. But yeah, 200 runs, no mythic, I mean that can happen, but that's very unlucky. Do we try to gamble neck? I'm not sure how many Duriels I want to do in this guy. I can find some Duriels, I guess. I need a Dolmen Stone with a GA nature cooldown. And a high roll of the affix, oh my god. Anything else you want here? Wrath skills, crushing earth, I mean that would be nice, but... Okay. He probably did 50 and was like, bruh, I did 200. Not unlikely at least. Hello. That looks very nice. Thank you.
Thank the butcher.
Thank you, butcher. Where's the butcher?
I can fight for you, right? For now.
Did you make all of them or just those?
Just 3.
Okay.
Not paper there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Chat, what is your Paragon level currently? Good question, chat. What is your Paragon level? $271. Oh, we're almost the same. Go boulders, you got this. Okay. World boss 2 minutes. Oh shit. World boss. Run. Paragon 0. Spoken like a true noob.
You want my bell peppers? I don't need them.
World boss. World boss.
Sauce.
World boss.
Did it start?
Yeah, but my druid is too fat. The horse is slow. Oh no.
I have my own part there.
Hurry. I used Tornado to level. But I was like trinked out. So I had landslide for bossing. That should be good on bosses. Oh shit. We're getting Kane Adar. Anyone? Joining Blast. Nice. Oh, my damage is only reduced by like 96% or so. Interesting. I wonder if he's like big enough for me to actually do like more hits. Basically. Right, I'm standing inside of him, but he has like this dot on the ground, so I can't really. Let's get a goblin. Almost like just insta pulled in from the death traps. Very cool. Seems like we are getting more hits while I'm standing in the middle. I wonder how often the boulders actually tick. Also, why do I get full resource when I cast my ultimates? Gain unlimited spirit, I guess that's just a part of it. It just fills it. Okay. Definitely seemed like it was hitting more than once per rotation. Like when I was standing right in the middle, under him, it seemed like I was getting more numbers. Attack speed is irrelevant here. You can only have 10 boulders. I wanted to play Whirlwind Earthquake, not pure Whirlwind. But maybe I'll try it with the boss. We'll see. Definitely want to do some more stuff on Barb. Dude, that's all of 20 blood on 1 kill. Let's see how the knockback is. Do you always get like these knockback effects here? It seems like they're constantly getting knocked back, right? Whenever I walk in. Yeah, they're getting knocked around. So I guess we have the knockback effects active, right? I mean, this is vulnerable. But this is slowed, stunned, immobilized, knocked back. I'm not sure how long this knockback is supposed to last. Because I'm thinking I'm putting... There's like a slow aspect here. Wonder if that's going to be useful. This actually, some damage. Okay, so I got 8%, like 3%, and like 13. Actually like 25% stronger now or something.
My magics await your return.
Yeah, have a wee gamble. Hello, that.
Not a
Hello.
dwarf.
Well, hello, Vassal's ghost. Hello, shining beauty.
Oh. Zinni's ultra low. I mean, the effect doesn't matter, it's fine. Actually, it does matter slightly, it gets me more barrier, but we're not really in danger.
Shine on, my friend.
What's still got some good in it?
NDMCS.
Well, that's shame that. Go one more? All finished, are you? Come, traveler. The stars of sanctuary await.
The dudes on the Diablo trade are not selling less than 1,000 Victoria's husks at a time. Incredible. So this entire season, I have not had 100 on all my characters. So hard. First, hello. $300 husks for 36 USD on hardcore. Now that is a shitty trade, man. What? How much does 36 bucks of husks give you in softcore? Like 20,000? Really have a good looking druid, not a fat fella. Patch 0.3.0. But that's a different game. playing a variation of Boulder. This is pretty much exactly the Maxwell guide. It's just there's some minor tweaks. I have like the barrier power, and I have shred. I think that's not in the guide. That's about it. And I have a Zek rune right now because I have no cooldown at all. This Druid is very scuffed. Druid. Hi, Crucible. Oh, we leveled. Insane, do I have armor gloves? No, keeper gloves. Right. Right, Housekeeper. That's 15% DPS, by the way. I didn't have. Okay. Playing Diablo 3 for 2 years is worth buying Diablo 4. Wait, you started Diablo 3 when Diablo 4 came out? Interesting. Well, the answer is yes. Get Diablo 4. It's a pretty decent spot right now, and next expansion is next year, which is gonna be big, I think. Hello, Duzan. I'm playing Boulder Druid, it's linked in the description. For leveling, usually it's Lightning Spear, Lightning Storm plus Companions. That's kind of like Companions in general just carry you while leveling. You can do pretty much any core skill, but Lightning Storm is the best for like AoE play and stuff. If you have nothing. I just did a Tornado, but I was twinked out, so it didn't matter. The gold costs are so high, but the gold is inflated with RMT and bots. Yeah, it's a struggle. The thing is that it's also not really a way to farm gold in this game, right? It's not like I can go and do a thing to get a good number of gold. Besides, well, I go kill more bosses, I guess, and vendor uniques. And this game doesn't even have, you know, a sell all functionality. Like, it's not even the intended gameplay loop to get gold that way, but it's the only way to get gold. Like, I don't know what they're thinking, but yeah. They need to fix like duping once and for all. That would be nice. Any class 7 to Witch Doctor? A Spiritborn is more a monk than a Witch Doctor. It has a little bit of like similar flavor, but that's about it. There's nothing like Witch Doctor in this game. Which is kind of sad, because I think Witch Doctor would fit extremely well in Diablo 4, but that's not happening, I think. That's a lot of poison explosions, man, and they keep coming. What the hell? Stormburst attacks is very fast. Use Stormburst to a 5-1 combo to guarantee all power on Boulder with Obsidian Slam. Oh, you wanna like tap 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 and then Boulder? Interesting. Interesting strat. It sounds extremely annoying. But you also get the Wandering Death Beam for the 50% buff. I was already talking about using that. We'd have to drop, I guess, Shred. And Shred is very optional here. It's only for movement. We don't need that in high pits. It could be a pushing strat. If you do that well. You actually have to do 6 times Stoneburst though, not 5 times. It says every 6th time your next one will do an overpower. So it's a rotation of 7 skills. So I have to do 6 times stone, 1 time boulder. And then like, I guess boulder, 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 you know, a few times. You have to like kind of like math that out, I guess. Because you still need to have the 10 active boulders. You're not gonna have 10 active boulders by tapping all these stone bursts. So you cast like a few boulders, but you can definitely sneak in a few more overpowered boulders and plus the death beam. You might actually like roughly double your damage or so, I imagine. The death beam is 50, and if you get like 2 more overpowering boulders in your 10 boulders compared to the 2 you usually have, I guess, then yeah, it could be pretty good. Turning the smooth playstyle of boulder into the worst imaginable. Yeah, I mean the things you gotta do, you know? That works. Pushing a lot of stuff becomes extremely obnoxious. Wave count is not fixed tomorrow. One thing about Cataclysm, it's fun to play. I've never tried. And the reason is I don't think it's fun. Enough. Why does the season rep quest just disappear sometimes? I don't get it. Wait. What? How's my Hurricane on cooldown, but it's not active? The fuck? Oh, did I evade in the wrong moment? Maybe. I try to stand where I can hit them all. That's kind of nice. Finesse, I think that's what you want, right? That's what you want, okay. Can make the glove. PV2, but the skill tree is kind of made to feel like you have no agency of your character. That seems strange. I feel like PV2 has so many ways to like beat the game. I'll work this a bit more. You miss gearing out the Merc skill chase, meh? Well, I am glad that we don't have to gear our mercs, I gotta say. Because fuck that. I really hope that in expansion 2 they're gonna introduce some lone wolf option as well. So I don't have to deal with the mercs at all. That would be great. How much life is this actually? We have 14, 4, 9, 3, 6, 2, 8. How much is a 2% life node? 14, 209. Yeah, okay. It'd be nice to have like a... Wait, this isn't like a rare buffing? Yeah, it's a rare buffing one. That's a lot of life. That's fine. Damage one and very barrel. And this is maxed out. Where's all that crowd control damage coming from? From magic. We need 300. So 50, 150. Okay, we have most of it here. And the rest? Here, okay. Let's make a glove.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Nice. So we can leave it as it is, and it's just better. But we can also try to get some... how about the Exile life actually? 13-7, 14-8. Yeah, I should roll off the willpower if anything. And try to hit core. Since we are on overpower build, we get extra damage from the life. Is that worth? It's almost the same. I'm gonna get 2. Fuck. We already have a tornado glove though. Fuck it. We have a lot of core ranks and we're gonna get more when we have a better neck. Oh, I thought I wanted to reset, but... Okay, the cycle armor active size is actually not bad, right? Because... it's 15%. Okay, this is fine, I guess. Do I want to like update anything here? Let's get that for now. I think Nature's Reach should work actually. This tent is roughly the size of the waypoint, which is almost just a dead zone around me anyway, right? I should actually invest points in the Nature's Reach, I think. And then this. And this. You have a lot of points to take here, to be honest. You can get rid of this at some point. Maybe this too. Four from here. Maybe 3 from here. Maybe 2 from here. That's 9. 3, 3, 3. I'm not sure if I'll need this later. Okay. This is a catastrophe. But I'm not sure how often you're gonna cast that kind of listen. Did I ever get a Cosmic Wings in Diablo 3? Yeah, actually twice. Got yours last month. Holy shit. Congratulations. It's kind of odd how I don't do damage when I don't overpower at all. I really hope they do something about overpower soon, to be honest. I feel like a lot of builds had the same problem, that it's just like kind of clunky. Do we have enough hurricane duration right now? Oh shit, wait a minute. My hurricanes are actually running out currently. Where are they? Wait, how did I... Oh no, 12.8 and 14, okay. So I kind of have to press it on cooldown now. I think I had hurricane duration previously on my glove. Wait, did I imprint? I did not. Oh, lucky. Just missing a 65 damage multi, no big deal, guys. Well, good news for you, Koku. There's like 10 other Maxwell builds for Druid that are all good. Should try those. Two characters, bit 100 is pretty good, Maxley. I mean, it's been almost 2 weeks now of D4. It's fine to wind down. You get a full GA Shroud of Balls. Is that build class that benefits most from that? Actually, yes. Rain of Arrows Rogue. Actually gets stealth before every single cast and does not overpower, like for example Death Trap. So I actually kind of care about the extra additive damage from the GA damage after stealth. But realistically, almost every single class, almost every single build runs Shroud. And, I mean, GG, so...
Angry cat. What's the fastest way to get fragments?
Horde.
Hmm?
Horde.
What?
Horde.
Forge.
Can we use a curse deck to make a shocking impact build after patch? I mean, shocking impact should definitely count as a hit. But I mean, I don't think that's really that relevant. Okay, the lightning spears, they stun every single time they hit. Stuff like that, but only if you actually go for 100% crit, so I have to do that. So I don't think that's gonna be worth it all. How else are you gonna get that many stuns? Okay, there's ones of familiars. You would certainly do something with like Hydras, familiars, lightning spears or so to maximize the number of hits. Like Hydras can have like all these like Hydra heads, you can have 3 Hydras out with like 12 heads each or something. So that's not bad. That's a good start. You can also scale like burning damage and stuff, or like burning damage over time, I guess. Although I guess realistically the Hydra will do nothing. And then you have stuff like Chain Lightning and Axial. This is probably what I would go for. Chain Lightning and Axial. Produces a lot of hits. But doesn't have that much on single target. I think the Hydra is probably a good idea for single target. God, my Hurricane keeps running out, man. You get used to pressing it more. Thank you. $2.8 billion. Yo, we're ramping, guys. Yeah, this build still exists, Crucible. It's just not very good, I guess. But with the Varshan stuff, it could be nice, I think. And, well, Sorcs can ramp damage extremely high with Enlightenment. Honestly, I wouldn't be that surprised if, like, Varshan Sorc is actually the strongest build in the game. I'm not sure if anyone has been cooking that, but Hydra definitely seems like a candidate. Because Lightning Spear has not that great single targets. It does have the blisters these days that help it a lot, but it's mostly an AoE clearing build. So it suffers from the same problem that Varshan Sorc would suffer from. But then if you go all in on Hydras, then the Hydra AoE clear versus the Hydra single target would actually be not too far off. Compared to like, you know, stuff like Twisting Blades or Quill. So I'm pretty sure if you go to Sorc and cook some Varshan stuff, I think Hydra is a good candidate. Yeah, it's likely Muxley. Rework to skills and aspects is definitely needed, I think. Skill tree is definitely a huge, you know, topic of disappointment in this game. And there's a lot of stuff they can just make into the skill tree. Uniques and the aspect effects and so on. Would definitely be wise to do that, I think. And then, you know, just generally lower the power of all uniques and all aspects. If you're getting closer and closer to Diablo 3 territory with items, basically, and we don't want that, so... You know, Mighty Throw, 600% damage multi and shit. You know, like, Twin Strikes. I don't know, Twin Strikes is like 1000% damage multi or something. Or more. Like, I don't know, man. Over Sorcs and Enlightenment. Yeah, while it's powerful, I don't actually really enjoy playing with it. I mean, Ice Shards was fun, and Ice Shards doesn't have that much problem with the downtime. But in general, Enlightenment is very badly designed, I gotta say. They need to fix that ASAP. It's actually really a big surprise to me how popular Sorc is, despite Enlightenment. I would have expected that to put off people a lot more. Made you stop playing Sorc this season. Ball, that's just a hard version of Ball Lightning. I mean, Ball Lightning is solid. It should be quite roughly on a similar level now. I'm not sure exactly how Boulder and Ball Lightning perform, but I mean, Ball Lightning is not really like a meta build. So I think it should be close. But I want to try Ball Lightning at some point. If you ever kill the Lightning Spear meta, it would be fun to do some more experimentation on Sorc as well. Lightning Spear is literally like the meta for half the seasons right now. The bad UI. I mean, Enlightenment is very obvious around the character at least. But even then, it's like, okay, you have to kind of get a big muscle memory, like feel for it, right? In order to really play well with this. Then like understand, okay, how long is the 10-second timer, and like how long does it take to get it back? And you get a bit of an idea, but yeah, like trying to track like a super important buff that gives you like a ×20 damage multiplier on this little bit of like a buff UI, when there's like a solid chance they don't even have it on the visible 2 bars because they have too much other shit there, and that's great. I guess it would be ideal if like you could open this here and this was just like permanently display all possible buffs that a character could ever have with your current gear and loadout and stuff. And then you can just like take them on and off or something, right? Or at the very least you could consolidate all of stuff as well. Or allow you to like do that while they're active as well, right? You can have like all the elixirs and instances in like one thing, you know, similar to how WoW does it with all the party buffs. D3 also does that actually. Dude, and then there's like fucking like Mother's Blessing, gives you like yet another thing on the buff bar for no reason. And so on, so. D4 weak ores, I mean they're never gonna do that. But yeah, that needs to be something, I guess. Two GA chest armor. Wow. Frozen Orb is still that Sorc. Yeah, but Frozen Orb at least is more comfy, right? It just kind of works with nothing. And also it does the Enlightenment stuff really well. You know, like you don't really have to think about anything on Frozen Orb Sorc. You just get Enlightenment after like 4 seconds and, you know, then you have it up for 10 and repeat. Like for Lightning Spear, it's stronger, but it needs way more gear. It needs way more like play around Enlightenment and so on. If you wanna just chill on a Sorc, you go Frozen Orb. Don't need anything, just a Winter Glass. You can't see them letting PC players have add-ons, the console can't. Yeah, as I said, this is not happening. We're not gonna get weak auras or some shit. They just need to like give us some options built in, you know, we don't need much, right? I mean, another thing is also maybe there's just like too many conditional effects going on and so on, right? There's so many like things that trigger and whatever, and then you have like this entire buff bar filled up with stuff. And ultimately, like most of that stuff that is like a trigger or some conditional effect, we try to just have it up permanently anyway. Right? Maybe I don't really need shred on my bar, man. I feel like stuff dies too slow for me to really shred much. I mostly just use the jar rune, but I guess realistically we want to do stun. But we also don't need the Seg rune anymore at some point, so... So much else. Like Exile for some damage and life. I like my jar though. Jar feels good. They didn't nerf the Vashan Quill Body tomorrow? No, they're buffing it tomorrow. Tomorrow, Vashan Quill Body is becoming the best build in the game, I think. Or at least it's gonna be close to the Lightning Spear. So there's that. Once I get a better Dormant Stone, we don't need the Aura Power for some cooldown. We'll definitely try, just move Shred and go with the Beam. Then we can do some Stone Burst action. I just need to make sure that I don't accidentally consume the Overpower with Obsidian Slime. So then we really have to like track the Obsidian Slime there, but I don't even see it, like it's not even on my bar. I literally cannot see Obsidian Slime right now. I wonder if there are some conditional effects I could remove to lower the amount of buffs on my bar. I can drop an instance, perhaps. That will be something. I can't do that. What the hell is this? It's not this. Where does that come from? Oh, it's the Usign, right? Okay, so we can't do that. We can't do this. Yeah, we can't get rid of a lot of stuff because they have Shroud of False Death. Which just gives us a lot of random shit. Attack speed increased by 30%. Where's that coming from? Wait, where is that coming from? Seems like there's no option for me to get less amount of buffs on my bar. Should I move to the runes? I mean, the runes, yeah. I think in general they just need to make some kind of like, you know, priority buffs or something that they maybe at least can turn on, right? Like, runes are usually important to track. Not always, but you know, it's at least nice sometimes. Kind of is a new go-to old for boulders. If you're asking about Petrify, yeah, Petrify has been out of the meta, I think, ever since the expansion. It's always Cataclysm because Mjolnir Ring is pretty strong. It also solves all of your resource issues. It's pretty good. I mean, there's Grizzly Rage. Grizzly Rage is kind of back. You can definitely make Grizzly Rage builds these days. Again. They buffed that this season. I'm not sure if you have Grizzly Rage versions, but I'm pretty sure some exo guides have Grizzly Rage stuff. Oh my god, I hate when I let the hurricane run out and everything flies away. I think I'm gonna move Shred. What do we put? I can do the Blood Howl to have an extra defensive skill. Because right now we don't have enough cooldown to actually cycle our buffs. It's like 5 seconds for the DR and for the damage, right? Five, 6. Okay, for some reason damage reduction is 6. The damage buff is 5. Wonderful. I did level the Druid on stream yesterday. Normally remove the mechanics very soon when it affects serviceability, whichever Shamble does. Yeah, I do expect them to fix it. But, I don't know, next patch is probably Tuesday, next week. I mean, I could do a hotfix and like disable the Varshan power or so. But I think, like the one class that profits the most from it is Spiritborn so far. And this one actually is not causing that many server issues, I think. Like the Spiritborn lags are relatively low. I think it's mostly Necros that have the biggest issue, but for Necros it's not the best build anyway. It's pretty close. But for Rogues there's very little lag, and it's also not the best build anyway, but it's pretty close. Sorcs, I've not seen anyone so far. I do expect Sorcs to be both laggy and very strong, but I'm not sure they can beat Lightning Spear. Barbs could be pretty good, but I've not seen anyone try it. I guess Mighty Throw is the way. I think Barbs could be pretty strong with that stuff, because they have so many aspects to scale generic damage. They should be blasting actually. And they can still produce a lot of hits with like triple Mighty Throw and then the weapon swap stuff with the pulses. Should be really good. I'm not sure if the guys have been cooking. I can't really just keep making builds because I have 3000 weight crystals right now and stuff, so for me the cooking is over for now. I mean, I could still like, you know, do like Masterwork 4 and like do some small stuff. But I have like no gear saved on a Barb and so on. So I'll leave that to someone else. I've done my duty on Rogue and Spiritborn. Actually, we recorded a video for the Varshan Twisting Blades. It's very fun. It really reminds of like Season 0. Old school Twisting Blades. Dude, this guy dropped 3 items, what? Where's the rest of the loot? What happened here? I'm not sure if anything changed between Petrify and Cataclysm since Season 7 for Druids. But maybe it was different last time. I didn't play Druid last season, so... Not sure what the Druid guides look like. Did anything change with Petrify? Cataclysm this season? I don't think so. I think it's Grizzly Rage mostly that was changed. And Grizzly Rage is like in some guides now, I think. Or at least some push versions and stuff. Have to filter too strict. Rune changes. I mean, that was for the Cataclysm build itself. I'm talking about Cataclysm, you know, support, basically. You know, Quacks and, you know, Xan and so on. Undercity is better for half the side, but not infinite like 9 Legends. 9 Legends is the second. So as long as they have tributes, you go Undercity. Undercity is 2k in Tom 4. And 9 Dungeon is like between 6 to 1200. No, it's 2k, not 2.4. Although, there's like a season blessing, right? I'm not sure if that affects it. No, 9 Dungeons and Infernal Hordes. Okay, so they actually buffed those two. So I guess those are actually closer to season anyway. Compared to Refinement, but Refinement is still the best. Is Blackguard Reborn or Hungry Devil better? I don't know, I haven't really like simmed the DPS of both of these armor sets. If I had to guess, they're probably equal. That's Norse. Need that stuff. This is just a legendary. Yeah, I have a transmog. The stuff that you see as my transmog is Petrify stuff. We don't even have Petrify. The one thing you do need is a Dolmen Stone. That's a requirement for Boulder to work. And Metamorphic Stone aspect. Once you have those two things, you can play this build. Any second run. Not bad. What Spiritborn build will benefit the most on the upcoming patch? The strongest one, the Vashan Spiritborn. And aside from that, every Spiritborn build goes up like a pit tier or so, besides the poison builds. Yo, 5 subs from Classed. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Can someone explain the infinite opposite in Nightmare Dungeon? Yeah, you farm a Nightmare Dungeon, you get opposite, and you get a sigil for the next Nightmare Dungeon. So, it's infinite. Infernal Halls are not better for this side. Only if you have like a slow build. But it's kinda close. Usually I recommend farm Nightmare Dungeons if you have a fast build and farm out the side and farm Infernal Horde when you have a slow build basically. But if you know Nightmare Dungeon layouts and you have, you know, you're flying and you clear Nightmare Dungeons in like 40 to 90 seconds or something, you definitely get more opposite there, so. Like on a good Infernal Horde run, you get like what, 3-4k opposite? Or something? 10 waves. You know, that will cost you like 12 minutes. In 12 minutes you can do like, I don't know, 8 Nightmare Dungeons or so. And you just need to get like 500 each to beat the Infernal Hordes. And you get 240 if it's just on a completion. And then every elite is like 15. Get like 6-7k, okay, maybe a bit more from hordes. But either way, it's somewhat close, so if you prefer one or the other, then just farm whatever you like. You know, Nightmare Dungeon has other perks, Hordes has other perks, so... Hordes also gives you the gem fragments, for example, and the horde specific items. And Nightmare Dungeons gives you like, you know, like more up the side from the events and, you know, other stuff, for example. Not up the side, obols. Also up the side actually, the events. Also, whenever they do like, for example, like March of the Goblins and shit, and there's more goblins, then Nightmare Dungeons are much better. Spiritborn is good for speed farm and bossing. I mean, bossing, yeah, it's just because the build is ridiculously powerful. It's good enough to just insta-kill everything in Tone 4. But speed farming, I wouldn't say that. It's hard to go like below 3 minutes on Rashan Spiritborn. Because you have to first proc a Curse Touch and then ramp the dots, and even while speed farming you have to do both these things a little bit. Yeah, maybe if you really try, you can do like 2-minute runs on like a somewhat low tier where like actually try to like insta one-tap stuff as soon as the dot procs. But yeah, I would recommend if you want to speed farm and go evade, go quill, and go crushing hand. Although not to Rashan power, it's cool to play. Yeah, I always have like a problem with things that are just like negative boss damage. So when you go high pits, then you really feel that. But aside from that, yeah, it's kinda interesting. Interesting place is fun. And I mean the Rashan stuff on Spiritborn is not really much different from like a normal kill build. But it has like this cool like AoE scaling where it's just like boop boop. Nothing dies. Undercity is by far the best of our boss mods, yeah. And you can also infinitely sustain it. Because the bosses give you back more Undercity tributes. But if you want to farm boss mods, Undercity is way better than everything else. Like they really have to like nerf the Titan boss drop rate, Titan tribute drop rate, I think. You do way too much Undercity, man. I don't want to go there all the time. Make it drop more, but make the thing like 10 times more rare or something. That would be nice. So it actually feels good. Right now it just feels like, oh man, I have to do another 50 Undercities now. Get some boss mats. So I get like 5 Belials. Maybe, after like 5 hours of bossing. I don't know, man. The loop is not good, I think. Too much Undercity, too much bosses. Trying to farm Steel or Blood. I get all the boss mats from Undercity. And nothing is faster than Undercity. Every Undercity run with Tribute is around 2.5 to 3 bosses on average you can summon. Like there's nothing remotely close to that. Besides maybe Blood Maiden spam, if you can do that, but you can't if there's no other people. But let's say there's other people, you can farm Blood Maiden spam and you get like 1.5 boss summons per, let's say, 1.5 minutes. So 1 boss spawn per minute. Which is probably somewhat competitive with tribute runs. But the thing is that's only for Lord Zir. So only if you care about Zir. Don't get any of the other stuff. There's nothing else that comes close to Kurast runs in terms of boss mods. Is that good or bad, Become Trophy? What about pen shots? Before Shan. How about hell no? Like, pen shot is the exact opposite of what you need for a Shan rogue. How poison we can push? Yeah, it should be like in the 90s. But I think the actual push build is actually not a poison build. I'm not sure exactly what's the TB meta, since like a lot of stuff doesn't work with poison imbue for the Shadow Clone. I think they actually have like a physical build right now. I'll definitely try like an overpower build on TB if I was going to make one. Like overpower, Shadow Clone, physical TB is probably what I'll go for. You can trigger Sun Rune every 2 seconds. Which is pretty good. Yeah, you can get 150 offering per second from Tam if you have attack speed cap on TB. Sun Rune is 300, so it's every 2 seconds. I think that would probably be the best thing to do. After all, so it does make sense. If you're in softcore and you have any will to inductive trade, then no. If you're in hardcore, then also no. Like, the gold chest is kind of shit. It was really good in Season 5, and then Giga nerfed it, and it's never been useful. Want to get gold, vendor uniques from the bosses. Holy. Hate and Blizzard did the thing where you need to buy Vessel of Hate to do the best builds. I mean, this is how expansions work. I think they've actually done a very good job in Diablo 4 with keeping players that don't have the expansion actually somewhat in the loop. If you compare this to like D2, D3, especially D3, like in D3 you didn't even have the game. Like you couldn't even play the game really that everyone else is playing. At least here you can play the game that everyone else is playing to a very similar level. That's weird, I never mastered my ring for some reason. I'll take that actually. Yeah, in D3 if you didn't have the expansion then you weren't playing the game. In D4 you can actually kind of play the game. I think they've been pretty fair here. I want to buy a Rage of Haragat to have one of them. I think it's the one I actually want to use myself. Not sure if I mute the other one or win the other one. Fuck. Any other stuff I want to vendor? Sell. Seems like I deleted most of it. Yeah, it's just a fist. I mean, the runes can be similar level. Yeah, it depends a bit on a build. Some builds don't care that much about runes. There's definitely a lot of power in runes in some builds. But at the very least, you know, you can play the game, you can do Torment 4, you can do all the bosses, get basically most of the builds online, and so on. And yeah, okay, you're not gonna push like pit 100 plus or something in some cases. Like the top end builds. But I mean, compare this to like, you know, Diablo 2, where not having runes just means like, you know, you're fucked. And Diablo 3, where you didn't even have greater rifts. You literally didn't have the game, right? If you didn't have the expansion. So this guy says I buy tables, but then he doesn't reply, so unlucky. Let's put this back here. Let's put this back here. Put a blacksmith in every boss room. Okay then. You and Rax and Echo get to go out to another defaulting like Vessel of Hages. I don't know. And if I knew, I probably wouldn't be allowed to tell. Also, Rex didn't go anywhere, I think. Ah, you mean like the Spiritborn thing? Okay, yeah, he did that actually. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're gonna do something like that again, I don't know. Yeah, maybe they're gonna do like another like big class reveal and like, you know, fly us in to show it off or something, who knows. Maybe they're gonna take other streamers this time, I don't know. Like, even I don't know what's the next class. I think it's gonna be a Paladin. But they have not said anything to anyone, so... You want a monk so bad? Good news, have you heard of Spiritborn? Chronix already played Paladin and killed Diablo. Yeah, it's just Chronix being ahead of the curve, I guess. Yeah, Spiritborn is okay. Actually, about to be the strongest class, potentially, tomorrow. Having no gold in hardcore is abysmal. Is unique selling the only reliable way? Yes. Unique selling to the vendor is the only way to get gold. Ding. This guy says want to buy Pincushion Doll 500k each. So a stack is 50 million? He wants 50 million gold for a stack of dolls. Should I do that? I don't really want to farm all of Andarios, to be honest. We just try to gamble a Dolmen. We also want to gamble some next anyway, right? Yikes. The free monk is 100% 100 times better than Spiritborn. I don't know, I have a ton of fun on Spiritborn, I gotta say. Since the expansion, this is the class I played the most, and this season so far is the class I played the most, and still enjoy it thoroughly, I gotta say. It really reminds me of the free monk, which I've played a lot as well. There's so many cool builds. And if they cook some more, you know, they can actually make Spiritborn really fun with, like, you know, a ton of builds. I'd really like to play like some ranged Razor Wings stuff or so. If they ever cook something there. You have 150 Paragon, you have more willpower than me. Not very dependent on Paragons. I mean, you do get some as you path through, but I mean, you have like one item, and that's, you know, the difference of like 100 Paragons or something, so. 1500 willpower. I mean, this build has a lot of uniques, for example, right? There's all stats, okay. Basilis is a 2.0% roll right now. I mean, that should be like, I don't know, 20 or so later. So it's gonna give me a lot of willpower that I don't have. Here's nothing. You probably have it on the neck. It's just a 30% willpower roll on the neck, or 25 is, you know, it's like 500. I don't know what build you're doing. Maybe you have non-unique rings. Okay, there's a bit of willpower here, but this is also, you know, 750. Others has nothing. This has a little bit of all stats. Yeah, I mean, it's what it is. Main stat is not such a huge focus. Each main stat roll at this point for me would be like 5, 6, 7% DPS, which is alright. But I mean, for example, on my glove, you know, we have willpower, and that should actually be core skill ranks. To keep the life, because the life has actually similar value to willpower on an overpower build. Okay, I got 61 odd glyphs. You're stuck on pit 25. Maybe one reason is you over-prioritize a stat that you don't care that much about. Let's do that. We should actually get some boss mods, right? Let's get some Titan tributes going. They did not nerf Whisper Gold. Whisper Gold is just not good. "31 Titans, oh boy. Cut the bullshit, everyone knows that I will know what the class is. I don't know what the class is of the next expansion, guys. I have seen something of the next expansion, which makes me very optimistic. But I have not seen what the class is. I mean, no matter what class they add, I think next expansion is going to be actually pretty big. Also, I don't know what's the exact number, but if I had to guess, they probably have like 80% of their D4 team working on the expansion. There's not that many people on the live team, I think. Imagine a Diablo game with more than one expansion. That's incredible. The future has arrived, man. I cannot tell you anything at all about the next expansion. Sorry. I'm just gonna say that I really liked what I saw. Which, by the way, was in a very, very early concept stage, but you know. The ideas behind them are good. I mean, leaderboards are already confirmed publicly, so... I don't know when they will release the expansion, but I mean, they want to bring it out next year, which I think is going to be within the next 12 months. So I think sometime first half of 26 is probably the expansion, since that's already kind of late, right? They set annual expansions, and that will put it at 1.5 years, which is kind of my expectations. Like, I don't think they're actually going to do an expansion every 4 seasons. Every 6 seasons sounds way more realistic. So that means, okay, season 12 or season 13 or something is probably going to be the expansion. And this means you're going to get an announcement, you know. I mean, there's no BlizzCon in November, but there's Gamescom in August. And there's like, I don't know, whenever like Microsoft events are, maybe they're going to do something. Thank you, God's victory. They got Kane. Dude, Deckard Kane is not coming back, I think. This game is 50 years after Diablo 3, man. What Deckard Kane? He was already too old in Diablo 3, they just shoehorned him in. Altkin and Merc is a tease for a new class. I don't know. If they already have the stuff on the Merc, I wouldn't really expect them to make a class similar to that. It seems a bit odd. Similar to how I don't expect we're ever gonna get something similar to Witch Doctor, because we literally just had a Witch Doctor theme. They're not gonna take all that stuff and make a class suddenly. That'll be weird. Oh no. There are 2 more mercs and data mine that we never got. Oh boy. Don't tell me they're making more mercs, man. A Beastmaster and a Scholar. Okay. How can Frozen Obsorc go in pits? If you play the Maxwell guide, that means it's basically a Lightning Spear in disguise. Which means it's basically as close as possible to Lightning Spear. We have both in S. If you're playing a pure Frozen Orb build with no Lightning Spear stuff, then I don't know. It's probably gonna be kind of weak because Frozen Orb has pretty shit boss damage. But Frozen Orb Lightning Spear is basically just Lightning Spear, but a bit scuffed. So you're talking probably like 105, 110 or something. Board of Shadow Trap, what do you do next? I guess Spiritborn. Can I knock back them with my Cyclone armor and interrupt the suppressor bubble? I need to try that. That'd be sick actually, if that works. I'm not sure if it counts. All boulder birds right now are trash. I'm almost playing exactly the Maxwell setup, by the way. So you should check that one. Boulder is very good. The Maxwell boys do a good job. BM or Sorc on WoW. I'd recommend Mage. Mage has so many cool things going on. Oh, Sakaria. Which Spiritborn should I play? I mean, Quill is like the standard. But once you have a bit better gear, like Crushing Hand is really cool. Evade is something you can play. I mean, I played a bunch of Stinger as well because it's fun. There's a Vashan Spiritborn right now, but that may or may not get patched. Vashan is like really strong on Spiritborn. God of Key. Thank you. Most controller friendly build that isn't shite. I mean, this year is very controller friendly, I would say. Or characters Druid, I guess. The reason I like Boulder of a Cutter, yeah, I actually press buttons. On Spiritborn, controller friendly build. I guess Evade, but I'm not sure how it feels with, like, you know, pressing the button all the time. And Crushing Hand, maybe? Should be pretty comfy on controller. Also, it's a solid build. Boulder Boy. Yeah, it's very fun. I like this build right now. It's actually really good, man. It's super fast. I can do 90-second pits with this. Feels good. This build really tank? Yes. I mean, pretty much every Druid build is pretty tanky, to be honest. Druids are beefy. They have just like really good damage reduction passives and stuff. Plus this is overpower, so we actually have over 20k life right now, 20k barrier. Cycling armor on the bar as well. This is not better than Kata. But who cares? For Torment 4, maybe somewhat similar actually. I guess Kata still has a bit better, you know, all round clear. Nice. Ah, shit. The aspect. I'm not sure if I should salvage. It's almost maxed. I'm gonna salvage it. Since you're playing it right now. I want to keep that, but Fine. It's like my only attack speed to the A-ring that I have right now. Yeah, das ist plus 16% on the affix. Something like a 6-7% upgrade actually. Yeah, if you don't have Vessel of Hated, you don't have the Mercs, which is kind of small, but you don't have the Runes, which is kind of big. Depends a bit on the build. You also no Nahantu, no Dark Citadel, but no one cares. No Undercity, which is a relatively good farming content, but there's alternatives. Also missing 2 skill points. So in general, you're gonna be a bit weaker than others. No Spiritborn. TLDR, just get it. If you wanna play the game at least seriously. And it just had a sale actually, maybe it's still going. I'm sure. I think Challengers should make a comeback. Oh my god. I mean, he already had that with Gauntlet and people really didn't like it. Okay, knocked him back with Cyclone Armor does not actually interrupt the suppressor bubble. Sedge. That would have been nice actually. If knockback worked.
I have devoured many.
Being Challengers, the Undertaker can log in. Maybe he was on like a different name and he actually won one of the prizes on the Gauntlet.
Something new.
The parrot is weirdly dark. Yeah, Nini was looking for a parrot when she made my transmog. But there was none to be found, unfortunately. At some point we're gonna get the boat leak, guys. For sure. I don't see any chance that we're gonna see Gauntlet or Challenge Rifts in Diablo 4 again. Dude, I want like a Torghast game mode, dude. Like a roguelite. What's the thing called in Diablo Immortal? I keep forgetting the name. Fractured Realms? Or something like that? I don't know. I haven't played it, but it seems extremely fun. Yeah, it happened like once or twice, right? The spear thing. Oh my god. Finally answer Scourge procs triggered by Stinger and other abilities. Scourge procs. Can you explain what you mean? Ah, because it's like on cooldown and you get like free casts. That doesn't really matter. Because you're supposed to reset all your cooldowns and have everything up permanently with Judgement Shell. And then you just care about resetting everything faster with Ragnarok. Resetting everything faster also drains your life less. Like the cooldown reduction actually helps you on builds that don't run Prodigy's tempo. Because Judgement Shell, you know, Judgement Shell is effectively a 66% cooldown reduction on top of the whatever cooldown reduction you have. So you wanna get more cooldown reduction so you have your stuff more often. Especially Hunter is kinda hard to reset once you have Stardust Guys, because you have only 2 tempers. So Ragnarok helps with that. The 3 procs you don't care, I mean, you have Perma Armored Hide, you have Perma Scourge. Vortex you press every so often. You can use the Urival Power Dread. That gives you 15 CDR, that also makes everything easier. But once you have enough CDR of your config, you can run the Vashan power with the Life Leech, which is very cool. Just makes it very chill, even with the Judgement Shell. Yes, Slippy. That was okay. What did I run for leveling? I did level 50 with caches and then just strongholds with tornado. That was it. Didn't like level much. Gem farm is Howard's Dave. Looks like a fancy hurricane. Yeah, I think we actually archived Hurricane this season though, because basically Hurricane is just a shitty version of Cataclysm. And I mean, you can do some Hurricane build, but it's also clunky and stuff. So right now it's just not really going to be a thing, I guess, that people play. In this build here, I mean, this is not just Hurricane, you know, it's like much more active, and you know, the boulders, it feels very different. Or to landslide, huh? I'm not sure, Ricky. Maybe try to reinstall or something. I know some people have issues with crashes. Thank you, Xeno, for the subgift. Wait a minute. I'm talking about a different game that I know. Slowman's having full release tomorrow. Oh, I should try that at some point. Slowman's seems like a very fun game. Full release tomorrow, you say? Should I log in, guys? Ooh, nice spread. Slawmancer is like some indie 2D. Is it more like a roguelike or like some ARPG? I'm not sure exactly. But it looks very fun. Oh, look at that. I'll take it.
Ever at your service.
It's ARPG, okay.
Come in, I don't bite. Not like I used to anyway.
Yeah, I'll take it. You have like 10% more willpower. Armor, actually, almost fine. Yeah, fortune insight, but cold overpower. I don't think that's really something you want to keep. Am I, Calvin? Hello, Victor, by the way. Actually, I may try Neo and Sun. See how that feels when Sun has got these big overpower rocks, because, I mean, in the city we always have cooldown for Cataclysm. Has anyone here played Lawmancer?
Such a pity. I forgive you, child.
People happy.
I forgive you.
Slowmancer, a druid. No, it's a Slawmancer with an R. And druid is the opposite of slow, man. Druid is a fast boy, actually. Try it, Muxley, and see what happens. Okay, any Xan rune in chat? We have 4 of them, actually. Let's try Neo Xan. Hi, Grizz. Working nerd, thanks. next Diablo 3 season is announced in a couple weeks, they said. I expect we're gonna see it like end of the month or so. It would already be kind of late. I usually bring it out like around the D4 launches, like a few weeks apart. So end of the month will be 3-4 weeks after. Which sounds about right. Maybe before same day as PoE1. We actually had that not too long ago, right? I'm hoping for an Nightmare Zombie work. I mean, what exactly are you asking? We know there is something coming next season. And I hope it's gonna be good, let's say. So, we'll see. Realistically, I would expect some big some expansion feature for, like, you know, an Nightmare Zombie work. Like, you know, I want something like an Atlas passive tree and shooting and all that. That's actually what I'm looking forward to, and I don't think that's gonna just come in a season. But maybe they're gonna do like a first taste of it, and then the expansion is gonna bring the rest. Yes, who? Thanks, Papakeno. And Elbob, I said probably a couple of weeks. And Adam Fleischer just wrote something on Twitter the other day that they're gonna do an announcement soon. You in T3 death trap broke, don't know how to proceed to T4. Well, once you have the full combo online with perma death trap spam, you are in T4 basically. So that's just your main target now. If you're still on a starter build of exposure, then work on the uniques, work on getting a death trap cooldown to 10 seconds. And once you have that, you are in T4 basically. You don't need any GAs at all for any of that. What you do want though, if you can get that, is a Xan rune. That makes things very good, strong. Or you go Banished Lords. But with Banished Lords, it's tough to get a cooldown. You can do Banished Lords plus 150 energy, giving you an overpower every second cast. As long as you get a cooldown to 10 seconds, you're fine. But you need like a good helmet cooldown. The other option is the Xan rune. That's what I was doing. Then Xan. That's the combo. And like this, you get freaking overpowers and guarantee crits and stuff, and with that, you're just blasting. Surprise hardcore players don't roll with save rune, wolves tank a lot and soak up projectiles, freeze mobs and add passive damage. Yeah, maybe because none of that is relevant for anything. Basically. You can do save rune for something like a Sorc with Primordial Binding. That's kinda nice early on. But outside of that, I'm not sure if anyone cares about the wolves. I mean, who cares about damage soaking? The only things that kill you is like, you know, one-shots from pit bosses and T4 bosses and so on. Like, I would never give up a rune word for a fucking wolf. If you want to be tanky, put a Bulwark or Exile rune. I think that helps you a lot more to survive. They dropped the shields. I mean, there's actually one build in the game where that is mildly relevant, which is this one. But even here, I don't think I want to go for the wolves. Yo, Xanron is actually doing work, man. Neo Xan is nice. But yeah, if you're really annoyed by suppressors, I guess you can do Buxy or something. Yo, we got a spark, by the way. Ding, 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 ding. Hello, Chronix. Nothing has changed right now, but I have suggestions, so I need to check those out. Perfect Storm Strike aspect, guys. Log in. This is an okay neck, I guess, if you roll off the res. Actually, maybe I keep the res. Dude, why does it drop like all these normal elixirs, by the way? Yo! Maybe 310. And it's about to get buffed. Okay, we'll save this. Geflin's Birthright. Oh, here's fuck. Here's another metamorphic with exactly the same role, and I just salvaged the ring for it. Sedge, okay. And here is a minimum nature magic cooldown roll, minimum wrath skill roll. Okay, goodbye. Boom. Holy man, Basilisk. Login. Like, if this thing said, gain Petrify with all its upgrades, it would actually be usable, I think. Almost. Like, if you could run Cataclysm and Petrify together with this or something like that, that would be something. Again. With Breaker. With attack speed. Good crit. Yeah, who knows. You can with Yom Rune. Yeah, but you just cast Petrify without the upgrades. Yeah, you know, Petrify without the upgrades does literally nothing. So, like, the thing you care about is here. Wait. You're doing Kurast. Let's do more Kurast. Let's get some boss mods. We'll need bunch. You haven't played since season 2. Well, you're gonna be in for a ride, Juan. Game is really good right now. I think it's actually the best season so far. Saying a bit. Okay, Chronix. Let me know. Tomorrow a different hell is breaking loose. What do you mean, Sada? You're not crazy for thinking that this season's Death Trap isn't gonna survive next season? Yeah, they really have to do something about Death Trap. Like, Death Trap has been dominant basically since the expansion launched. And now it's crazier than ever, and it's too crazy, I think. Death Trap is too crazy. Like, it has 0 weaknesses. It does everything. It's easy to play, easy to gear, extremely powerful, unkillable, fast. Like, it has everything, you know, it's like, it's just like the build, basically. It's too crazy, right? It pulls the entire fucking screen. Infinite barriers. Infinite offering for any rune you want. I want to do Tornado with Human Helm. Human Helm is only for storm builds. So you can do Lightning Storm, Tornado, and Companion. I think Boyder said at some point that Human Helm is probably the best use on Companion, but I think even the Companion build doesn't run it, currently, at least. But yeah, as a Companion you are generally in human form when you cast it anyway, so there might be like, you know, some merit there. Depending on how the tags work, I'm not sure what kind of bugs exist still with all the tags or Companions. I remember in the past, like, a lot of stuff was bugged on Companions. I'm not sure how much of that has been fixed now. The nerf DT, what is Rouge left with? I mean, first of all, they can make new stuff, or they can buff stuff, right? And there is hope that maybe they're gonna fix staggering. If they do that, then Rogue is gonna be much better off. Because right now a lot of builds rely on staggers, and Death Trap doesn't, right? Death Trap actually has incredible boss damage. So it doesn't actually care about staggering. But all the other builds care about staggering, so maybe they're gonna fix that after they nerfed all of the stuff this season. But even if they don't, I mean, most Rogue builds are doing fine at the very least. You know, Rogue doesn't have much weaknesses, or like, Rogue doesn't have many weak builds. Everything on Rogue is pretty decent right now. And even if they nerf Death Trap by a considerable amount, it will probably remain one of the best builds, unless they really like nerf Hammer it into oblivion, which I don't think will happen. So they can literally nerf, like, I don't know, times 10 or something, you know, the damage, or like, you know, times 0.1, I guess, if you want to be precise. And Death Trap would still be a top tier build, basically. Maybe not in S tier by like pit pushing standards, but for everything else it would still be ridiculously good. It would just have to gear it more and so on. Another thing that could happen is they're gonna do a blanket overpower nerf, which is desperately needed. So maybe it's gonna do that. Because most of the top builds are overpower builds. With some exceptions like Earthquake, I guess. And like the Vashan stuff currently, but that may or may not exist in a few days. And certainly not next season. Like a blanket overpower nerf is also like way overdue. But I expect that to be an expansion, to be honest. Banished Shadow. Banished Talisman should be banished. I think Banished Talisman is actually a kind of interesting item. It's just that overpower itself is like too prevalent and too strong, basically. And on top of that, it actually creates really clunky builds, right? Like builds that don't always overpower, but just like, you know, enough feels shitty to play, you know? That includes a lot of builds that actually rely on Banished Lords. Because they don't spend 275 resources every time, like Death Trap, right? There's very few builds that do something like that. But for example, Double Swing, it spends 100 per swing. So you have 2 swings that do nothing, and 1 swing that kills everything. Oh, sorry, actually. Yeah, exactly. It's 2 and 1. Yeah, so you have 2 swings that do nothing, and 1 that kills everything. And then 2 that do nothing, and 1 that kills everything. And that's just fucking shitty gameplay. And the same with, like, you know, stuff like Pulverize, and, you know, whatever, like all these like overpower builds, there's like way too much difference between overpowering and not overpowering. I think that needs to be addressed. But it needs like a pretty big system change, I think, and, you know, there needs to be lots of nerfs that go with, you know, aspect nerfs, glyph nerfs, the overpower scaling, and so on. So realistically, this is probably an expansion thing. But I think they have to fix the clunkiness of overpower builds big time. Because it just doesn't feel as fun. Like, you know, I really love the double swing and stuff, and I will play a bit more of it. But it definitely doesn't feel the same as it did back in Season 2. You know, in Season 2, like, double swing, it was so fun. And I want to get something like that back again. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay. I actually had that in my pocket here. That is insane. How does Stoneburst fit in the setup? You drop Shred, you take Wandering Death power, and then you get good at counting. And then you have Stoneburst in the setup. Dude upgrades a power. A 9-second Might aspect. How long has it been since I used Might the last time?
Damn this old knee. Make something new with these. My glory days aren't over yet.
8 to defensive posture, by the way. Which I have currently not specced, but it's 2070R.
Akarat bless you.
We are beefy. Beefiness acquired. Wait, did I get Belial nuts here? What? Oh, they were probably from the chest, right? Okay. Yeah, you can't drop them. What class spec would you pair with Rowan Barb? Something that has single target, I guess. I don't know, I mean, like, if you wanna, like, do a combo, just make sure you play somewhat similar power builds, I think. That's, like, the most important. And, like, if you play an ST build like Whirlwind Earthquake, then whatever your friend is playing should also be an ST build. I think that's the most important. Because the gaps between build power is pretty large. Make overpower way worse than crit, it will be a dead stat though. That's not a given. It depends on what they do with overpower. I think overpower should be something that happens mostly rarely and does not define all of hit damage output. Right now, it happens pretty frequently and it defines all of hit damage output, and it feels extremely frustrating to play any overpower build where when you don't overpower. You know, like you just do nothing, right? You don't even see the bar move on the fucking trash monster, and then the overpower happens and, you know, even the elite explodes. You know, that is just shitty gameplay and shitty design. Like, an overpower needs to be in the range of, like, you know, double, maybe triple damage or something like that, but not more. So they need to remove all of the overpower specific scaling from the game and basically start fresh. I'm doing boss mass farming right now. Every single season Bowler got buffs and fixes. And here we are, man. Ridiculous. It's kind of funny how even in 2025 people are still complaining about Druid, even though it's fucking busted. The entire class, I feel, is just busted. But everyone has like PTSD from closed open beta or something. Wasn't everyone chasing vulnerable back in early seasons and now chasing overpower? Yeah, but yes, vulnerable had that problem as well. But at least vulnerable was way more consistent, right? You applied vulnerable and then it worked. So you just needed to find a way to get vulnerable in your build. And most builds had some somewhat like reliable way of getting it, right? But yeah, in some cases you had like really shitty ways of getting vulnerable. Like for example, Sorcs, they had to rely on the Frost Nova. So if you did Frost Nova's cooldown, then it didn't do any damage. Yeah, that was obviously a shitty design, and then they fixed it. But now we have almost the same shitty design in Overpower, and they didn't fix it so far, right? And it's the third season now. And to be honest, even before the expansion, we already had that problem, just not as big as now. You know, now it just has it amplified by a lot, because they didn't change the overpower formula. And there's also the general like balance problem of overpower builds, which is that, you know, you raise your life, you also raise your damage, which is like cool as a concept, but it's just broken in reality, right? And all the overpower builds are just like so tanky as well. Not only are they extremely powerful, but they're also so tanky. Because you stack life for free, basically. And life is like number one way to get tankiness. So yeah. Overpower is just like, it needs a bit of a redesign, I think. Like, especially, I mean, I don't really mind this like idea of like getting tanky and then doing some more damage and whatever, but at the very least, I think they have to take out all of the clunkiness of overpower. Like this, like, okay, you hit overpower, you do 50 times the damage. You don't hit overpower, you do nothing. Like, that needs to go entirely, I think. It's just not fun. And the thing is, most of the time you can't even do anything about it, you know? And these barbs, they have like some ways to get guaranteed overpower, you know, with like the weapon swapping stuff, but even that, like, no one does that these days. But at least there used to be a bit of like, you know, strategy behind that and whatever. These days it's just like hold down the button until it happens and good luck. Which is just shit. Same with Xan Rune and all that. And either like Xan Rune procs or it doesn't proc, you know? It's, you know, every 4 seconds I get half a second of all powers. Yay! You know, and the other 3.5 seconds I just run around and I never know when I will kill stuff. Like, you know, it's kind of awful.
Been fighting hard?
The bone spear mainly can't relate to always all power. Yeah, there's some builds that have a guaranteed overpower, or at least they're so frequent that it doesn't matter. There's a lot of overpower based builds out there that do not have guaranteed overpowers. And then you have this problem where there's like this weird gap in your damage every time. And not only that, but that gap is also like very unreliable in many cases. So you don't even know exactly when it's coming. Or the gap is just too large, right? Like even like a 1 second gap in your DPS, like that might mean like 2, 3, 4 attacks where you just do no damage. And you never know when you're gonna do damage, you know? So it's like, ugh. Too little control of your character, you know? When you overpower, reduce all defense for the next 3 seconds, like a reckless attack. I mean, that could be like an active skill or like an ultimate or something like that, but that should not be an overpower mechanic. I don't necessarily want overpower to be like too nerfed. I just want it to be reasonable, like in the sense that it's fun to play. You know, that's really what I care about. A lot of overpower builds, yeah, they're strong, and you know, strong equals fun for some people, but the gameplay is still shit. You know, just because of all the stuff I just explained. Too little control and too inconsistent damage makes it just very unfun. I am not farming runes, and I would not recommend to anyone to farm runes in here. Do bosses for that. Yeah, if they make chance to overpower, then they basically just created crit 2.0. I think chance to overpower should not be a stat. I think the idea of 3% base chance, and then, you know, there's like certain classes that build into it and certain skills that build into it, I think that's actually a good concept with overpower. It's just that they took it way too far in how much you can scale your overpowers. So that you have this, you know, incredible inconsistency in the damage in most builds. Because overpower is just everything. You don't understand overpowers and affix. Most of the time you take that instead of max life. And you take that and then take max life, yeah. Yeah, max life gives you more damage with overpower. Every 400 life and every 445 gives you 100% extra damage. This is why any overpower build does not in any way care about any increases of damage. Besides multiplies. You know, you stack the multipliers of course, but increased additive stats are literally irrelevant. Like my rogue has 25,000% increased damage. Typical builds that are not overpower have 2-3k or so increased damage. So overpower builds by default just have 10 times the damage. And doesn't include the 50% multi or whatever other overpower benefits you have. Glyphs and, you know, passives on a Barb and whatnot. This is why you have this incredible inconsistency. Like, if anything, they should probably just remove the life scaling of... the life and the 45 scaling of overpower entirely, perhaps. Which is like the biggest culprit in making the overpower as crazy as it is. I mean, that would immediately remove overpower from a lot of builds. But that's not a bad thing, because it's like way too common anyway. Like, even fucking Sorcs go for overpower right now. So, you know, science has gone too far, I think. Thanks, Element 47. We shaved it as log because Enlightenment was annoying to play around, yes. Yeah, Enlightenment definitely needs a fix next season, I think. It's also not good gameplay. It has kind of the same problem as Overpower. The inconsistency just doesn't feel good. I mean, mostly, I guess if they nerf Enlightenment enough, basically they have to remove this entire, like, in all your elements are equal things. Then Enlightenment would be okay. Because the gap between having Enlightenment and not having Enlightenment would be way, way smaller. And you actually know what you got, right, when you have the keys to, yeah, key passive. Yo, 2 from Element 47, thank you. Fun detected. Yeah, it's the opposite of fun, that's the problem. Like, I don't want Sorc to become a weaker class. I want Sorc to become a more fun class. And I want everyone else to also become more fun when they use overpowers. That is my objective. Because right now, a lot of the fun is sucked out of a lot of builds, thanks to overpower and thanks to enlightenment. And, you know, other clunky mechanics. Like, Sorc is not as fun as it could be. That needs to change. Overpower is not doing anything right now on a design level. Well, if you go back to the roots of overpower, I think it is actually kind of interesting. You know, it has like this more RPG feel, right? Like this, you know, you get like a high roll on your damage sometimes, and you know, you get like a noticeable impact, right? It's like the actual crit, right? Because crit builds just have 100% crit, you know, and that's it, right? There's no, like, usually crit should fulfill that purpose, but at least both Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 are built in a way where you just like always crit or nearly always crit. So crit is just the standard, and then overpower fulfills that role of, you know, the occasional high roll, kind of like big impact hit that, you know, feels good, right? But what we have now is that this high roll, big impact hit is just all of your damage and not, you know, a little bit of it. And so you have this weird clunky gameplay where you have to wait for the overpowers. And that should not be the case. With OP you need to make it so I can't crit. That wouldn't matter at all. I mean, it would nerf some builds a little bit, but that would not matter for the entire problem that I described. Because all the overpower builds will prefer overpower over crit anyway. There's no build that would go crit over overpower if you make it exclusive. So everything would stay exactly the same. Okay, I mean, Lightning Spear would not function, because that requires crits. But there's basically no other build that requires crits to function. Okay. I'm going to cook up more builds this season. I think cooking-wise, there's not much going on right now, besides the tornado human form druid that we're gonna do on patch day. Everything has been cooked. I mean, there is a Vashan Sorc I could work on, but I don't even have a Sorc currently, and I don't really want to make a Sorc right now. So I'm just gonna wait for someone to prove if it's a thing or not. Who knows what that's gonna happen. I've done Rogue and Spiritborn already. 1/3 of the classes I covered. It's fine. You've done 20 and died not a single mini Belial. And that's not bugged, that's expected. He's pretty rare. How's our Shanrock compared to regular Death Trap? Pushing wise, it is really close actually. 112 is done by Death Trap. The Vashanrock gets pretty close. I think if someone really tries, you can probably see 110 or so. So comfortable S tier territory. And I mean, you know, harder to play, harder to set up and so on, but actually not hard to set up. I would say actually potentially easier to set up, to be honest. Since all you need is like one aspect and 2 boss powers. So you can actually just play it up to level 1. Obviously worse on the bosses than Death Trap, because it scares a lot of density. A bit more laggy than Death Trap, but Death Trap has its own fair share of lag problems. Maybe it's actually not laggy than Death Trap, I'm not sure. Thanks, Carlos. The elements are not interesting. Yeah, I agree. They kind of kept it very light. You know, elements are mostly just flavor and don't do anything in this game, which is a bit sad. I think it would be cool if there was something to it, right? I mean, a bunch of stuff is built into the corresponding like effects of skills, right? Like, you know, there's like lightning skills on a Sorc, and those have the flavor of, you know, crit and stuns and crackling energy and stuff. But it's nothing directly coming from lightning damage, I guess. Like shock and PoE. Like, okay, you have like something like on Barb where it's like, okay, you convert your earthquakes to fire damage, but I mean, it doesn't do anything, right? It's literally just flavor, and does it even change the animation? I'm not even sure. Like, it's literally just a line that does literally nothing. But you can see all of my builds this season. I'll have a bunch on my Discord, and then the rest is just Maxwell builds basically that I've played. Yeah, I didn't do like, you know, weeks of cooking planners this season, since I was blasting PoE in last Epoch. So I only have a few planners for the current season that I made fresh, basically. And then everything else I was playing almost entirely just the Maxwell builds. They're all really good. I only usually did like minor tweaks and stuff. So that was not really worth to make like my own planners. You know, sometimes I need to check what my boys are actually doing. If they're doing a good job or not. And it turns out they are. That's really good news. Thank you, Cordy Collar and Mansfield. The build is less dependent on timing skills. I mean, almost everything on Druid is less dependent on timing skills. Or pretty much everything in the game is less dependent. Thank you, Chronix. We're doing American is a speedrun with our friends. I mean, to be fair, Paragon farming is a lot better in a party than it is solo. So it just doesn't have like this group meta where, you know, you have like 4 people running together and all that, right? But I mean, party play is significantly more efficient in every regard in this game. Any idea how to fix? It sounds like you're missing either Endless Tempest ranks or Cataclysm cooldown, so try to work on that. Which endgame build I'm going to make? Yeah, for now we're chilling on Boulder. And then, I mean, Boulder is the second best build on Druid, I think. So there's only one upgrade available here, which I don't want to play. And then we're gonna do a Human Form Tornado, and we're gonna do some Stone Burst. I think they nerfed the boss power interaction. I don't find it unlikely they're gonna fix the Varshan stuff. Mostly because of the server issues. I mean, technically it's not a bug or anything. Some people call it a bug and exploit and whatever, but it's literally working as intended. It's just, you know, no one thought about it until now, I guess. So that was just kind of like a late season discovery, let's say. But, you know, technically everything is working exactly as it should. It's just like pretty OP and, yeah, pretty laggy. And because of the lags, I guess they're gonna change it. It is more efficient, but there's no synergy. Yeah, I know. But I'm not sure if like Diablo 4 should be designed in a way that allows more group synergy. Like, yeah, it was cool in Diablo 3, but Diablo 3 just worked very differently as well. Like in Diablo 4 you have a lot more things than Greater Rifts. And the only thing where party play could be somewhat relevant is something like Greater Rifts. Because everything else is just like, you know, easy mode farming content, right? Like Torrent 4 stuff. And that's like, you know, most of the game that you do. So, should we have something like a group meta? I mean, if they make a group pick the leaderboards or something, then I guess it could be interesting. But without that, I don't see anyone bothering at all. And I mean, there will be group leaderboards, I guess, for pits, so... Thank you, I'm shy. Oh yeah, more points of provocation reduce the timer, by the way, that's also a thing. Yo, thanks guys. Drago, Villain. What's wrong with Echo of Varshan? Nothing is wrong with Echo of Varshan, we're talking about the Varshan power. You should check my recent Spiritborn video and or my recent Rogue video, which is actually up already on YouTube. I made 2 builds based on the Varshan power. Stone lightning. Nice. That is up from Villain. Thank you, man. Faster Solar XP for Paragon Farm. I guess Lightning Spear Sorc or Evade Spiritborn. are the number 1 and 2. Yeah, that's what it is. Prime doesn't work. Yeah, I just talked about it, Nicola. It's not an exploit. It's just like a really strong combo. But everything is working as intended, basically. But realistically, I think they might change it because of the server issues. If there weren't server issues, I don't think it would change anything. But there is a chance now they're gonna change it. How the Boulder Druid feels like? OP, OP. Side bottleneck. I haven't really heard of anyone having an Optoside bottleneck. I hear from people having a Veil Crystal or a Forgotten Souls bottleneck. And in my case, it's a gold bottleneck, because I'm playing hardcore, where like gold just does not exist. So everyone has their own problem, I guess. But Optoside is the one thing that you can actually turbo target farm. So if that is a bottleneck for you, then go farm Optoside. That's what I say. Like all the other stuff you cannot really, you know, super target farm, but Optoside is the one thing you can get. Just go get it. Ooh. GA live, GA won't proc. That's the only thing you have to target farm. I guess that's actually true. But either way, you know, the time investment for Optoside that goes into masterworking is extremely low compared to every other thing. So that's really not one of our worries. Like if you're talking about like target farming anything in this game, you know, We can even include like the uniques, you know, the right aspects, you know, the other materials, board, keys, whatever. Like opposite is the easiest thing to farm. So yeah, just like getting non-ancestral uniques of the stuff you want is also really easy. But like, I don't know, if you do like 5 tribute runs in T4 for a refinement tribute, you can basically get your entire character from 0 to 8 masterwork or something. Like, it's literally 15 minutes. Maybe when a Barb is like 18. This is Boulder Saber. Nine more Titan. Okay. It's gonna be a lot of boss mats we can use for the Necro and for the Druid. Glad to get more gems. Yeah, gems takes a while for sure. I mean, okay, with conversion or with trading, it's not that bad. You do a few hours of hordes and you're fine. Basically. To get at least like one of each type. And then maybe do a few more hours of hordes and you have 2 of each type, and then you basically have enough gems. I don't really mind that the gem grind is kind of long for fragments. It just kind of feels a bit bad when you try to level glyphs and then you're stuck. Honestly, better for this side than Infernal Hordes? Yes. Exclamation mark builds. This is dangerous boulder druid from Exile. I'm just ramping up my boss materials. We have a bunch of bossing to do, so get some uniques. Almost done though, we have 8 titans left.
Precious stones to catch the light.
Come back if you need the forge.
Dangerous boulder from Maxwell Saber. And the evade Spiritborn is... I'm not sure if I put a planner on my Discord. That might be. But I think DZ put it into the evade guide as well on the speed farming. The one that I played. I think he updated the speed farming variant on Maxwell with my setup. I can check it out. Getting itchy. This build is good. So is color classing. I mean, I'm not sure what about this build does not look good currently, so... It's an interesting question. Is it good, guys? Very weak. Yeah, boss one's looking actually pretty good now. I think like a handful more runs. Where's the next world boss? 30 minutes actually. Druid, Earth, and Lightning Bender. Yeah, it's a fun combo actually. all overpowers. I only show overpowers, I don't show the normal hits. Like 90% of the hits are not overpowered or so, or maybe 80. But you get enough overpowers basically so that it feels consistent. In this build it's like alright. I then you get full overpowers when Xanrun procs for like half a second. When I'm going to get endgame content. Well, there might be a chance next season, and otherwise next expansion, I guess. I would expect them to fix that issue. Can the rune treatment for Undercity actually drop legendary? Yeah, they can, but they're relatively bad, I think. I would recommend just farm more bosses. Bosses also give us a lot of good stuff. Unless you really like Undercity. But if you really like Undercity, you can just farm Titan tributes, then farm bosses, and you get the runes and or everything else. Look like a pirate, that mods. The idea, I guess. Hi, Mike. Thanks for sub, man. We could add some content without a paywall, that would bring some good faith. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll see what the Nightmare Legend stuff will be next season. Maybe they're gonna introduce some cool juicing stuff, for example. That would help a lot. Add adaptability on the amulets instead of redirected. Because redirected is just stronger. You have 100% block chance at all times. So with redirected, even without blocking, you have a 105% bonus, and when you block it, you have a 210% bonus. And adaptability is 150 all the time. I guess there's the consideration that if you want to be permanently counterattack or 100% dodge, then you cannot get the redirected bonus. You can only get the base redirected. And then that could mean adaptability is stronger, actually. That's actually interesting to think about. Or alternatively, you just don't run Armored Hide at all. Put counterattack on the bar and you don't care about any kind of blocking at all, because you go 100% dodge with counterattack. Never thought about it that way, actually. But yeah, the strongest setup is just using redirected, because you let them hit you, you get a block, you do big damage. Thank you, Kerensky. How's the grind looking? We're just getting started with Druid. But so far we're just like chilling in Tone 4. This is very easy and very fast, and I like it. Fun build. Just gonna be bouldering for a while now. Getting my glyphs up, getting some gear. I should try some T4 bosses. I'm pretty sure we can tank them, right? As a Druid. Oh my god, man, what? 4 out of 4? Like there's 4 flames here. Yo, Ryan. Thank you. RF in Diablo 4. It is a little bit like that, but more active, I guess. Nice, we got an aspect. That's plus 4%. Best way to farm Ancestros. For uniques, bosses, in particular Belial. For everything else, Pit mostly. Gamba. Reason to play Boulder over Classic Hunter doesn't do it. Yeah, it's fun. And I mean, for Tom and 4 are probably nearly the same, to be honest, since you can only run so fast, right? Both builds run at movement speed cap. Both builds kill everything around them as they run. So I don't think Cataclysm is like that noticeably faster, to be honest. Besides just being stronger and you can go a bit higher in the pit and stuff. I like this build. Is this Vampire Survivor with Holy Book? Holy man, I should log into Vampire Survivor again at some point. Oh, what is that other game I had on Steam? The 3D one. It was pretty decent too. I wonder if it's more developed now, actually. It was like in early access. I forgot the name right now. Fuck, what was the name? I have all these like random games from Nini's library. Oh fuck. Not Hades. Hades is not like Vampire Survivor in any way. I did not kick up this build. This is danger from Maxwell. I did some tweaks, but nothing major. It's a very good setup. I mean, it's pretty classic, you know, bear, boulder stuff, I guess. So. And it seems like everything that he put in the guide makes sense, so I went with that. I hear Jotun Slayer. That's the one. We're looking for like a Vampire Survivors like game. I had a sponsorship for this like some months ago. I never really liked it actually. So if you like Vampire Survivors, you can check that out. I played it like a few times actually, randomly. Thanks, Cubic. Sirocco, Paul's hype. Dude, everyone is like in fucking Sirocco fever. It's nice. Like the fucking Maxwell Barbs are now playing it too. And Ava and Chronix who joined me for this. And Beatdropper is playing it apparently, and I don't know the other guys. There's like a few now. Is this build unkillable? It's a druid. How killable can a druid really be? So. Metro crit chance boss power to be fixed, unbreak a weapon stop Barb. Yeah, I think there's like a few boss powers that just like stop working or something and your weapon stop all the time. There was something in the patch notes. I wasn't really aware of that. I mentioned a few days ago some people are having fun with pure whirlwind, no earthquake. Is there any trick? I don't know much about those builds, Florian. But pure whirlwind is getting a huge buff on the patch tomorrow. And I think then it's gonna be a pretty good thing. Maybe not beating whirlwind earthquake, but it might be solid at least. Not exactly sure. Maybe Miko is gonna cook up something for Maxwell. I'll ask him how the situation is actually. But yeah, I guess people are excited to do some Gorse devastating grasp action with Whirlwind. Yeah, it's because I literally all tapped down and logged into Steam. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, when you have another window in the foreground like this, right, you can still mouse wheel scroll in the background into Diablo 4, so I can walk. And as long as you walk, you don't die, so it's fine. And boulders are going for 10 seconds. So, all good. I mean, Torment 4, there's like nothing that can hurt me here besides the T4 bosses, maybe. Thanks, Andinus. What bits I'm excited to try? Well, you're gonna go back to the Spiritborn real quick and do the Vashan setup and see if Unyielding Hits actually works. Then I need to recruit someone who has an Andariel's on the Spiritborn and see if Unyielding Hits works for Andariel's suddenly. That could be interesting. Then I'm probably gonna fix the planner real quick, but that will take a few minutes. And then I'm gonna fix the Maxwell guide real quick, that will take 1 minute. And then we're gonna do a human form druid actually, with Tornado. So that's what I'm excited for. And we're gonna do some double swing again. I played double swing as my first Barb build this season, and then I disabled Crown of Lucion, and I had shitty gear. Now I have good gear. So I wanna try that again. Any good website for Eternal Realm guides? I don't know. You need something very, very, very outdated. Try Facts for Life. Very fun, Rester. Can recommend. How should you play while leveling a druid? Usually Lightning Storm plus Companions is the way until you get some aspects. Companions are like hard carrying you in early game. Jojo. Skinwalker aspect is super strong, feels OP for surviving. Doesn't it just give you like some healing and some fortify? Stardust is best installed for the Death Trap. Depends on the exact setup though. Because you also still have to hit the cooldown requirements for your Death Trap. So there are some setups that run Banished Lords, some that don't. But if you don't run Banished Lords, for example, you can equip the Stardust. Then have Death Trap cooldown on the neck and on the ring. And if you still go for 275 resources, then it's very easy to get the cooldown that you need. Well, I guess you will go for 225 resources. Maybe it's possible actually with like just 2 tempers to hit the 10 seconds. With Olivar power, 2 good tempers, it might be fine actually. With all the ranks you get from the Stardust, you have extra cooldown. So it might be okay actually. You've been playing for a week on Double Swing, is a skill for solo targeting but has no damage on solo target. Yeah, it's just that Double Swing is generally kind of weak, and basically every, you know, non-overpower direct attack build on Barb is kind of weak. And Double Swing is not really made for overpower. The only way to make it overpower is with Banished Lord's Talisman to get consistent overpowers. And that cannot be played currently because Crown of Lucian is disabled until tomorrow. So yeah, once you get Crown of Lucian back, you can do an overpower for a double swing, and then you actually have some serious damage. And I think this build will probably do like, I don't know, pit 90 something or whatever. So it's not bad. It just takes a little more effort than the Earthquake stuff. And I mean, overpower is too OP basically, so it is what it is. Oh. Would you recommend as Bossed and Belial as Rogue? Well, Vashan has the pants. Duriel has the neck. I'm not sure about Urivar. He has like 2 items, maybe Urivar would be good if there's multiple. I guess just check Exclamation Boss Loot and see. Beast in the Eyes has the Beastfall boots. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's the exact pushing meta as Buddy has been developing a bit. So there is like the option to go Starless and no Banished, or you go Banished and no Starless. Some are like, slightly stronger than others. I guess you should check the Maxwell push variant. That should probably be largely up to date. World boss in 3 minutes. Okay, log in, guys. Yeah, you can't go Banished and Starless without a Shako at least. You need cooldown somewhere. So I guess you need 2 Tempers, else you probably don't get there. So you have to choose between Starless and Banished. The communities might be ST after the patch. I doubt. But it's gonna be a little bit better than it is. It's apparently like somewhere in the pit 90 range. And the buff is not really huge. I guess you feel it more like while progressing and early game and stuff. Most of these buffs, you do not really notice much in like the actual pit clears on the top end. Because, pits scale extremely fast per tier. But, like a 20% buff or a 50% buff or something will be really noticeable while leveling, while progressing, while going from Torment 2 to Torment 3, and so on, right? So this is really where I feel the impact of these buffs. For like the highest possible pit clear, like none of the buffs really matter for anything in most cases. Because pits scale so fast. Oh, meat pockets is back, guys. World boss. Ah, shit. Hey, fuck all. Okay. World boss. Okay, I need to leech on someone after this run. It's my last Titan tribute, right? I have one more. Okay. Did I run tricks on Amulet? Yeah, one of the grenade aspects. Not sure what I left out exactly. I think I had all the grenade aspects. Doombringer. Epoch. Lament. That was it. Andari's main power fix is still going to be bad. Yeah, there's no hope for Andari, I think.
I have devoured sin.
This is Seared Basin. Nothing of Doombringer in his build? Hell no. Druid aspects are insanely strong. So you can't... I mean, okay, Doombringer is more life and stuff, that gives you damage for all powers. It's not a terrible choice if you don't want to be a bit more tanky, but... yeah, like the two-handed Metamorphic Stone is just really strong as well. I don't have more instants. Oh shit. Okay, get anyone else. I'm requesting the same guy from earlier. Okay, it's 30 seconds instance. Not gonna have any armor. Oh. Wait. Seems like it TP'd me out. Okay, anyone else? That's a soft corner.
Sorry. I apologize.
Walk in and get him blasted here. Okay, it's just in time. $22 blood, man. Actually a lot. Thank you, Bill Willow. That's not terrible.
Come in, I don't like. Damn this old knee.
Oh, I think I have enough armor now, actually. Wait, how? Where did we get armor? We are in Torment 4. I don't need the armor instance anymore for some reason. I don't know why. But I'll take it. So do this. Do that. Do this. Yeah, okay, we got Ancestral Helm, but I mean, I was like, I don't know what. Ah, true, wait a minute, it has an armor roll as well, okay. Yeah, you're right. Like, previously I had like 50 armor or something there. Now it's like, the base armor is a bit higher, and then also 300. Okay. Do we just put it to 12? Let's do it. That was a kind of shitty hit. But in that case... Like giga lagging. I have 240 ms. What's going on? I'm still on the server of the other guy. The legendary scroll is the scroll of escape. It's a hardcore only item where you can TP to town instantly. It's a very rare drop. I found like 9 this entire season. Ding ding. Don't we have much to take all these points? Thanks, man. I got 2 Druid of Titans on this World Boss, holy. You're in the full season without finding a scroll. Damn. Yeah, they're pretty rare. Usually by like Paragon 220, 250 or so, I find my first one. But sometimes I get lucky and I get them very early. I think I actually got one like day 1 and stuff. And then I ripped on an Ariel. F. But I got enough now. I have like 5 scrolls in a stash and 1 on each character. So we're kinda chilling. So normally a pet doesn't pick up half the other side when you're blasting for 9 dimensions. Yes. The pet is not fast enough. You have to slow down. Yeah, the city drops off the side with the refinement tribute. Dude, 1000 armor flat. I love it. I can remove another res node. Then we have 0.0 res over as well. Hey, Borealis. Actually, maybe we end res nodes and we remove this. That could also be something. I get like 10. I need 8.5 extra res. I can remove 2 points there. It's probably worth more than some random Paragon nodes I just took. I should check that. Do we have res on any item? No, actually, right? So this is all we got. I mean, this is actually non-ancestral, and this is non-ancestral, so you can get 7.5 res anyway. Yeah, you're gonna remove the res points there, no matter what. %50 armor buff. I have 15% res buff right now. But yeah, that was actually a struggle. I think I need to rework right here. Maybe in next expansion or so, because this whole like, you know, join a party and you suddenly take like triple the damage is not cool, I think. There's no point in keeping eternal characters. Yo, Super Murdoch, thank you for the sub. This build does not require snapshotting. Press Hurricane and you start blasting. The only thing you do is don't let Hurricane run out. And Tempest and Cataclysm while you added, I guess. We have both active. But Cataclysm is optional. With Death Trap Rogue and Softcore, armor and resistance are more like a suggestion. I mean, they're still the most efficient way of getting defenses in this game. Capping your armor and resistance is always like the #1 thing, but yeah, if you have like 50k life and barrier every second, then who cares, I guess. I really don't love other cities, Cyberuser, but I do my duty. Another city full of boss months right now. This Druid needs a few uniques. I don't really want to run around with a 28% nature magic cooldown reduction when it could be 67.5. Realistically, at least something like 60 would be nice to hit. Like a GA and a yellow masterwork. I think is probably what I'm shooting for here. Reset cooldown happens from the Undercity buff. I don't know exactly how it works, but it just randomly resets your stuff. Not that we care about it. Because the skill ranks on Radiant Druids should not be 50M. I mean, it's an extremely good trade to make in softcore, though. Like in softcore, you should always use the passive ranks. If you are willing to trade, you can only win, basically. Yeah, on hardcore, I definitely wouldn't do the... I basically always do more weapons and that's it. I need tribute. But maybe if I'm real rich, and I run a few of the Radiance tributes, I'd consider... Last tribute, let's go. Hi button. No, you don't, boy child. You can always skip like 1 or 2 of the tasks, gun more. And I probably cannot help you to kill Lilith because I'm playing hardcore. And also not really in the mood to carry someone right now. Best having Druid is usually Lightning Storm plus Companions. If you have nothing. And then, I mean, I personally like Pulverize a lot. Pulverize is also bear stuff, so you can kind of build into similar things. You don't need that much to get this build online. You can do Neo plus Lumrune for the resources. As soon as you have a Dolmen Stone and temper a little bit of Hurricane duration, you can actually play Boulder and the Metamorphic Stone aspects, I guess. So I just basically started with this after like 1 hour at level 60 or something. Because I gambled the neck. And that was it. I played Landslide back in Season 5. Not recently though. But Landslide, single target should be the one thing where it's good at, to be honest. Not really sure how good it is right now though. I am from Germany. It's kind of funny that someone asked me that question in German, where I'm from. Like, what? Cat Badu, Germany, exactly. Okay, we're done here with the tributes. Actually, I think damage taken does scale even past pit 100, but it just doesn't really scale that much that you really feel it. I need another staff at some point, man. This thing doesn't even have a GA and the wrong temper. Yeah, this thing will be very hard to replace, man. 97. Who drops this? He said Rome looks like Cat Badu. Okay. Interesting, it finds Mjolnir even though it has an Ö. When I type it with an O. Not Zero, apparently. Wait a minute, this is the wrong icon. Is this the Word of Arcane icon? Yes. What? Yeah, the small icon is the Word of Arcane. Interesting. Wonder how that happened. Marshawn has Vasily. What else do we need, actually? Mjolnir, Vasily. Where's Geflin? Beast. Uribar. It also has Stone of Aim, and we need that too. So you need to find a bunch of Beast, a bunch of Ashan, a bunch of Uribar. Basically all of them but Grégoire. Yeah, Grégoire actually has nothing you care about. Okay, so we skip Grégoire. Keep that for the Necro. What does he have for Necro? Ebon Piercer. Yeah, we definitely skip Grégoire, I guess, because we need that for Necro. And this, I think. So for Necro it's very good. And here we have Dominance Down and Tempest Roar. But we don't do Tempest Roar actually. Okay. Okay, so but everything but Grégoire basically is the TLDR here. Maybe gonna make this a little bit higher, so we have a bit more boss damage. We don't kill the bosses that fast. Maybe I should do it on T3 for a little bit. Yeah, honestly, why not? Yep, doing Pit 90, how to upgrade your damage. Well, I'm not sure what build you're doing, but Pit 90 is very formidable already. Did I keep a GA loyalties mantle? I have one on my mule, but I kind of want to keep it just in case I want to do something with it. I guess we don't need the teleport here. What I do need though is a Zekron podcast. Okay, he just explodes. Should I try T4? Maybe I should. For real, man, this is my first drop. I'm getting Wild Heart Hunger with perfect aspect and heightened senses, man. Okay then. What are we gonna do with that? Wait. It actually looks like a Word of Arcane. It has the wrong icon. What? What happened there? It just has the wrong icon. Like here, it looks different. So this icon is accurate, the small one, but the one on the item is not accurate. It was just not changed in-game, or what? But didn't it look like this on the PTR? On the campfire chat and everything? I'm not sure if Neo 6 is actually the best idea here. And there's downtime, I guess. So while fighting, I'll get my resets. And then in downtime, it will slowly reset on its own. But I guess, depending on the timing of when I open the chest, it might be a bit... Yikes. I should try T4. Can I survive a T4 Marshan? I'm not sure. This doesn't work. Can do that. Can do this. It's 36 reduction. It's pretty strong. 24 reduction. Yeah, should be fine. I suppose we don't need to shred shenanigans for now. There's no way around taking this willpower note there, I guess. We did have some more rest notes. Apparently not. Okay. Okay. Let's try a Marshan. Oh, now we get this. Get one run. Going for my resources. How's it going like up and down? What? Fuck. What's happening there? What? It's a season of the boss. That's correct. Farm bosses for runes. Really want chance to heal Lashan pants. What pants are you talking about? Temerity. I mean, I'm not sure about wanting it. I mean, the good thing is that it fuels Temerity's barrier by itself, so you don't actually need to have any other healing in your build, which is kind of nice. So the unique actually functions, right, in any build under all circumstances. I'm not sure how I'm spending resources right now. Somehow I'm losing resources sometimes. Not just a little bit, but all of it. It's kind of strange. Chance to heal is number 1 on priority list. Where? What are we talking about here?
It is done.
You do not in the land. But you should really get it if you're serious.
Precious stone.
Fine deal.
No, there's no snapshots here. But people see Druid and they instantly get PTSD, man. Snapshot? Snapshot. Feels bad. Okay. Need Exile. Baksa. How about Igni? Are you playing the Huntress button? What proc do you want from Master and Temerity? I have no idea which bit you're talking. Are you talking about the Spiritborn, Robin? Isn't it not in a planner? I guess it's damage reduction on healthy, I think. It's the best. Or maximum life, one of the two we can do. Okay, let's see a T4 Varshan. Okay. It's not as fast as I hoped. I guess I can farm some T3. Ja, so T4 dann for a little bit. There is no priority list for Temerity anywhere in the Quill Guide, right? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like, Temerity is not in the other variants. So we have this here. But here, there's no, I didn't put any step priorities. But I can just follow the planner basically. And the planner shows what you want. PS4 and PS5 accounts. Wait, are they not free? You never seen new Varshan mechanic? Yeah, new Varshan fight is actually kind of nice. It's also much more fair now with the ground effect. You can actually see it. Previously it was like a big problem. Like I press claw and my spirit goes to 0. What? What? Oh, wait a minute. I think this might actually be my season power. This is why this is happening. And you have Harbinger, that's why, dude. But I guess it doesn't matter, right? There's nothing that I depend on with resources. In fact, to get access to guidance faster, if anything.
bless and thank you.
Don't ruin all that work.
This is not color built. Yeah, I can do Tome 4 bosses, but they're kinda slow, so it's better to just like blast them down instantly than doing like, 20-second fights or something. I don't think I would really be at risk of dying. I have like 38k life and barrier, so that's pretty good. And lots of damage reduction as a druid. So I think that's very low risk here, but it's just like kinda slow still. My gear is still pretty potato. With better gear, we would definitely do Tome 4 bosses on this build though. The main problem is I cannot do Xan rune right now. I need to go Zeg rune. And that actually, cuts my damage at least in half or more. If I had a Xan rune, and we get like enough cooldown on the neck. Yeah, I should maybe farm Duriel first. Get the neck. Then I can change to Xan rune and farm the rest on T4, probably. Because my neck is just shit. I don't have ultimate cooldown on it. But now we're here. Oh my god, what's up with these Iridas? Actually, what am I farming here? I don't think I am farming anything. That's a lot of willpower. Is it just Vasilis? Because in that case I should actually leave. Yeah, this is actually a waste. There's nothing here. We already have a Vasilis. I'm not changing this one. Great stuff off the crone, dude. Incredible. Okay.
Farewell.
Okay, so some Duriel, I guess. It's a whisper. Best class for bosses is a rogue. Should check how much damage this thing does. You walk over it. Or should be. Beautiful. See, trap, overpower damage affected by damage against trapped and trap damage. It is, but not really. Both of these stats are irrelevant for overpower builds, because no overpower build needs any of these increased damage stats. They're all in the same category together with a couple dozen thousand% of overpower damage you already have. So they barely do anything. We just made a Spiritborn or Shanwei, the normal guide, but he can't beat Belial. Sounds like you're missing something. Torn 4 bosses should be no problem. I think I do like a couple 100 billion ticks on single target, which is like basically insta-kill for Belial on T4. He has like 100 billion life or so, I think. So he must be missing something. You're maybe running outside of your mystic circles. They're pretty important. Now you're pressing your hunter and all of your other cooldowns. You get your ferocity stacks. Do you have your Vasham power leveled? Do you have your cursed touch aspect? Do you have your Jaguar primary hall? Did you level like any glyphs at all? Should we test how much damage the Duriel thing does when I walk over it? I'm gonna try it. Storm 3 shouldn't be that bad, I think. Okay. One tick is like 10% of my barrier. Not sure how fast it ticks though. Dude, I'm playing too many classes this season. Too much Duriel hell. Flash Rebus has no cooldown, this is why you use it. The Epoch Flash Rebus like hundreds to thousands of times per second. And the others have like cooldowns, so you can't do that. The build I'm playing right now is a Boulder Druid. It's very fun. And Druid is not the meta farmer for items. That's whatever class you're playing, because you cannot farm items for other classes. Imagine time spent on this boss compared to last season. Yeah, I mean there's like at least more different bosses now and stuff, so you see a bit more variety. But in general, you know, time spent on bosses has gone up and not down, like they said, so F. Leapquake. Yeah, I played a bunch of Leapquake. I'm probably gonna do a bit more as well here and there. Like once I'm done with like all the other builds that I wanted to try and so on, I might just like, you know, I'll gain on some of the fun builds and just blast a little bit. Two husks. Is that settable? Nah. Your auto bomber. What's that? A new generation Druid werewolf pet build. Maybe they run Grizzly Rage these days. The Rage got a big buff. I haven't really checked out Companion. Just check the Maxwell guide, I guess. They've been working on that. F-Style, Permanent Soul with Necro using Mashan. Okay. How's that on boss though? It's not really what an auto bomber is though, I feel. It just sounds like just an RF build. What are you guys doing with all the boss mats, by the way? When you get like thrown so many of them, what do you do with them when you just like buy blind mats all day? Paid 69 in 3 minutes, 3.5. Oh, doesn't sound that bad actually. Yeah, my gear is pretty shit. I'm gonna do T4 bosses at some point, but right now I'm pretty weak. I can imagine just like pressing Soul Rift and running. Sounds kinda nice. I guess you should probably go down like 5 tiers and then just do like 2-minute runs. Or something like that. Just make sure you kill the boss fast, basically. And everything else just die one tap when you run. Might be interesting, like just early game farming stuff. Yeah, smooth. West. Thank you, man. Appreciate the 5 subs. Different. Yeah, 3,000 mats. Okay then.
I carry the faith, shards of the heavens.
Like with the Druid Investor. Don't worry, farming the materials is easy. You get the tribute of Titans, then you do bosses. Then you farm the inner city to get more bosses, and you farm the bosses to get more tributes. And it's an infinite loop. D-tier bossing. Yeah, Thrash is a fun build, but not that strong. Oh, I got Emirates. Fuck. More Duriel Hell. That's the wrong GA. Anyway. Yeah, Thrash is kind of weak, unfortunately. I mean, it could probably work relatively well with the Vashan stuff. I thought Condis wanted to cook a little bit there. You could see what Condis is doing with the Vashan power with Thrash. That should work out somewhat decently, if you want to do that. Or basically take my Vashan planner for Spiritborn and then make it a Thrash build. You have to go Zapazontek, you lose an aspect. They can do mostly the same stuff. I don't buff Meteor Sorc. It's actually one of the stronger builds out there right now, no? Isn't it like the third best or something on the Sorc? Yeah, I have a little trick up my sleeve, Wesk. How to get all that Paragons. Did you know that Paragons are shared between your characters? We got an Ancestral, but we want the Nature Magic cooldown GA. I don't really care much about anything else. Just the Nature Magic GA and then maybe not a terrible affix roll would be nice. The highest you can hit is 5 billion with one meteor. I think that's pretty solid. I'm gonna scroll that. I'm pretty sure I'll survive it, but I don't want to try. I actually forgot that I should keep my Bulwark. I just randomly pressed my Bulwark for no reason at the start. What about the women, Crazy? Are they not allowed to play Italy? But if I'm doing it directly, nah, Druid is horrible to farm. Belial is 1,000 times better. Like, Belial is probably at least 3 times better than the other bosses, I'd say. If you can farm Belial. Probably more like 5 times. Also, you don't have to phases and all that. Like, it's 10 times better. At least. Belial is so much better. It's not even close, man. It's insane. What about Kapaleke for Harbinger? Harbinger is already included, and in fact you want to avoid fucking Harbinger. Kapaleke is for the normal Quill build, not for the Vashan build. It has no purpose in Vashan build. It's not just that Belial doesn't have phases, yeah, so you can do Belial like, you know, literally 6 times faster or something, and he drops like 5 times better loot or something. So, yeah, well, Belial is pretty OP compared to the others. Casting a basic skill consumes all your vigor to make enemies vulnerable. Correct. You do not want to consume your vigor. And you already make them permanently vulnerable, that's not the problem. The reason I have Harbinger is to have the 30% damage multiplier. Monsters in general don't have armor or resistances in this game. The only thing that monsters have is like some obscure damage reduction that scales with your level. Well, technically the monster level, but monster levels don't exist anymore. But I think you can see that here, right? Yeah, monsters at this level have 85% damage reduction, so that's the only thing that exists for monsters. But this is like the same everywhere. As soon as you're level 60, it's 85%. It's just an artificial way to lower the numbers a little bit. You go Torment 2, once you can kill everything very easily. Then you stay there. Then you go Torment 3, once you can kill everything very easily. Then you do the same with Torment 4. For bosses, you generally go 1 Torment down until you're extremely powerful, and then you just do them on Torment 4 anyway. Yeah, they changed the monster reduction to 85 for some reason in the expansion. It used to be more, I think. In fact, when we did the like, you know, pre-expansion test, like there was like this 1 week press early access thing that it did for the expansion, right? Where like, you know, a lot of streamers and also so on like were given access, and we were playing for like 1 week. And it was literally the week before launch, right? And everything was like super hard. Basically, it was basically like how Torment 4 is now compared to last season. Because this damage reduction is 85%, that was like, I don't know, 97 or something like that. And then the expansion launched and it was 85%, and I couldn't believe it. It was insane. Suddenly, like, you know, out of nowhere, I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it was literally 7.5 times easier on launch day than what we were testing and stuff. For no reason, because, you know, it was actually really nice. And then we're like, last minute, no, we're gonna make the game 7.5 times easier, by the way. Enjoy. That was weird, I gotta say. GA and the Master Crit are the same for ranks, at least for the low values of ranks like passives and so on. They are equal. So both cases are +1 on a 12 out of 12 item. Oh, Chavez, thank you, man. Dude, we get a lot of double husk drops, man. Nice. Tempest Roar. You agreed. 50%, okay. I'll take that, Nico. Yeah, I mean, I generally don't want them to make masterworking trivial. But they can really take out the frustration of the system, I think. Like, it's fine that masterworking is a huge grind for especially 8 to 12, you know. And if they lower the RNG, they can increase the cost. But yeah. Maybe Shaw will get a revamp, it could be so fun, like a mini roguelike. Isn't that coming in Season 10? I thought? Maybe not. I would like a real roguelike mode, to be honest. And not some scuffed Horde thing. There's no way they're gonna make Horde into anything close to what I like to see. So they can just well make a real one at some point. But let's see, maybe a Horde thing is gonna be good. It's 2 husks from Belias point to 2 bosses and 1 from 2. Oh. Really? Okay, I didn't know that actually. Regardless of Torment, that's actually nuts. Hordes just needs more spires, man. Hire this man. Oh. On the Spiritborn, try it. How about no? I think you're crazy cooked, to be honest. Like, you do realize that Vashan dot only has a 2-second duration anyway. I mean, it does last longer, 44% Hulk. But that is actually somewhat useful. There's a bunch of additive. Berserking. Yeah, I mean, if the effect actually did more than nothing, this would not be a terrible item. The damage over time duration, the Berserk, big life. But I mean, you still lose out on potentially 77% chance to cast Quiver Volley twice, and that alone kills it for the Spiritborn build. So. For real, I think Season 10 may be the best because Season of Horde was the best. I don't know, I found Season of Infernal Horde. It was way too much Horde and way too little everything else. I didn't really like that one too much. Oh, RB4. Thank you for the sub. I just wait like a minute or two, Sven. I prefer boulder over cutter. Yeah, the boulder while moving is huge, man. It makes it so fast. Like, I can do 90-second pit farming with this. It's really good. It's like death trap speed, basically. Just a few days lower. I'm just gonna melt that thing, right? Do I want any more mythics? Not really, right? There's no mythic I really want anymore. I guess a cooldown shako would be something. But I have like no Aeon runes, so I don't have to buy 6 Aeon runes, and then I'm not that hyped to play Lightning Spear right now, so... I mean, it's generally nice, I guess, for Sorcs, but... We have a 39 cooldown shako, plus Urivar, it might be okay. I also want to do a bit more Ice Shards, which doesn't have shako. And the Meteor, which also doesn't have shako. So I guess you're fine. Not sure what I'm gonna do with my Sparks, we might just YOLO some random mythics. Defeat Belial. Nice. Dude, I've been doing this shit for like an hour, and I have no item. Consume does not get out of the real stomach anymore? Really? I just scrolled out of it, actually. While he was trying to eat me. It was a transmog, yeah. Which one? Phew. I know I scrolled before I was in his stomach. While he was impaling me, I scrolled. That worked. So if you get like if you get impaled, you can scroll. Turns out, even though you're already stunned, but I managed to scroll out. Yeah, but I can be in any boss of that coup. How do I get my resources back, actually, now that I think about it? Like, sometimes I just get a resource, but I'm not sure from what. Like, I spend it with a Harbinger power, I understand that now, but I'm not sure where it's coming from. Just as soon as I hit something, I just gotta put resources or something. I don't know. He's gonna get eaten twice this season. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the thing is that even if you insta one-shot Druid, he likes to do the eat at the start. Yeah. So I guess you can make him insta go down. If you actually, like, you know, trigger the death drive and one-shot him for the first hit or something. But even on this build, where I basically one-tap him, he does it. Yeah, in the stomach he can't scroll, I'm pretty sure. But he should be able to use concealment, that's strange. Like, he can't shadow step out of it, but he can. Like, in the past he could use concealment at least. I've used concealment in the past. I would be surprised if that changed it. Yeah, this would be nice. But either way, I was able to scroll. You need to scroll before you're inside, apparently. Plus class ability. Oh, yeah, true, I have energized for no reason. This is where it's coming from. I'm actually surprised by how fast it procs then. Because it's 50% lucky hit. Look. And these bowlers, they have 5% lucky hit chance, that's like nothing. I guess the cataclysm helps a lot, right? How much is that? 83, yeah, this is where it's coming from actually. The cataclysm procs are insane. Hurricane is also really bad, I think. I think the Hurricane is actually over the entire duration, if I'm not mistaken. What do we do actually? Extend the duration of ultimate skills, how about that? That sounds pretty useful actually. 26 seconds. Oh, we almost have it actually. Hmm. Yeah, if I get any upgrade here, or just masterwork it, I could actually already go for it. Concealment works in the stomach, okay. Boulders 5% per hit. Yeah. But I mean, that's overall very little, right? Like, each boulder hits like once every, I don't know, 1.5 seconds maybe. So the lucky hit per second is somewhere in the range of like, I don't know, 30 to 50 maybe of the boulders. I mean, compare this to like rogues, right? If you play like a barrage or rogue, you have something like a combined lucky hit of, I don't know, 500 to 1000% per second or something. That seems kind of nice for a Tempest Roar. Card of Listen is working with a patch tomorrow. That's just the Druid changes. It's not much needed right now, I think. Besides maybe bringing down Cataclysm at some point, but that's gonna be Season 9. This portal actually looks so sick, I'm gonna say. Where's that from? I'm gonna be a B, guys. Gonna get a drink. Thanks, guys. Animator, Darko, Monsieur Blue. Blue. The blue. Okay. Hey, Boiler. It's very fun. Boulder's really cool, man. I like this one. This also not streaming here. Yeah, it always happens, man. I go AFK for like 2 minutes and then I come back with like 3 subs and like, what the hell? I should go AFK more often, man. I should just leave my stream on, go to sleep for 10 hours, come back. That sounds like a good strat, man, actually. Why has no one thought of that before? I can just put a little note on the screen, BRB. Fix the bug console achievement trophy fighting 300. I have not heard anything about that, sorry. In Paragon 211 and you don't have any grand gems. You're not doing anything wrong. They're quite a grind. You get the most gem fragments from hordes, so you wanna farm hordes. Get the grand gems. They're just like a pretty late game thing, to be honest. Yeah, there's no snapshotting here, Zara. I think I said that earlier, by the way. Another one. Sergi, thank you. Do I consider this human druid? This is not human druid. It's a very hairy human, I guess. If you look at that. Human druid is on patch day. I'm gonna do a tornado human action. See what happens. Like human form and stuff is nice and all, but the problem is that it doesn't really have like anything special, right? There's like you kind of play the same thing with the same playstyle. Like, there's nothing like unique about being in human form or, you know, being in animal form, I feel. Like, okay, I have like the shape-shifting stuff back and forth a little bit if you do like the boots. But that's really about it. Like, I feel like there needs to be more uniqueness. Like, you know, it needs to be maybe more like legendary paragon boards or glyphs or like even spirit boons that kind of interact with being in a certain form or so. That actually make it feel like a difference, right? Then this would maybe all make sense. It's just like, okay, we're doing human form just because, and that's basically about it. Diablo 4 worth getting into for a new player? Yeah. It's relatively easy to get into as well. I wanted a Druid expert opinion, because you don't trust me when I say you don't have to snapshot anything in this build. Okay then. Human is mid, man. AI is where it's at. Oh wait. Human form benefits, lose all the shapeshifting benefits. Exactly, dude. I don't have nuts. Ah. Which Barb build if you don't have the expansion? If you don't have the expansion, you don't have runes, and basically all of the earthquake stuff is built around Tech Rune, so forget about those. Oof. Actually, oof. Do I have more durials? Yeah. Let's just take the stations. Big fat panda. Thanks for Prime. The benefits, you can see how horrible druid cosmetics are. I got a chest. Which one? Oh, my first terrors of the season actually. They can be immortal now. And has movement speed. Okay. It's actually one mythic I didn't have. Is it the only mythic I didn't have? No, I don't have Alvarion. But I have not played a class that can get Alvarion until now. So, the Druid found 2 mythics. One is new, and there's still one more to get on the Druid. Hawk, man. Hawk. Actually, I need to find an Alvarion so I can level my Sorc from 50 to 60. Easily. Because it would otherwise not be possible at all. With all my twink items. And my maxed out powers. You heard snapshotting is better. This is Cataclysm. This is not Cataclysm here. We have Cataclysm, but this is not Cataclysm. Cataclysm is just a supporting tool here. Although I do wonder what happens if I actually try to get the overpower from Provocation on my Cataclysm. Actually, it doesn't... Yeah, it does work, right? You don't need to do anything special for it, it's just the next non-defensive skill. Okay. Do we care about materials? If that was like a all-res or DR materials, I would say yeah, maybe. You're not doing the bosses fast enough, there's no benefit doing it on T4. Yeah, exactly. And on hardcore it's also dangerous. I mean, for this character I think I'm safe on pretty much anything. I'm pretty sure I can easily survive like the Mephisto jump and, you know, basically everything. So that's fine. But I don't really have the damage right now. We'll have a lot more damage soon when I get a little bit more nature magic cooldown reduction. Then I can something like double or triple my damage when I go Sun Rune. Right now we're not getting enough overpowers, but we'll get a lot more overpowers soon, and then we're gonna have some big bursts. If I have like double or triple that damage, I can easily do turn 4 bosses at this point. Maybe not far off. Sweno. Thanks, man. Amulet. That's the wrong kind of amulet. Go again. Oh look, so many charts. Leveling guide for Boulder does not exist because you need an aspect and this amulet in order to even play this build. Like the build doesn't exist otherwise. So there's actually no like leveling or something of this. If you want to do something like I guess somewhat similar, maybe level with Pulverize or something, which is at least like bare and has overpowers. Like, it doesn't take that much to get a build online, but you need this amulet and you need another aspect. Else you can't do it. And the Zek rune doesn't hurt. I have a Zek rune right now with a Neo to reduce my ultimate cooldown. So while you have shit gear, you can do that. And you have your perma cataclysm. That's what I'm running right now. But soon, very soon, you're gonna have a lot of overpowers when we do a Neo Sun. I guess I could also do Igni Sun right now on my second setup. I have Igni Xal right now. I'm going to make the Spiritborn Marshan build. Been there, done that. It's already on Maxwell for like 2 days. And I made a video like 3 days ago. And I pushed rank 1 like 4 days ago or something. So, yes. AI music, man. What the hell? Oh, it's just my playlist. I mean, I don't know if like some of them use AI to make music. It could be, but I have no idea. Basically not though. My own music are not AI made. They are handmade. I'm just gonna salvage material. Bye. Tomorrow and after, human might be decent. Human instead of your AI? I don't think so, man. Are you talking about human druid? I don't think so either. But you should ask Boiler. Maybe he has an opinion on that. What's this here? And doing whisper dungeons on hard and flying, and now I'm an expert and so slow. Well, I'm not sure what's the jump in difficulties, like pre-60, but I mean, it's pretty steep either way. Every difficulty jump is pretty steep. For the tournaments, it's something like a times 15 or so, I think, per tournament. And I guess pre-tournament, it might still be at least a times 5 or so. So, yeah. You go back to flying, I'd say. We are likely going to the Gamescom, yeah. You'll try, okay. Did you do some math already, Boiler and stuff? I mean, they basically just buff the damage by like 40 or 50% or something of like human form druids, right? But that is a pretty significant buff. Amulets? Never lucky, dude. Okay, more Duriel hell, let's go. It's a 127 buff. Wait, wasn't it like 20% extra on the one passive and another 20% on the other passive? And okay, they already had like a bunch of multi. Didn't Earthen Might go to like 70 instead of 50? Perfect Storm like 80 or something like that? Wait, we can see that. 27 sounds a bit too low, but on the other hand, I mean, the Perfect Storm is already kind of high. But they also multiply. See. Dude, why do I have to verify my age every single time I open a fucking Blizzard page? Do you guys have that too? I mean, there's some DR, 80 and 70, yeah, so this is what I did. I actually went 27.5. I was a bit optimistic. And a bit of DR. And I guess this doesn't matter, and this barely matters, I guess. Okay. Well, the Shroud is 8 DR. So that's kind of nice. $27.5 DPS, 8 DR, a bit of speed, basically. I mean, it's basically like an extra glyph for free, or an extra legendary node for free. Or like half a druid aspect for free. Roughly 1 pit here. I guess, I'm not sure how close it was, to be honest, but I'm not sure if 1 pit is enough. Yeah. The question is like, what can you do with all the extra points? I guess that's the real question. You get a lot of points for not having all of the shapeshifting stuff. You just have to put 3 in humanity. But you don't have to put anything in. Well, okay, it's 6 points, you put 3 in humanity and you get 3 points back, right? So what do you do with that? I guess there's no mending here and stuff anyway. There's potentially other stuff you're gonna get back as well, like this maybe, or I don't know, this here, and so on. So I'm not sure what the skill tree looks like, but potentially you get a lot of points back from all of the stuff. Take all Earth and Stone and play NF. And I'm not sure if I'd want to trust Nature's Fury right now. Is Nature's Fury anything a thing right now? Like, what do you even want to proc? You want to proc landslides? Do the proc landslides even like work properly with like terra modes? What about the stone burst? Like, I don't know, I don't really trust it. It might be worth trying. It's the worst way to play human. Yeah. Like, my start would be to probably just go for Ursine and go Xan and try to proc Xan as much as possible. So I think that's what I'm going for. We do overpower, tornado, human, druid. And then we actually have some damage. We do Neo Xan, chill. And then we try to farm it here where the small tornadoes without overpowers can kill small shit. And the overpower tornadoes just melt the boss. So that's the idea. Yeah, the patch said May 14 for whatever reason, but I'm pretty sure the patch is tomorrow. Because it's always Tuesday. Actually, do I still have it open? No. It does say May 14 though, for some reason. So, who knows. Yo, soup. Ma. Now I'm hungry. Yeah, I think Boiler mentioned at some point that Companion Druid might actually be the best candidate for the human helm. It's Tuesday, but they haven't confirmed it's Tuesday, have they? Amulet! Oh my god. Amulet! Fucking debated, man. Alright. Thank you, sugar free for Bram. Adam said on X it's Tuesday. Okay, so it is actually tomorrow. That's what I expected. Big trade, guys.
Greetings.
Hello.
Yo.
Come, traveler. The stars
Ah, this is the transmog I didn't have. Gafflin. What is Jar Rune again? Is that for perdition? Yeah. Dude, I have 6 U's. Is it worth doing pits only if it takes 8 minutes? I mean, if you're leveling your main glyphs, then I would say it's kind of okay. But outside of that, no. You don't really want to go that slow in the pit for like any purpose. Outside of having fun and pushing. And even leveling your glyphs, it's probably better just go like down like 3 tiers and do it in like 4 minutes. There's no need to really like push anymore. You can just farm your glyphs to 100 on like lower tiers. But realistically, I would only like level the glyphs once it's easy to do. And like, you know, if you can do like 3-4 minute runs, level the glyphs up to that level, and then, you know, just come back later when you're stronger. And then at some point when you're done gearing, you just farm whatever pit you can farm. And, you know, you passively level the glyphs basically as you go. Lucky Titan. Yo, Farrell, thanks for playing. What do you think about Spiritborn Quill Volley build? I think it's extremely fun. But I don't think you should play with Ashava power. That does not exist. A little up pass and 230 Paragon. Hit. Pit speedruns. Make a fastest setup you can and then go like 60 to 120 seconds per pit. The highest tier you can open or farm at that point. Is it boulder build from Exile or something else? Ah, this is almost exactly the same. I did some minor tweaks. For example, I have Zek Rune right now to actually have Perma-Cataclysm, which is only possible once you get a better neck. My neck sucks. So this is why we're here, actually. In Duriel Hell. And actually it's about to end because I'm running out of mats. And then I have to farm Andariel for this shit. It's beautiful. Dude, wait, am I gonna do Andariel on fucking Boulder? I don't think so, right? Can I do Andariel on Boulder? With the fucking force fields? Wait a minute, I don't think I can, right? Does it work? Yeah, I guess we're not gonna do Andariel, right? So Mephisto has to drop it It sounds really bad. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna do that actually. You can farm and die on the Necro again. It's fine. Thank you again, Farrell. Appreciate it. Try it out for science. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try logging out instead. I'm gonna make a Necro at some point and farm Undial Mats. Or Undial rather with our Mats. Sounds like -1 Druid. Uh-oh. Dude, I'm already half the Druid population on hardcore. We really can't risk a -1 here. Stoneburst destroys the bosses. True, actually we can... Yeah, at some point we're gonna do Stoneburst this week. So we can do that then. Need a Stone of Vehement, but it's not here. For now, then our own priority is to get a fucking Dolan Stone. That doesn't suck. That'd be cool. Also Mats, man. We end up 5k weight crystals. Incredible. That's almost one masterwork to yellow on a unique, I think. There's a new D3 season coming. They didn't tell us. But they said they will make an announcement soon. I expect sometime end of the month. It's D3 season. And there's not many Fridays left. So... I like that I made these phases for Doriel. I mean, if I had to farm this boss like 90% less often, it would be fine. Like considering I have to kill this fucker like 400 times per season right now, no. Oh, thanks again, Farwell. Appreciate that. Also, if we drop rate this season, Disparage. Either Druid or the other horrid boss. I mean, what do you want to farm these days is Belial. But if you don't trade for Belial much, then well, you're gonna do a lot of other bosses. And you're stuck in Doriel hell anyway. Thank you, Baron. Like, Belial is like literally 10 times more efficient to farm than this. Like, if you farm Belial, you're gonna be done with your boss farming pretty fast, basically. But, yeah, if you do like SSF your mats, then oof. Belial is fun. Yeah, you summon him, he pops out loot. That loot is actually good. And the whole thing takes 8 seconds. Yeah, it's pretty fun, I guess, compared to this. Glaive viable on Marchand Spirit, you do 0 damage to Pit Boss. Glaive is never used for any purpose. There's only one unique glaive, which is Wushanakpa, which has a purpose in some builds, but not in that build. Although, Wait a minute. I should maybe try it, to be honest. There is a bit of a reason to run it. But yeah, what pit are you doing, Robin? I mean, all the way to like pit 85 or 90, my Roshan build can kill bosses in like maybe 10 seconds or so. Or maybe 20 on like 90. It's a bit of a flicker step is needed. I'm not sure. But it's like an option for Sorcs if you want to get more teleport enchant cooldown reduction. There's only one of them, and that's going to be changed tomorrow. There you go. VGA Starless and 3GA more Inner Flames. What the hell? The Inner Flames is actually really good passive now on Sorcs. They made it just work for everything. It's kinda nuts. Think we're ever gonna see a skill tree work? Considering that they have officially confirmed that on our latest campfire, I would say yes. I got 2 GAs almost down of the movement speeds, but we need to cool down. But hopefully not a terrible unique effect. If I get that, I'm out of here. Just a GA cooldown dolmen. GA Amulet incoming, yeah, no way then. Takes me like 5 kills to even get 1 GA of anything. I'm not sure if I have actually found a single 4 GA of anything this season so far. I don't think so. Like traditionally I always got like a primal Tybalt's Will every season lately. But if that hasn't happened. Amulet? Yikes. It's also a shitty cooldown. It's almost worse than this. Wait, this one has a 30% upgrade. The cooldown is actually worse than my non-ancestor. Oh my god. To Rascals though. You want a 4 GA Hakan. Nice. How do you like Roar? We got a mythic on a horse boss. On the boss. Okay, so you get like a random unique, and each random unique has roughly a 1 in 2,000 chance to be a mythic. So yeah, I'm not sure how often you find uniques on the hot boss. But either way, that's pretty unlikely. Last season we found 4 GA Tarasha Minro on unique. That sounds impossible. Because each GA cuts off the bottom 20% of the unique affix. Unless it was bugged. Oh! Wait, no, that's the amulet I already had. Plan on trying for any pit number 1s this season. I'm playing hardcore and almost entirely SSF. So the answer is no. And also pit pushing is just extremely shit. It's not fun. But we have been number 1 briefly on the Spiritborn a few days ago. That was funny. Because I cooked the new builds that they're pushing with now. Before other people did it. And the sad part is that, you know, hit push is like almost entirely just a gear check combined with heavy RNG. And that's kind of like the worst case scenario for, you know, some kind of competitive system. And the RNG is too high, and the gear check is too large, and the skill check is way too little impactful, basically. It needs to be, you know, a transition from gear and RNG check to... I mean, RNG is okay, but the gear check needs to go more towards skill check. And right now, you know, we don't have anything really that makes it like an interesting competitive system. Diablo 3 does that way better. The Spiritborn chains will not birth a new build tomorrow, but what will happen is, well, barring some bugs, is that the best Spiritborn build will become roughly 2.5 times as strong. And it will rival Lightning Spear Sorc. Maybe it's gonna become the strongest in the game. So that's kinda interesting. But we don't know if they're gonna patch it at some point as well. So far Varshan power is still working. And it's Monday around patch time right now. So they have not done any hotfixes. So who knows if they're gonna disable it or not. You play as Sorc and isn't that strong. Well, the rest of the world likes to disagree, I guess. But yeah, it is true that you know, Lightning Spear Sorc is a build that, you know, is extremely strong on the high end. And if you are lacking even like small stuff, let alone something big like Shako, then it loses a lot of its potential. Just get a GA cooldown Shako gas. Exactly. Then master work is 3 times. I mean, okay, the master working is the easy part after that, I guess. Considering the mythic drop rates currently. The floor is insta-death. Yeah, I mean, The floor is just like a kill mechanic. You're not supposed to stand on the floor when it crumbles, if that's what you're doing. You need to walk off it. And you have 6 seconds to do so. Sorc just gave me a few percent snapshots. Yeah, for the highest pushes. But you can't actually guarantee the all power snapshot with like Sun Rune. So that's what they do for like, you know, regular stuff basically. It's probably like potion, overpower with the rune, and that's it. If I had to guess. Yeah, you give up one rune combo basically. So if you want to do the absolute highest push, then you have to fish for the 3% overpower with another rune combo basically. Nice nose crowd. Yeah, I did some lengthy discussion about overpower earlier and what needs to change. What I want to do is to have 4. Oh boy. Wait, do I have more? I'm not sure if I have more. Is that it? Best leveling method, type exclamation mark leveling. No, Killer Mike. Thanks, man. It's unbelievable that they haven't fixed the Lightning Spear overpower stuff. That was already a thing last season, right? The doorways on T3 and T4 boss. There's like 1 item less or something on T3. Not so bad. Holy. That's actually the last shard here. Yo, Gradiel. Thanks for playing. But the guidance can have more than 1 GA when you craft them, yes. Yo. Well, I guess this is my totem. Okay, that's a nice surprise. Still no amulet though. Okay, 2 more summons. Is that any good? Well, it's a requirement for Stormburst, which we're gonna play after this build. Or maybe after the Tornado Druid, we'll see. The Vashan build will go times 2.5 in power tomorrow. Now the others are largely unchanged, but they get a bit of a buff from the key passive buffs. The Capella builds the least, but they also need it the least. And then we have like stuff like, Thrash, Thorns, and so on. They get like a, I don't know, roughly 1 pit buff or so, or a bit less. Nothing super substantial, but it's slowly closing the gap, I guess. Poison builds got nothing. But maybe there's a chance. Andariel's Visage now works with annealing hits as well. Maybe they genuinely fixed annealing hits for dots. That would be kind of huge. And Andariel's Visage with annealing hits would actually be a pretty solid build. Jago main hall is a plague. What's wrong with it? I mean, it does contribute to just like hyper scaling attack speed shenanigans, and the dominance of Quill for anything that's not a core skill build or something like that, right? Quill is just the best for lucky hits, it's the best for number of hits, and so on. So for shenanigans like Vashan and Andariel, it's just always like the best choice. But it's kind of similar to like Rogue, where basically it's just always like Barrage, and okay, we have like this case of Twisting Blades now. But usually there's like one call skill that really shines if you want to proc shit, basically. It's just that Quill is also generally the best build on Spiritborn. So it kind of just like does like everything, and Quill just always comes back. I mean, Quill is fun, but I think it could need maybe some slight lucky hit nerf and some slight single target nerf or something. Oof, that was the last Druid actually. Okay, we got a Stone of Amen, so at least something came out of this shit. 2 hours of Druid or something. We got that. Well, on to Mephisto, I guess. How much do we have? Okay. That's a lot. We got 1 Visionary Rune here. Really, only 1? That's actually disappointing as well. Okay. Maybe I put them in the stash earlier, I'm not sure. So there's like 65 or so Mephistos. Nice Norse. I'm going to fix the accursed touch thing. There's a chance they're gonna disable the Vashan power, I think. But it's technically not a bug or anything. It's just a very OP combo. And I guess it's maybe an oversight that it didn't add an ICD. But everything is working as intended, so... Should actually be kind of chill here on tier 3. He's trying to dodge bottles. Let's go. I should actually put a jar rune in here so I can teleport to the portal side. Dude, imagine you pick up the thing in the wrong moment. And then you can't refresh a hurricane. Yeah, I gotta put a jar rune in here. I need to Exile, I think. Just a bit more chill. Guess we just have to do 2 rounds. We're here tanked it for us. I wonder if he would one-shot me. I'm pretty sure I can tank this, right? With 37k life and barrier. We should be able to tank that. With all of the R we have. I mean, on the rogue I tanked it easily on T4. But I'll... minutes. Dude, it would actually be sad to get like a big roll on this, right? Because like a 30% roll or something is like, okay, you go from 400% to 500. It's actually pretty big, man. This roll is pretty important. Yeah, fix. Hopefully you don't get a Capri one. Even this year is kind of bad. It's like 20% damage loss or something. Sunburst is on evade build, yes. It's pretty good there. I even played Sunburst without using the effect, just because it has this, you know, Storm Feathers are now Jaguar skills, and you know, that's kind of strong, and the stats are really good on it. And that was actually enough to outweigh the loss of Tempers and an aspect. That's a funny jump. Yeah, I think this is almost on number 3 right now. Looks like the wolves don't do damage anymore once Mephisto is dead. Oh, thank you. Looks nice. Hmm? I think there's none right now.
What?
I think there's no world boss right now. Wait. 56.
56 minutes.
Yeah. Also, why is there no map? I can't press tab. What? What's going on? I don't know. Oh, my game is crashing, I suppose. Nice. Hmm. How much damage did I just take there? Oh. It looked like my fortify just reset to 0, but it didn't actually lose health. It looked like I lost a lot of health here, look at this. But for some reason my 40... No wait, I actually did take a lot of damage here, what the fuck? For like an auto hit. I lost like half my life, but then it jumped back to full. But it didn't, like in the same frame almost. Where did that healing come from? What? Is that because I changed form? It was maybe from form changing, maybe that wasn't actually damage. But because I went into bear form. No neck. That's my neck. That was a triple. Wow. What the hell is that? Everything max rolls and 2 GAs. Mm-hmm. We can put polearms. Shadow Swing has a Stone Burst aspect. We're gonna sandwich it, I guess. Not sure if I wanna run a Stone Burst. Like, I mean, it's gonna be a one-handed build, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be sword or dagger. I suppose sword makes sense because the time to channel to maximum is probably the same. Or does it scale for attack speed? Maybe it scales for attack speed actually. It must, because Storm Burst itself gives you attack speed buff, right? Anyway. I guess you also want close for the Paragon. No, that's for Thunderstruck. Ah, fuck it. We're gonna get enough of these. And these caches are kinda nuts, man. Not sure what to do with this. Anyone gonna buy that? And this thing's insane. So is this. I can do a quick horde actually over here. Let's go T4. Shan Shred. Wait, for real? The crash is over. Yeah, I mean, the thing of the Vashan builds is the only thing that matters is the boss damage. So, if you have any kind of like density scaling from the aspect or so, that's almost useless. And the only thing you care about is the boss damage. On the other hand, griefing people at the world boss. Shred boss damage. I mean, you're talking about the Vashan, right? So you need to optimize everything for the boss. Basically, you know, this is how I build the twisting rates, and this is how I built the Quill Vashan setups. No matter how juicy it seems, you do not care about AoE. Mythic Amulet is a good spark at a blacksmith, actually. Oh, it's UI, kick W. True. Got sleepy, by the way. Sounds very nice. Basically, this ball lighting Sorc. Yeah, kinda. But these are big balls. For a big man. The lifesteal boss power lag build. We were warned about. I'm not sure how bad it is, but so far I've not experienced anything at world bosses at least. Like the only time I see other people is at world bosses right now, and so far I didn't have any lags or something. I'm not sure how it is like softcore, maybe it's different there. Okay, meat pockets, are you gonna be normal again or what? You farm runes for specific mythic or just random mythic? I mean, if you farm a lot, let's say like 1,000 plus bosses a lot, then you can target your mythics at some point, yes. But then you also have found, like, you know, 10 plus mythics, and you've gotten a few caches and whatever, right? So there's a good chance you already got the mythics that you want anyway. But yeah. There's a legit build and no snapshotting. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend Rashambled in party, I guess. In party you might have a struggle. I do have to say, Meat Pockets sometimes looks like his comments are like a malfunctioning AI or something. What the hell are you saying? See you tomorrow. Thanks, J-Man. This game is D4, by the way, up 10. Not sure what you're asking. It's not kebab. This is chicken skewer with bell pepper. Here's the Baelitz. And the old codon is the second rune.
It is done.
Come back and see us.
I can break that down.
I wish Feyera could see this place. Oh, I do miss her.
Build is built in a pit. Like 90 plus push or something. I'm not sure exactly. That's one of the better builds out there, especially for Druid. And also very fast. You can do like many seconds runs for farming. It's very nice. Holy what? That is a lot of damage actually. Hey, did I have full barrier there? I'm gonna see that again. Also barrier down. I have almost full barrier. Damn. Actually one-shots me without the barrier. On T3. I did not expect that. No, I was not fortified in that moment, it looks like. So the fortified dropped. So that means this doesn't apply, right? So that's 36 and 15. which is almost half damage taken. Okay, so it would not be nearly as close if I actually had my Fortify, which I did not in that moment. Oh. No, good luck, Hamilton. I like the game, it's fun. Season Journey doesn't have a spark, I think. Terrorists are rough these days, guys. It is what it is. Don't know, and I wouldn't tell you. It should be end of the month, I think.
Precious
A fine deal. Another time then.
I can break that down.
Okay, it's food. Ready to blast. More Mephistos, because it's so much fun, man. Holy. I'm farming a Dolmen Stone currently. With a GA cooldown. I kinda need that for this build. I cannot currently run Exile Rune, which I want to run. In order to fix my cooldown. But I guess I could do some adjustments because we're kinda close. I could use like a shittier rune to proc Sec. But we don't want to use Sec rune at all, basically. So I'm gonna replace the Sec with a Sun. And then we're gonna do like triple damage. He's a Shako. Live, apparently. Unlucky. I manage to find good items every season. Oh, it's called the Law of Great Numbers. I mean, this entire game is a Gamba machine. 99% of gamblers quit right before they win big, you know? No, halfway. Yeah, just farm like pit 80 for 3 hours and you're done. No problem. Not T4, because this druid's gear sucks. And Mephisto will 100% one-shot me there, I think, looking at what happened earlier. Actually, I wonder how much is the damage jump between T3 and T4. I guess we can understand that when you look at the pit scaling, because it should be tied to the pit scaling. I wonder if he would do double damage. If he doesn't do double damage, I would actually survive the jump. Even under the scenario where I'm not fortified, which means I lose like half my damage reduction. With Fortify up, I should probably survive the T4 jump.
How can I help?
But anyway, that is something we'll find out later. 2 mythics, but the gear sucks. Yeah, it's funny how that works actually, but this is how Diablo 4 works. Yes. Yeah, ruin just means there's a 3 seconds cooldown to proc it again. I'll see how much that one hit me for. Because I didn't actually see my barrier or my HP move there. Someone was fortified and he hit me for like 80% of my barrier. Interesting. And if auto fortify, he did like roughly 100% of my barrier. That's a bit sus, what? Does he have like such a large range in damage maybe? You're supposed to have 36 and 15 DR, right? 45 is 15. Yeah. Oh. A quarter is done of Mephisto, oh my god, dude. Yeah, then I don't really want to leave here without an amulet, so... I do have a few Belials. Could also do some Belial. Just click on Andariel box. Yeah. I can get the Stone of Amen, which is big. So we get that thing done. This might actually allow me to skip an entire boss. So that's good. Let me see. What happened to D4? I'm not doing the boss on D4 right now. This build needs to become stronger. Once I get the Emerald, we'll go T4 bosses, I think, but not before the Emerald. Actually... Shit, okay, we had Geflin and Stone. Need a Geflin as well. So we have to do Beast until we get this at least. What do we want on this? Willpower, I guess, or Humanity, it doesn't hurt. And like a not shitty roll. I'm not sure how important the roll is actually. Maybe the roll doesn't matter. Exclamation mark build really quick. I did make a video on it myself or something, but we have the Maxwell. That's the speed farming version of the Earthquake guide, basically.
I can break that down.
For Lightning Druid, you go Lightning Storm plus Companions, if you don't have anything. Wrist hurts on spamming concealment of Death Trap. Yeah, remove Dance Macabre board and add Exploit Weakness board. Or Cheap Shot board, depending on which one you have. And then ignore concealment. Otherwise, go play Mini Necro. Gonna make some new ones soon actually, Ben. We have wait a few. Max does not give +1 to passives. That would be ridiculous. Yo. Maybe not. It's been out earlier already. The answer is no, Robin. Attack speed matters like more than anything in that build. So I go quarter stuff. Okay, change the movement boss damage. Get the right boss that spawns ads. I mean, generally just improve your setup. Maybe your attack speed sucks. Maybe you're not pressing your buttons correctly. So check the guide again. Make sure your setup is similar. There's nothing else you can do, the setup is really min-maxed. More in danger. How it go? Does Harbinger have one shot? Yeah, the jump is a one shot usually. Everything else is kind of okay here. But the wolves can also hurt, actually, when they charge out. And also the ground effects he spawns, they hurt. So you kind of don't want to stand in them when they spawn. Yeah, in general, Harbinger is a very dangerous fight, actually. Probably the second most dangerous after Andariel. Another shako with cooldown. This one I got a... This time we got a cooldown shako, guys. I guess I have to make it in a Sorc after all. 2 shakos. But no Dolmen Stone. That's actually insane. Fuck, dude. The best build for boss killing in high pit. Lightning Spear, I suppose, because it pushes the highest. And the only thing that matters in pit pushing is the boss damage. But I don't know, I wouldn't really call Lightning Spear a boss killing build, I guess. I guess Death Trap. Like, if Death Trap could get to the boss fast enough in 117, Death Trap might actually kill the boss faster than Lightning Spear. It's just that Death Trap takes so long to get there, and Lightning Spear is so fast to get there, so Lightning Spear can afford an extremely slow boss kill, while Death Trap needs to have an extremely fast boss kill. So I guess maybe Death Trap is technically the strongest bosser. It just doesn't push as high, despite boss damage being the #1 requirement in order to do a pit. LS is weak at single target, and yet there's 117 clear now. But yeah, compared to its AoE potential, it is weak on single target, that's true. This incredible AoE damage just makes up for it, I guess. And you have the blisters these days, right? You probably play with the blood blisters, so you have actually 3 targets. So I guess it's not exactly single target no matter what. Zap. At the end of the day, time is all that matters. I guess. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's plenty of builds out there that can do good AoE damage, but just can't go high in a pit. Because they don't have boss damage. Or you have to fish for ad bosses, and even then it usually sucks, right? So, the boss damage is definitely the #1 requirement, I would say, for a high pit in general. Before anything else. Because, you know, it's just a raw DPS on the boss. You can't really increase it, you can't really make a strategy, you can't pull more. It's just raw DPS. This is why we have this insane boss problem in general. Can't fish for a better RNG on the boss or something. So, all you need is just TPS. Thank you, Attentus. Can playable tornado? Yes. Back to tomorrow, tornado. On this channel. Actually got a Tempest Roar. No, funny enough, you don't want Tempest Roar because you want to do Gafflin's Birthright. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that. So is the website. You should check it out. There's a link in the description. Just Diablo 3 and Axe 3. Don't know how to get any decent barbarian builds. Yes. Good luck, man. We have plenty of those. Kamakata with Perfect Storm ranks. The boon for longer duration. Yolnik. In my case, I have a sec rune right now because my cooldown sucks. But basically, Dolmenstone just solves that problem by itself later when we have a GA nature magic cooldown. It's a bit of masterworking. So that's really how we want to solve it on this build. But there's plenty of ways. It's kind of funny that out of all classes, I found 2 shakos today on the Druid, including a cooldown shaka. The class I would never consider running one. I guess it's a Helm class after all. Bosses should spawn a dummy every 30 seconds. Oh man. I need to know if Quill Volley is good to push and what build of Quill Volley is better to push. Okay, the best version of Quill Volley right now is the Varshan Power build. So if you check the max roll guide, there's a Varshan Power variant. Now that might get patched, but if not, that will remain the strongest Spiritborn build. In fact, it might be the strongest build in the game tomorrow. So we'll see. Other than that, well, just the pit push variant of that guide is the next best. Quill Volley has it all. Can't find the temper manuals. Just do like 9 dungeons of whispers, I guess. Spiritborn is not gonna be as strong as Season 6. But yeah, tomorrow it might rise to number 1. What a funny turnaround. Which class is the most fun? I think Spiritborn right now. I played the most Spiritborn and I regret nothing. I also played the most builds on Spiritborn and I still regret nothing this season. So that's also good stuff there, that's pretty fun. My duration is 26.5, cooldown 30. You can almost go without the second rune now. You got back-to-back 2 cooldown shakos, holy fuck. It's very suspicious, man. Maybe Druid is the right class to farm a cooldown shako, guys. All the Sorcs logging in, man. World boss in 2. We're gonna catch that, I guess. I've forgotten souls from their bosses. Okay, where's our boss? Got a pit thing again. 30 seconds, oh god. Is have to change difficulty? Incoming Belial now, watch out. Yeah, I knew it, dude. There's no Rotier statue in Sabin's Dead, right? Yeah, the prior list, if you look at the Quill guide, the prior list is mostly for the general Quill guide, not for the Varshan version. For the Varshan version, just look at the setup there. What? Hello? Let me in? Hello? What? What is going on? What the fuck? Okay, plan B. Any hardcore enjoyers? The call run, is that here? I did not die again. Please? Okay, I'm gonna join them. How did I teleport? Druid banned because of shako. Ah, shit.
You have made a grave mistake this day.
These are fun, fast boss kills that people are doing here, man. What is going on? Anyone else? Ah, it's Ogre. This guy, maybe. Ah, he actually missed me. Oh, we're here. Oh, he's alone as well. Oh boy, okay. And then we do the Barb. He's on vacation. But tomorrow, Double Swing is back. If instants come back. Okay. I'll try it next time, Jesse. What do you want, TB? What's normal first message? I don't even understand what it's about. All I see is a lot of big letters. Okay, that's a bit of a quick while here. Also, what happened to my TP? First time Shadow. It's not a thing. Let's see it. Wait, which one? I didn't get any special tribute here. It's got like a random refinement or so from this boss. Oh man. The first one. Sure. I can do that. I'm on keto diet, so I guess it's only right. Does someone know the creator Darkside? Maybe, someone knows him. Like mostly everyone in this chat, I suppose. What about him? You misspelled it, Hoffy. I think Bloodwave has the potential to take over Bone Spear. I think they're pretty close now, but I'm not sure what exactly they're doing. But I mean, by now the meta is pretty established and nothing is really changing, so whatever it is, that's it. And some builds might be a bit more fishy than ours, but we're 2 weeks in, you know. People have gotten their gear, they have fished, they have pushed. So what I see now is like, you know, what's gonna be basically for the most part. Plus minus a few tiers. Mostly plus. Yo, Unian. We also changed your gloves to like a hit chance to restore resources. That is the key. Darkside likes to make things kind of sketch sometimes. That's how he enjoys it. I mean, you know, we try to make builds that are, like, you know, more followable, I guess. Darkside is definitely on the spectrum of he wants to try make it as tryhard as possible. You need to rein him in a little bit sometimes. So here, you need this mod, the lucky hit, chance to restore resources on a glove, and this is how you do the Ring of Starless Skies. I'm actually slightly tweaking the pit push variant soon. This could be useful. And this. Oh, a basic attack bit. Yeah, how many Mephistos left? We're done with half of them, guys. Incredible. One stack left. It can only be a matter of hours. Well, it should be a... How much is it? Like a minute per fight? A bit longer than 1 minute per fight, maybe? Okay. Let's see. Within the hour, it might be out of here. Hopefully with an amulet. Dude, if I don't get a fucking amulet after the Mephisto runs, I actually have to go Belial. Then we should get it pretty fast, at least. If I get it. Because at least Belial will not last very long. If I don't get it, then I'm fucked, though. I hate this boss. Oh no. Oh. Huge landslide ring, actually. I think you really want the attack speed there. This build actually makes druids look good. Well, I can tell you a little secret. Every single druid build right now is actually good. We have like 10 of them on Maxwell and they're all like ranked at least B. That can't be true. Should try playing some Druid, man. You'll see. You want an S bear? Well, that's cataclysm for you. For some reason people still think of Druid as the better 17 damage class. Yeah. I don't know why, to be honest. Druid has gotten ridiculous buffs season after season after season, and here we are, and they're absolutely destroying. We live in a world where 8 out of 10 is considered bad. Oof. Luckily, soon we can live on Mars. Maybe that's gonna be better there. You'll never live on Mars. Oh, you speak for more people than yourself, which is always dangerous. Maybe someone in this chat will live on Mars at some point. Roomba gameplay. You want a bear build that's decent for endgame and Epoch? Doesn't last Epoch have like some druid stuff with like, you know, the discharge or whatever the bear does? I've never played the druid transformation stuff. But remember, that was a pretty decent build. Run around in all fours as a wolf or bear, and then you refuse to play druid. Okay. That's kind of the point of the werewolf and the werebear though, no? That you're not on all fours. It's an advantage of doing bosses on higher tiers. You're funny, Slippy. Yeah, exactly. You always want to find the bosses on a difficulty where you can like blast them down easily. You don't want to struggle. I mean, okay, if you kill him in like 10 seconds or something, that's fine. Maybe even 20, but not more. Shit. I think Vashan Spiritborn will get nerfed. I mean, first of all, it's getting buffed tomorrow to be most likely the strongest build in the game. And then we'll see if they do something about it. I think it's not unlikely they're gonna patch the Vashan power. But at least today nothing has happened so far. And we're already past the typical patch time. So let's see. I don't long is this Druid gonna be stuck on these bosses, man? How's our muds looking, actually? I got a whole 10k veiled crystals from all of this shit so far. Oh my god. For like 5 hours. And like 2.5k souls, I think. That is terrible. But soon it's time for the small bosses, because we're out of Duriel and Mephisto and we're not doing Andariel. So it's gonna go much faster soon. Ugh. One reroll pork. You're gonna let us on slides, gotta sell the expansion somehow. What does this have to do with selling the expansion? People are lagging and crashing and people can even grief others with this build, so... It's very likely gonna do something, I think. And it's not like that egregious. At least in solo play, you know, the Spiritborn and the Rogue work mostly fine. It's just like in a very high pits where it starts to lag a bit. That's not the end of the world. I think for the Necros it's worse. The Necros seem to like really crash people, and maybe the Druids. Thank you, Devil. I think I should make more such videos. Belial! My friend. How much spectral ash do we have actually? 158k. The altars. But if I do all the Belials and I actually run out of mats and don't have a fucking cooldown Dolmen Stone. Oof. What does Duriel drop for Necromancer? I should check. I wonder if it actually matters. Maybe using them all on the Druid was fine. I'm gonna just farm other bosses on a Necro. I just made it to T2. Yeah, on Spiritborn, I mean. I mean, just play Quill, you're gonna be fine. You can get to T4 pretty easily once you have the combo with Quill, with the Kipperdecker and so on. Blood Moon Breaches. Wait, do we run those? Or do we run the other pans on Blood Spear? Oh. Okay. So we actually don't need any Duriel and Andariel on Necro, that's good. Beautiful. Eom Rune. Dude, this game really wants to use Shako. Eom Rune is also for Shako. The season's actually really good. IP. Minus the part I'm currently doing. That's not the good part, unfortunately. Characters and cooldown is from Neosec rune combo right now. So if you have a scuffed setup, you can use that. I'm doing this until I get an actual amulet that does something. Because this one doesn't. Bring this from Grimoire, Devil. Easy to get. More Belial. Yeah, PoE2 and LA have been very fun as well earlier last month. And I'm gonna go back to both, actually, very soon, but not yet. Yes, Norse. Yo, thanks, Strifer. Appreciate that's up. You Mega Blasting Factorio. Yeah, that's a fun game. Although it is fun, man. Didn't expect it would like that much, but the castle moving is actually a huge deal, man. It's very fun, very fast, feels speedy. Purgatory. Use the Night Stalker to scale the base of our charm power. Unless there's something really weird going on, this shouldn't really be an improvement though. I think I've leveled Night Stalker. It'd be very strange if that was somehow better than another cliff. Because it's basically just shadow damage, you know? You already have like, you know, tons of additive damage. Tanky as rogue. The Death Trap build is like the tankiest build in the game currently, I'd say. So yeah. But most other rogues are okay, let's say. Ugh, okay, one quarter left of the hearts, guys. We're soon out of here. Thank you, Tommy, by the way, appreciate this up. Season blessings are on the season journey now, God of War. To get the ashes there.
Don't ruin all that work.
I mean, Nightstalker Glyph is a relatively mediocre primary glyph, has no secondary effect, and then it has like a, you know, pretty standard legendary effect. So unless there's some weird shenanigans going on, it's just inferior to any other glyph that has 3 useful stats instead of only 2, you know? Although I guess I need to check how much. I think when I counted, I had something like 2.7k additive damage. So I'm not sure how much you can get from Nightstalker. That's somewhere in the 200-300 range, so it'll be like 10-ish%. And then I think I had Headhunter now. Which at least has this good secondary and good legendary effect. And a bit of dex. I think it's gonna be plus minus the same either way. If not in favor of what I already have. Oof, my first ancestor meal like 58%. Unlucky. I mean, it doesn't matter that much, it's 2.5 res and it's nothing else. Rune stuff is not the way to do boss power on Druid. Yeah, sure, you chain in AoE and stuff, but I mean, that's it. And the only thing I care about is boss damage with no chains. And you need something like Landslide or, you know, Nature's Fury, Storm Slide, or this kind of stuff, you know. Like, you're aiming for like at least 50 hits per second, more like 100 hits on a single target. With a Vashan build. I don't think that Storm Strike is it. Like Tornado, Storm Slide, like those are some candidates, yeah. Boiler was saying something about Shred even. Maybe that's the thing. Boulder Druid is not a rogue, but I can recommend it anyway. What color Hell Titan Season 8? Actually, we don't have any color. It's just a little event that pops up. Easy way to farm for the monster that they get a scroll is reset tempering. Yeah, Whispers can have these caches and Helltides can drop them. And Belial drops them. I don't know why Belial drops them, to be honest, it's kinda weird. What I see is 1.2 trillion with a Shan and Necro. Pretty sure I've seen higher on my own build. And it mostly just depends on how many targets you have, and then, you know, I'm not sure exactly how the Necro scales in AoE versus a single target. I guess if they use Blight to proc the Shan stuff, then they will generally scale harder than Rogue or Drill in AoE. But then it will fall off even harder on the boss. Like we talked about this in the Max Rotators meeting, and I think Sorc explained that, you know, it's like really bad against bosses actually, so yeah, you can clear the density and then nothing, basically. Then that's why I said, like, the only thing you care about is the boss damage. You can clear AoE anyway on the Shan build. Blitzkrieg. I didn't play Touch of Death this season, but it hasn't really changed, so that's pretty good. My mending is plus 30% energy, so that depends on how much you have.
Come back and see.
How can I help?
10 more kills. God damn it. That's all next. What this game needs is like a far side turtle, man. Put in all your known ancestrals and then have a chance to upgrade. Oh. Got 10 betrayers husks. Huge. When I'm farming, I'm looking for a Dolmen Stone with greater affix nature magic cooldown reduction. So I can actually play the video game. That'll be cool. Hello? Not much currently.
What's a pudding?
Pudding?
Yeah,
What kind of pudding are we talking?
the one I made.
Still have that?
Yeah,
Okay, a little piece.
you sound very strict.
Yes. Fuck.
Don't ruin all that work.
Got an Aeon rune here. Share the pudding. There might be some left. I can ask Nini. Ooh. Oh. Wait, Doombringer on a Druid. I totally forgot that is actually a thing. Oof, that's the 4th mythic actually. Are I getting lucky? Or am I just in Druid prison for too long? Fuck. I guess that's the latter. Yeah, no, it's Harbinger prison. It's the same thing. I have to wait a minute for all the animations. Oh, that's not salvage anyway. 15% chance to heal 795 life, man. Wow. It wasn't a tribute. After 500 bosses, oh my god. How many have they done? We had like 200 Mephisto mats. So it's like 65 Mephistos or something. We're almost at the end of that. And Duriel, I did a bit less. Like 50. Yeah, I think this was actually a pretty high mythic rate here so far, to be honest. Like 110 bosses, 120 bosses. Mid-tier bosses. God, I'm glad I'm out of here soon though. I'm just gonna use my Belial mats to get a Dolmen Stone now, fuck this. What? Yeah, Harbinger is a pretty dangerous fight. The jump especially. But a lot of stuff here hurts like hell, so I gotta be careful now. J, are we better than Bex for the gorilla power? Yeah, I haven't made the planner exactly yet, but you're definitely gonna put a GA armor, and then probably like an armor roll or two on the other items. And that should pretty much cover it. Oh my god, 2 more kills, then we're out of here, man. I killed 60 Belials on T4 and I got 1 mythic. I think I got actually kind of lucky out this Druid. I got 2 shakos. A Shattered Wow. And a Doombringer. And you're not exactly free, but at least you're gonna be out of these fucking, you know, mid-tier bosses. What are they called? Greater their bosses, I think? Greater. They're so great, man. One GA dome that isn't optimal. One more. Amulet. Right. Look. Oh, just in time for the last Mephisto kill. The last Mephisto kill. I've been here for way too long. But
What do you want to do?
we got a Doombringer. You want a Doombringer?
I don't want anything at this point.
I-
I don't have a single mythic.
I have too many. Yeah, Doombringer is actually best for Death Trap.
I know.
Chat really wants to have some of the pudding. What do you say? Do you have more?
Yeah.
Yes?
Mhm.
Wait, what is this?
That's 0.
0 carb Nutella. I didn't also want some, it seems. Okay, let's try this. And it's warm. Very nice. Thank you. Wanna come to Japan with me? That's a little reward.
Didn't we establish that?
I'm just asking.
Are you proposing?
Yeah. Anyone else wants to go to Japan, guys? If so, you should check out our sponsor, Sapphire East, who have a travel agency based in Japan. It's actually a German guy who made us. I have an English side here. We are invited to go to Japan by one of my viewers, one of my subs actually. It's called Isaac. You might have seen him.
Is that Kyoto?
Who's behind this? I'm not sure if that is Kyoto. Does anyone know that?
It looks traditional, so it must be Kyoto.
Maybe. There's certainly lots of traditional places, I imagine. But yeah, if anyone is interested in that, they have a very fancy website here. You can book your requests. They have local guides. You can do anything you want, basically. You can send in a booking request and just tell them what you're planning. Lots of different budget options and all that kind of stuff. Even immigration. So go check it out if you're interested. Has anyone been in Japan?
Can we
Yeah.
immigrate?
You want to immigrate?
Yeah.
We'll see. Let's first go there and we'll see. Okay. Yeah, it's always been on my bucket list. I'm very excited for that. Sometime probably later this year. We are planning.
But you're taking me there for honey.
Yeah. But you haven't set a date yet, so
Hmm?
you haven't set a date yet.
No, that's true. Too much bureaucracy for these things. Very boring.
Okay, guys, it's time for Belial. You love it. It's amazing. Yeah, I think so. Like forever, I had this on my bucket list, but I never went there. So I'm excited. Boom. That was Doomy. And this guy says he wants to buy Pincushion Doll 500k each. So 1 million for 2, 10 million for 20,
You're so funny.
50 million for a stack. Should have send him a stack.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. What are you gonna do now?
I have to bathe Merlin. Get him ready for tomorrow.
Hmm.
And probably sleep early tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I have to wake up early too. And so do you.
Okay. How many runs did I do? It was like 120 runs, 4 mythics.
120.
Yeah, I think I got very lucky. I got a cooldown shako as well.
What?
Actually incredible.
Why you don't open this? Like saving them for another character.
That's for the necro.
Why are you making a necro?
No, soon. It's last class actually.
What?
Necro is gonna be the last class actually.
Hmm.
I have everything. Well, I have to remake the Sorc and want to do some stuff in the Barb and the Rogue and so on, but no.
Hey, you're doing them in tier 3, in Torment 3.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm missing the key item for this build right now. So it's kind of scuffed. This is why I was doing 120 Duros and the Mephistos to get a better version of this, because there's a cooldown mod and that can be really big.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get a single one. So now we go to Belial and hope for the best. And if I don't get that, I'm just gonna uninstall. So we have 50.
Uninstall?
Yeah, we have 15 Belials.
Oh my god. I still can't get over the fact that we don't have a parrot as a pet. How can you be a pirate without a parrot?
Yeah, soon.
You agree?
I can send him some feedback. Yes, you did. Yeah, I think I was pretty lucky, to be honest. I mean, getting a cooldown shako in general is lucky, no matter what. So,
What's wrong?
we can do a quick on the city actually over here. Sure. Is up 15 Belials enough to give me a GA Dolmen Stone with cooldown? I mean, okay. You get something like, let's say, 2 GA items on average, I guess, when you do a T3 Belial or so. There's like, I don't know, 6 or 7 items in the pool. So every 3 Belials, I get like 1 Dolmen Stone maybe. Every 4 Belials, I get 1 Dolmen Stone with GA. And every 4 of those is with GA cooldown. So maybe, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, this is hardcore.
Do this for the
Okay. Good job. You should try to do the spires. There's these spires you can click that spawn monsters. You should try that.
like we were spamming rituals with some other guys.
Yeah,
I don't know
try
if I did it then.
the spire.
Mm.
So basically what you do is you I think the spire lasts 1 minute and the Hellborn spawn lasts 30 seconds. So basically you want to start the spire and then trigger the Hellborn.
I got 198.
Yeah, I'm just saying, this is the easiest way to do it. You get very close, like, you know, 95% close, spawn the spire, start a spire, and then you stay in the spire and trigger the Hellborn. Try that. And then you just spam Death Trap and you win. So we're talking about the season achievement for the Hellborn thing.
98 out of 100.
Yeah.
They made it very difficult. Very sad.
Where is he? Okay, let him chill. Bring his basket maybe. Bring his basket maybe. Okay. Dragon is limited to 300, Seppi. Ja, da kann er. Been away from PC for 1 week. What have you been doing, Connor? The bugged Gamma Slasher aspect doesn't increase your energy. Most stuff doesn't work in town, so that's probably it, Jamie. Whisper silence and it shows 0 Grimfair complete because I turned it in before it popped up. Kinda hilarious. Alright, Belial time, let's go. I just got back to that, Jamie. I got 250k points for reasons, okay. I mean, I definitely need to up my glyphs at some point here. They're only like 60 right now. Ben. Do I recommend Boulder instead of full Cataclysm? It's very fun. But neither of the two builds can be started with. They both have certain requirements. Like here, you need the Dolmen Stone and you need Metamorphic Stone. And Cataclysm also has a bunch of requirements. So realistically, you start with something else. You know, take some to leveling builds on max roll. Do something like Pulve or Lightning Storm. And then go from there. It's sitting at 189 outside of town. Then I don't know. Are you sure you imprinted it correctly? Have it equipped? Are you sure you actually went out of town? Are you still on the horse? Who doesn't, Mabumaru? Hello. So let's see this, yeah. Okay, he just insta-explodes. Funny. That's actually VJs here. All the wrong stuff. Although, it's not bad actually for some rogues, right? Life and resource. Wow, hard funny for the post of Diablo with Sorc. I did not see that. No, I did not see that. The best build at the moment, I'd say Death Trap. Oh my god, man, all these GAs, what's going on? That's the wrong amulet, man. VGA Soul Brand. Log out, man. It's actually crazy. There's those 3 kills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 GA items. 8 GA items, actually. Actually nuts, dude. How good is Belial? Like, those 4 kills here are the same as, like, 20 minutes of Durian or some shit. Actually crazy, dude. Look at that. Everything drops like a double, triple. Here, I got 3 double GAs on this 1 kill on T3. What is going on? I'm salvaging more than I'm selling now. What's the guesstimate from Ash to cash in the patch? I don't know. I think, hey, maybe. Probably more. I imagine it's gonna be a very bad ratio. That's why people all get all these like insane double, triple, quadruple GAs here. I'm not sure what's the chance of Belial. I think it's something like a 5% base chance, and with the ashes it's 9, I guess. Somewhere in that range. My god, man, die Sperch. So many Tempest Walls, man. Okay, was das half the Belials. Poor Necro, man. I thought I would have something left. Do I want to run this on like anything actually? Actually, this is the only stat you care about, right? As a Catalyst and Druid, you care about the willpower. Basically nothing else, I guess. Maybe a Catalyst and Druid actually wants that thing. Yeah, we just did 120 Duriel and Harbinger. I mean on the chest. Okay, we can try. Huge. How many Belial ambushes? Well, I got 30 Belial mods. I probably had a few. So each of them is 2 on Duriel and then and Harbinger, so maybe 10 Belial ambushes and 120 kills, maybe a bit more. So yeah, I think like around 10% chance with the Season Blessing checks out, so could very well be it's like 5% plus 4% from the Season Blessing basically. Yo, you're red, thanks for the sub. Dude, it's actually not happening, man. I have 4 left. Who ruined though? Okay. Another. This has not cleared the 100 yet. Although I think besides characters there's not that many builds on Druid that really have a shot there. I think Boulder gets close, but I'm not sure if we're gonna go all that far. But now I can't even get a fucking Dolmen Stone, so we're not clearing 100 anytime soon. Because I'm literally out of mats. Oh my fucking god, now we get a Starless with GA attack speed actually. Now this could be something for the Vashar builds, man. Wait, what does the other have? Crit, I think. Well, that's actually a good drop for once. We'll see what he does with that. Check the season cache. Yeah, but will it give me the amulet? I have like a few turn-ins maybe. It's my last Duria, man. He actually used all of them. Okay, so this entire Belial session didn't drop a single Dolmen Stone. That's very cool. They got a Starless for some reason.
May the light keep you.
Okay, W2B, GA, CDR, Dolmen Stone. Alright. There's certainly gonna be a lot of hardcore druids out there seeing my trade message that have this thing lying around, I'm sure. Let's see. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we actually have a ridiculous amount of mythics, but none of those help me right now. I didn't want any of those mythics. Although I'm not gonna complain about the cooldown shako, I gotta say. Yo. That's a big wild heart hunger that I absolutely do not plan to use. Do you want axe or what? It's a big aspect, actually. I don't think you want two-handed axe, do we? Yeah, Stoneburst cannot go two-handed, actually. And then there's the tornado stuff, and I think also don't go two-handed there. Just have that thing. Thanks, Star Motion. Do you ever see visual runes like Sun, Neo, and Jar? Yeah, I should forget about them until at least Tom 3. Storm Crow for the win. Well, that didn't go as planned. Maybe we can still make it work. So it's 23 cooldown and 4-4. This has 3-3, 24. So let's try this and hit a cooldown once or twice and it might be okay.
Kingly make. Use it. That looks warm. I can fix it.
Ah, of course. We get it first try on the fucking wrong emerald. So
Don't ruin all that work, huh?
at least here's like a little bit of overlap, I guess. Can also remove that, I suppose. %28 on the roll, man. Okay, exactly 1000 armor, exactly 0 rest over cap in 214. That's gonna be great. We have 1 point. Hmm. Well, they're working on a better way to trade. They haven't ever confirmed anything like that. Right now, I kind of doubt it. I think I should work on a better way of playing as Zeph. That would be more preferable. Hello, Kalindo. Maximum bonus is displayed wrong. See that? Alright. It's time for Xan. We can actually make Xan kind of work right now. Let's see how it feels. Do some bits with the Xan. The bug jar. I had enough bosses for now, man. Pfft. All the other bosses you can do maybe tomorrow. Still have like a bunch of time to kill before patch anyway, tomorrow. Okay, 63. We go fast, right? Oh, we go even faster if I do this. Did I change anything else? Look at that, 0.0 is overcapped. 0, 0, 0, 0. 10, 1000 armor. Beautiful, man. I have the Ring of GA and Endless Tempest. I haven't even found an Ancient Mjolnir, I think. But, yeah, 25, 26, okay, so my Cataclysm is fine now. So we still want more Nature Magic cooldown, so we can spam Bulwark more, because that's important for Tybalts. And defense. But okay, for now it will do, I think. I saw a 4.4 build there. Seems nice. Yeah, they said actually it's gonna be patched on Tuesday, so for some reason the patch notes say Wednesday. I got the wrong dates on the patch notes. And this bullet build has been very fun. Also excited for some Tornado. I only played Boulder and Tornado both very briefly, so I'm gonna play them a bit more now. That was a long time ago. Season 3 and Season 4, I think. Easy 100-second run. You need to recover 275 energy. But it's not 11 ranks, you need less. Because you have extra resource generation from strength. Something like 15 or so %, so you probably need 9 ranks. Did you listen to me, Spats, though? The resource on Beastfall actually does not interact with the combo. I checked that. So 25 from Beastfall doesn't work. But the strength works. Strength gives you more resource generation. Oh, wait. Don't replace the base boulder damage. Wait, what does that mean? So I actually don't go two-handed. But I don't understand the math now. Dealing 256 of normal damage. So it's not a 2.5 0.56 multi right now. It's weird. Does it mean like it applies to the like rank 1 base damage? Is that what you're talking about? And then all the other ranks just like scale without it, or what? Also an additional bar guides in the Under City. First of all, they should make the ones that exist actually useful. That would be a good start. We can talk about more. Oh, nice Norse. Blood Surge is very good on Necro. It's like good to get levels and farm. Do like Tom and 4 with and so on. It's like the build I would recommend. Wanna go fast. I'll pick him both up push. Danger is done somewhere in the 90s, I think. If I'm not mistaken. I guess like mid 90s or so is probably the cap. It's pretty strong apparently. Yeah. Yeah, can you tell me if I was right, Danger? Like, is this Metamorphic Stone multi only based on rank 1 boulder, basically? And then all the additional ranks are just, like, normal? Or, like, what exactly is going on here? Because I don't really understand. I mean, so far I didn't really have a weapon. This one doesn't have a GA. So I just put it there and I was like, okay, let's go. Is that Math TM indeed, man? Okay, so it sounds good. So if that's working as Danger says, then I should get a pretty big power up here soon. Man. Okay. Take him. Perfect Accursed Touch. Action upgrade. Pork. Solo hardcore enjoyer. Sounds like fun, Omega 92. Can't recommend. fun, Braggy. Very fast too. We should also be able to hit 100% crit then, right, without Exan. Go with an offhand. I have 85 crit right now. Long temper, 7.5. Yeah, we're gonna easily hit 100 crit actually. And that's with a long ancestral. But if it crits GA there, okay. Maybe I can change one tempo to do something else. Thanks, Venar. No. Also, shako isn't that good. Yeah, it depends. Like, I need 2 good cooldown items, I guess. So that'll be 2 out of like rings, amulet, and a shako in order to make the death trap combo work. I think 1 you're not gonna get there. So you can't combine like, you know, Starless, Banished Lords, and then no shako, for example. So if you do Starless, Banished Lords, shako, or you have to do Starless, normal amulet, normal ring, tradition. Weapon is metamorphic stone aspect right now. Thanks, Smarty. How many skill points? Missing something. Sure, I can just like solve the imprinter now. Okay, let's try.
What use it will?
Meta and Reta. Same tier. How much time play do I have in the Druids? I don't know, 11 hours or something now. 7 hours in Duriel Hell. That was exhausting today. Fine, and you? Sorc, Druid, and Spiritborn. Any recommendation? I had a ton of fun on each of the classes, to be honest. So I think the most fun is Ice Shards, Boulder, and probably just a classic Will or Crushing Hand on the Spiritborn. I had to choose one of the main RPGs to play for the rest of my career, which would it be? Not economy, but passion-wise. Oh, tough choice, man, actually. Hard to say which of the two will be better in a year or 2 or 5 or 10 from now. PoE or D4, I guess. I guess probably PoE2, because you can be sure that GG is gonna add all kinds of wild shit into the game. And it's just gonna remain like a large, like too large of a game for any one person to fully explore. And Diablo 4 can be fully explored. So, if you're talking about playing the game for potentially, let's say, another 50,000 hours, I think PoE2 is probably the better bet. Just because the devs at GG, they're a little bit wild, you know? Spiritborn will be better if the changes soon. Spiritborn is already doing just fine. And they're about to get a bit better. They're about to have potentially the strongest build in the game, actually. Or a rival to Lightning Spear, at least. Or as long as it lasts. I would actually like to see that TED Talk, Danger. How does this build kill bosses later? Do we just like get Z-Hack and stand inside or something? Like what's the plan here? How much is that actually? Like a 15% upgrade or something. Not terrible. I don't have a totem right now though. Or on one hand, I'm not sure. Need to check if I have some stuff in the stash. Next, the Out of Forces is not playing until 1 week after the start of the season, so you know the actual most OP builds. But we knew them all. I mean, our tier list has barely changed in the last 2 weeks at all. I don't think there's a reason to wait. Yeah, Druid class, I mean, if you have like, have you ever done once, you just auto-complete a quest now, so you don't have to do anything. You just have to do a tour Dora, I guess, so you can actually go and select the bond. Danger, Jonathaning. What does G rank Spiritborn builds become S tier? I mean, honestly, Razor Wings is not that fun to play, I think. I tried it a little bit back at Season 6 when it was actually like really strong and stuff, and I mean, it was just a shitty version of playing the other builds, to be honest. So I hope they're gonna cook something more fun before we have to play the Razor Wings. It's just a clunky version of like, you know, Crushing Hand or something. For the phone stuff, I don't know. I think it's fine for that to be strong, but I don't want it to be meta. It also has like its own clunkiness. Any news on if they're breaking Vasham build tomorrow? No news. So for now, Vasham Spiritborn stonks tomorrow.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
What, man? What are you, Gamba? Do a gamble next. There's just gamble if I can Dolmen's there now. Dude, I might try. I mean, I need some next anyway. Don't have like anything for the Druid.
See some steel you need? What's left, you ask?
Toxic Spiritborn. If you're talking about Vashan Spiritborn, that's shadow damage, not poison. I'm talking about Toxic Skin, and Toxic Skin is actually not getting anything in this patch. All the poison builds get nothing. All the other builds get something, but not the poison builds. The most is Washan Spiritborn. That gets the biggest buff tomorrow. Poison trap for rogues getting a buff, man. Log in. Who's logging in on poison trap, guys? We get more HP on the crushing hands. I can put like a GA life roll on the ring, on the glove. It's not many slots, to be fair, but yeah, pants, ring, glove, boots. Okay, most of the time you have like a Ragnarok or a Jens. But you can make a setup where you have enough res, and then use all boots. Yeah, I think I need to bring Merlin back, guys. One minute, Merlin. How hard is Druid to get off the ground? Not hard at all. Druid is pretty OP. OP. Oh. Yeah, BRB guys. This guy has some big balls, man. Companion gamer. Holy. Look at that. He's chilling in turn 4, no masterworks. Okay then. What about world bosses actually? That's not happening. Yo, over. Thanks for the sub, by the way.
What's left, you ask?
Let's do this. Let's have some more glyph. 70 time. Still doing fine here. Pretty fast. Will the update soon significantly change any builds? One big change is the Spiritborn that's gonna get unyielding hits and some more armor stacking. I mean, Whirlwind Barb is not really a thing that can be like a playable thing now. But I guess it doesn't really change the builds, it's just like actually playable. Or you know, whatever exists already. Aside from that, I don't know. Blizzard Sorcs might run Blizzard Enchant now, but maybe not. I can't really think of any other examples, to be honest. Everything just gets a little bit better basically, and in most cases I don't think this really makes a difference or anything. Human form Druid. Now that is something that we might see being explored and potentially a thing. But this can only be a thing for 3 builds, which is Companion, Tornado and Lightning Storm. There's no other builds where human form would actually function. So maybe for those, or one of them. But the buff is only 27.5% damage and 8% damage reduction. So that is not such a large shift. And then what else? I don't know. Is there anything else in the patch notes? Yeah, would eyeshots be good? Eyeshots is good actually. At least the Asheraf version of it. It's actually a really good build. Outcome conversions doesn't seem to do anything because you're standing in town. I wanted to report that actually, they should fix that because people constantly ask me about it. Like just for my sanity, they need to fix that shit. I'm gonna tell Björn, please do something.
Alright. Is there any boss power that gives movement speed?
Yes,
Which one?
Alec modifier. It's one of the blue ones.
Okay.
It's the one with the feather symbol.
It's slow.
You shouldn't be.
I haven't seen some classics to gain more speed.
Dude, here's a guy who says want to buy Aeon 220 each. What? I'm doing that. I don't have any. Unlucky. Dude, 220 for 1 rune? What is going on? Unfortunately, I don't have any. I thought I had one, but this was another one, I guess, that I found earlier. Thank you for the sub gift. Almost softcore prices, yeah. Softcore prices are like 500, right? 220 for Neon. This guy is desperate, man. He really wants a shako, dude. Like the highest I've sold any rune for was 100 so far. Who is Doombringer? Shako, yeah. Yeah, I mean 30 million gold in hardcore is like a solid trade. For like, you know, some 1 GA decent item or something. Runes can help you to get mythics, yes. You got 20 Ubers, no shako, this is already done. Did you also melt them and try to craft? I mean, you can just target craft, just buy 6 runes and use the sparks. You can get it. $220M. One guy just said, want to buy Aeom 220M. Which is like double the price of typical runes right now. He really wants one. Anyone? If they lose the item, that's on them, the way I look at it. I mean, the hardcore prices are not lower because items aren't permanent and you can lose them. I mean, okay, just as like, I guess, you know, some 4th level down kind of reason. The reason is just there is nearly no duping and RT in hardcore. You know. So prices are actually normal. You know, the prices are actually what they should be. Basically. Items actually have the value that they deserve. I think it's 23 in okay. They start taking on lair bosses. As a rule of thumb, you go 1 torment down from what you're farming. Then you can do the bosses easily. So when you T2, you do T1 bosses and just, you know, start getting your first uniques and stuff. Wilder, that sucks. There's one Diamond Stone listed. With 44 power and GA cooldown for 150. I would actually pay 150 to be honest. Even for a scuffed 34% Dolmen. I just wanna get it now. Do I have a Diablo trade account? I'm not sure. I think actually I might have one. Exile for Season 9. I mean, I'm still happily blasting Season 8. But Season 9 sounds like it might be the best season until the expansion, so maybe. Wait, did I actually find a Dolmen Stone here? Damn it.
My hammer sings on your return.
I look so tired. Do I? Maybe it's the 5 hours of Duriel and Mephisto farm. Or the fact that I woke up early to go work out. Or maybe that's just how I look, I don't know. What do you know about Season 9? Well, there will be some dungeon specific theme and some Nightmare Dungeon rework. Some weird new powers, similar to what you have already seen from other powers, I imagine. Season 9 is in... Well, we don't know actually when. Because in-game it shows that it should be in 1.5 months, but I don't think that's true. I think they just forgot to change the date when they extended Season 7. Because Season 7 was like 3 weeks longer than it should have been or something. And now Season 9 shows as a starting date, or rather Season 8 shows as an end date like 7 weeks from now or something. Which is most likely not accurate, so... Yeah, early August I guess should be the season start. I think pit revoke is going to be an expansion thing. I think they have a lot of work to do in the pits. I mean, to be honest, in everywhere, but especially if they want to add leaderboards and shit, they have to work a lot on the pit. But I haven't really said anything about expansion stuff, so let's see. Season 10 has Infernal Horde stuff. That could be interesting. Yeah, erotic powers in Season 9, chaos powers Season 10, okay. I mean, that's just the name anyway at this point, so who knows. Either way, more borrowed power themes. You like Hordes? Well, then you should look forward to Season 10, because Hordes is about to get better. Season should be 2 months max. Yeah, I don't see that happening, to be honest. Unless they make the themes way smaller and so on. I mean, that wouldn't hurt. I really don't mind if they do like small themes and just like have more frequent resets instead. I usually don't care much about the theme and stuff. And I'm okay with like, you know, just not every season being like a big update or something. Can still do like some balanced tweaks and like some small stuff and throw in a new item or something. But I mean, there's a lot of other stuff that goes into that, right? Like they will need to make like some new theme or and some new season quest line, and I don't know. This is Boulder, Bookie. More boons and banes would definitely be welcome, so you never got a combo of whatever you're looking for. But yeah, I guess making hordes a bit more vampire survivors like would be interesting. In general. Why is my character fat? That's what you get for sitting on your ass for 14 hours a day blasting Diablo. I wonder if that Infernal Hordes update is basically just the stuff they want to do in Season 5 and the mid-season patch anyway. Because they said back then that they wanted to make like a tier 9 and tier 10, and that it would have like some different rules and stuff. But then they never released it. I guess they pulled the devs to do more expansion stuff. I mean, you don't even have to make the thing where, you know, you reset only 4 masterwork ranks at a time. You could also make some new thing where it's like you can choose the affix you want to crit or something, right? And it's called masterworking, right? And then the fucking blacksmith just hammers randomly and gives you some random bullshit. I mean, that doesn't even make lore sense, right? You know, let us farm some currency or something that you can use. Like, you know, it's sometimes you don't care about where you get the masterwork crit. So you just YOLO and it's fine, you know, on a pair of pants or whatever. Sometimes it really matters. And maybe there could be like some, you know, similar to like the scroll of tempering or some shit. Maybe there could be like a scroll you can use or like some currency you can give to the blacksmith that actually allows you to choose the masterwork outcome or something like that. That could also be an option for the masterworking discussion. like not every item needs to have like a 3 out of 3 master or a crit on, you know, a specific thing. And I think that's fine, you know. But on too many items it just matters way too much. Like basically everything that says like cooldown reduction, for example, you generally wanna go for that, or anything that has like skill ranks, you generally wanna go for that, or something like that, right? And so on. And the difference between having it and not having it is just so large in some cases. Paper scrolls are not gone. They are in Infernal Hordes. Dedicated rune and consumable tab. Holy dude. Think you're gonna get that technology? F.
See some steel you need?
I don't know Berserk, so I don't really care much about the Berserk collab, I gotta say. I think the Barb set is cool, everything else kinda sucks, and that's about it. I think realistically, if I want to get a bit more goodwill from the player base, it would be ideal if they actually add any kind of like in-game, you know, feature or content, or like, I don't know, a boss or something, right? During the collab. Like, why is there no like villain from Berserk running around as a butcher or something, you know, in Hell Tides and in dungeons or some shit? So that would be an easy win, I think, no matter how pricey you make the collab like skins. But for some reason I didn't do that. So yeah, I think they should definitely add something as, you know, not just, okay, there's like a little bit of free farmable stuff, but they didn't actually add like anything that changes, you know, the game, where I feel like, okay, and there's something going on, you know, as an event. They could have done anything. Just, I don't know, make like a pack of Bloodseekers, you know, Bloodseeker-like enemies spawn on you sometimes. You get ambushed, I don't know what, right? There's like tons of stuff you can do. Give them a bunch of like treasure bags, and then everyone's gonna be happy. It's not very hard. I give the game a far to Diablo Immortal. Yeah, I heard apparently Diablo Immortal Berserk collab was way better, but I don't know what they did there. Yeah, I guess you need to like know and like Berserk in order to like the skins, to be honest. I mean, the Barb one is cool, but yeah, the others are, I don't know, they just look awful. At least without any reference to it. I don't really know, you know, what they mean, so. I think that was enough for clip leveling for now. Fortnite collab, oh my god. And I'm doing a collab every 2 seasons. So there's like half a year between collabs, so maybe next time I'm gonna do something, you know, a bit more interesting. Doing Diablo Immortal collab, man, log in. Yeah, I'm planning to do some more early, probably like in June. I'm running, I think it was also refinement tribute. Not sure really why I have 100k off the side that I can probably never spend, right? Now that I think about it, there's no way in hell I'm gonna spend 100k off the side this season. With my 18k red crystals and 6k forgotten souls. So, I guess I should not touch them. I guess I might do more Titan tributes since you'll need some more anyway. I don't really want to do bosses right now, but you can do more bosses tomorrow and then save some for the Necro. We bought it on Nexus, thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. Yeah, wanna get last Epoch, exclamation mark Nexus. Back to the wrong GA there. But it is something, I guess.
Make something new with these.
How do rogues get 45? From right here. There's so many Infernal Hordes. The bosses drop a lot more legendary runes than NSD, I think. I find the Harmony tributes to be pretty weak. Want to play default right now? How much would you have to pay for all content? Oh, it was on sale. I'm not sure if it's still on sale. I think there was a sale for 42 bucks for both or something. So without the sale, I guess 70 maybe? Not sure what they're selling it for. Boulder and Pit is pretty good. Very good for farming, actually. Can do 90-second runs on this. Yeah, I can recommend Jotsky. The max guide I'm playing pretty much on Danger. Oh my god, man. Na gut, meine Güte. Wo ist denn das Portal hier? Okay. Ja, tut mir leid, ich war ein bisschen abgelenkt. Während ich hier die Kurast Unterstadt laufe. Schau dir das an, das ist Magie. Ja, genau. Auf einmal geht's auf Deutsch. Und noch eine Runde Titan-Tribute. Zone flag in the pit ladder. Yeah, I've never submitted runs on the pit ladder, I think, pretty much. So I think this was the first one I submitted because I got the rank 1 Spiritborn the other day. I was like, okay, let's do it. Yo, Ice Fish Sky, thank you. And James, appreciate the subs. Something in D4 challenging besides pit push. I mean, if you don't play like a super S tier build or something, yeah, like even the T4, at least bosses and so on, are not trivial, I think. Like A and B tier builds, they feel really good right now, I gotta say. It's so much fun. S tier builds are a bit too easy. If they bring more stuff to like what's currently A, I'd say, that would be perfect.
Been fighting hard? Make something new at least.
Ben is taking a cut. The biggest Enquiries in Diablo are all Germans. I know, we're born this way, I guess. I mean, Diablo and like these games are like, generally kind of big in Germany, I don't know. We just set up a German channel. What are we gonna do for German channel? Will the unyielding fix really help the damage on Spiritborn? Yeah, it will be like a roughly times 2.5. It should be like 5 pit tiers, and it's currently at under 12 apparently, so that should be roughly equal to Lightning Spear. So there's a good chance that Spiritborn might beat Lightning Spear actually by a little bit. This is some Berserk. Looks like it, I guess. It's like this little preview in Spotify. Oh, Ben, I just got confirmation by the way that you got your price from the Ludio collab the other day. If you're still here, you should check your mail. I just made up the name. What do I do in my free time? You're bold to assume I have free time, man. What free time? Blast in Diablo, I make videos, I go sleep. Wake up, I fix Maxwell guides, I blast Diablo. That's how it works. I live in Greece right now. I sleep, yeah. Unless I sleep a bit. I mean, okay, not, you know, all the time is as intense as it is now, you know, like entire April I've been blasting a lot and we definitely have to like regenerate a little bit soon. Especially when there's like another defeat blast coming and who knows what else, like later this month. So I'm probably gonna be taking a bit more chill. Then like in June or so we're probably gonna get the next bigger releases, or July. And yeah, I mean, you know, I live in a country with a lot of water. So we're gonna use that. I have a lot of sun actually. It's a good combo. The food is amazing, can confirm. We got a new necklace. My new and improved Dominstone. Behold. Yeah. So this 120 bosses and then 15 Belials. I didn't get a single one from Belial, man. I was actually nuts. But it's enough for Cataclysm. It's not enough for Bulwark or anything close to that, but it's enough for Cataclysm. I actually have Xandru now, so does that. I went to a gymnasium. We know it also to university. Thank you, Manu Fader. Push this up.
Come in, I don't bite. Not like I used to anyway.
Oh, wait, Boiler, since you're here, I was wondering, does this... No, not this one. The one for companions. Does the companion damage reduction work only when you have any companion out? Or does it just work, like the necro thing? But I think you need to have one out, right? I remember testing this, but I don't remember what came out of it. And Necron is nice, it doesn't care about minions, you just get insane DR. Have you tried if this works with like the wolves? Like the runes? That'll be interesting. Yo, and that's up. Abe. With fuck's sake. How do you say that? Thank you. E3 when? I expect like 2-3 weeks. I mean, it is Tuesday the 13th now. So 16th Friday. So 23. I guess 30th maybe. It's most likely, I guess. Since they haven't announced it yet. And they said a couple of weeks, a few days ago. It's probably the 30th. Abby Faxe? Abby Fax? Fake? Fax? I don't know. It's gonna say AB. Boss weapons, heavy Nyminus and Whisper Dungeons. Not sure what you're looking for. I think any dungeon can have a Whisper. And almost any dungeon can be an Nyminus dungeon. Maybe every dungeon can be Nyminus dungeons. I'm not sure if they even have Nyminus dungeon rotations anymore. I don't think so. They haven't posted any lists and stuff. I think every dungeon can be Nyminus dungeon at this point, no. Maybe not. Actually, some are missing. For example, I don't really remember any Nyminus dungeon behind the strongholds lately. But I also usually do all the strongholds. But for example, the Cultist Refuge is one in like Nostrava, in Fractured Peaks. I don't think that exists as a Nyminus dungeon. So yeah, and I guess Nyminus rotation doesn't have all the dungeons. But either way, I mean, if you really care, then check the sigils you have. And if one of them is a Nyminus dungeon, run it. Like for the Whisper. Sometimes I do that, but most of the time I can't be bothered to check all my sigils. No, I don't watch any sports. The only thing I watch are campfire chats. I mean, I do occasionally watch some series of Nini. I guess it's like one of the main pastimes. Thanks, Vortex Wrap. Like beer. Not particularly. I mean, I have drunk beer here and there, but not much. Actually, these days I don't really drink any alcohol. I'm currently on keto diet. No carbs. Yeah, it's very nice, Evelyn. It's a good season. I've been blasting the last 2 weeks. Made 5 classes now. Yeah, streaming is like the main thing of what I do, James. And then we have YouTube, Max Roll. So... yeah, it does feel really good, but okay, I agree.
That wasn't too hard.
Hello, Christy. Do I miss my old job? I mean, it wasn't really anything I was attached to. I only had like a job for like half a year after university, and then I already quit that and went streaming full time. So, not really. I mean, of course, you know, I was studying for a good amount of years in order to become something else, and I didn't. But that's fine. I enjoy what I'm doing. I studied politics and economics, sociology. I'm gonna be able to race PoE2 if I don't practice it. It would be like at least 2 months away from anything in PoE2, so Not worried right now. And I mean, last season started, but didn't really feel like a race at all anyway, you know, I was just kind of blasting and had fun and I was fine. You know, there was like no kind of competitiveness or something anyway, so it's fine. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna practice and warm up again and, you know, go for some, you know, first days, maybe #1 SSF or something like that, or hardcore SF. That'll be nice. Even without like any real official race, it's fun to just like try to stay on top of the ladder for a little bit at the start. The thing is, there's not even like a real goal in PoE 2 right now, right? Like, what is the goal even of a race? You know, level 100? No, no one is doing level 100 anyway. And, you know, Arbiter, I mean, people are one-shotting that guy anyway, so, like, there's not really something really crazy to look forward to, I think, in terms of racing right now in PoE 2. With all the crazy stuff we have going on and we know and so on. I mean, you know, like a hardcore SF race to Arbiter is still cool and all, but you know, there's also so much RNG involved. Like, I don't know what is even the goal of a race right now, or like of a season start, you know, like competition, let's say. There's no clear goal, you know, because everything's so RNG based in the endgame. You know, you can find the Arbiter after 20 hours, you can find the Arbiter after 80 hours, so you can't really make a race out of it. Yeah, 10th place on ladder. Yeah, 10th place on ladder, but you know, at what day do you make the cutoff, right? Exactly, like, I don't know. Is the race like 1 day, 2 days, 1 week? Like, when do you say, okay, now it matters, right? So, because, you know, the race is basically infinite because it goes to 100. Basically, no one is doing 100, right? So that's like 400-hour grind or some shit. So no one is doing that. Besides like a few people. And even then, you know, you have to do a lot of stuff that is not actually like the real endgame, right? Like, you don't get any XP if you don't farm like, you know, tier 16, tier 17, tier 18 maps all day long with like, you know, full juice and stuff. You know, if you go and like want to farm, I don't know what, Trial of the Sekama, you wouldn't do that in like a leveling race and whatever, right? So it's kind of scuffed. Let's say it's just scuffed. If you want to make any kind of competition out of it, if you want to make a competition, you need like private leagues, and or like you need like some kind of like, you know, organized event, or you know someone needs to say, okay guys, here's some prices for doing this on season launch, and then we can make a race out of it. But you know, this is not like, you know, in Diablo 3 season launches and no one needs to say anything. You know, people will race to greater than 150 solo and to greater than 150 party, right? This is just the goal basically for day 1 or day 2, whatever, you know, when people can do it. And you know, this is like unspoken rule basically. But in PoE 2 we don't have that. There's like no clear goal. So that's really my problem with it right now. As much as I like the racing and stuff, it's currently not really made for it. The race is to 100. Dude, 100 is not a race. 100 is for like the ultra try-hard, like unemployed nerds that grind for like a month straight or something. That's not a race, you know. A race needs to be over after like a week maximum, you know. It should fact. The summoned wolves on the Sabron should be like counting as summons and the companions and stuff and good elder stuff. What's the goal for D4? Yeah, in D4 we also don't really have like any competition really. I mean, there's like the Helltide, Pit Ladder, you know, a few people care about that, but not many. You know, like Diablo 4 is also like very little competitive these days. I mean, it's gonna improve once they have action and leaderboards and actual targets and so on. Like, there could be a lot of stuff, but you know, we don't have SSF. Number one is like a big problem. You know, trade and softcore, like the softcore trade economy just like ruins everything in that regard. And even on hardcore, you know, where things are more clean, let's say, you know, if you have any kind of like competition and there's no SSF, then, you know, there's like so many ways to cheese that, right? So you need to make SSF first, and then you can make leaderboards, and then it could be really cool. But yeah, we don't have any of that currently, so. And that's also why, you know, like I don't really care if I'm like the first to level to 60 or whatever, you know, or if I'm the first to kill T4 Lilith in the season. I mean, who even verifies that? And, you know, who cares, right, at this point? Like, we've done it 100 times, and with no real verification and with no SSF and all that, it's like scuffed anyway. So yeah, that was fun, like the first few go-arounds, you know, trying to get world first 100 every single season and stuff like that. You know, there was like a lot of hype in those seasons, and people were watching, and, you know, everyone was comparing, oh, what level is that guy, what level is this guy, you know, when leveling took like 3 days. Yeah, that was fun. But now, like, everything's just kind of like whatever, right? And even like Paragon 300, no one gives a fuck, you know. I'm not even finishing Paragon 300 in a season, because who cares? So, like, you have to give up so much of actually playing the game in order to do Paragon 300 as a race. You know, you have to literally go like 5 days straight, non-stop, pit 60-second runs, you know, chain, run one after the other, and do nothing else. And I mean, that is neither, you know, exciting to do, to watch. You know, I don't see anything of the season. I don't really progress my gear, my character. Like, it's just useless. So, you know, at least previously with like level 100, there was like a real reason to get it, right? Because then you were 100 and you could actually play the video game. But, you know, Paragon is different as well. So. Is F that hard to code? I don't think so. At least the suggestion that I and others have given would be very easy to implement. So maybe they are waiting for the leaderboards, or maybe they have like a philosophical problem with it, or maybe they want to do something really fancy for it. But yeah. Like a very simple solution, like a very low effort solution for SF would be to simply make a tag on character creation that you can choose that just simply disables trade and party, but that changes nothing else. So, you know, overworld content is still shared and world bosses are still shared and whatever. But what matters is instance content and trading, you know. And as long as these two things are disabled, and then, you know, maybe you even can opt out of it later, you know, like, you know, you have like you start a character, and then basically there's like some tag. Maybe you don't even have to select it, right? Maybe there's like some invisible tag on the character that says this character has never grouped and never traded, right? This could literally just be the standard state of a character, right? And then whenever you do one of these two things, then it will remove the tag, right? And that's it. It could be as simple as that. This is all we need, basically. I mean, okay, there's like the other problem that, you know, when it comes to SSF, if you want to make a real SSF mode, you have to at very least make like a separate stash and material economy and stuff like that, right? For SSF versus non-SSF. So there's that. But at the very least, you know, something what I just explained would be a relatively easy solution, I think, if you include a bit of like the stash stuff. Yeah, Ellie actually has that, like, you know, if your character has never died, it will actually just say in your character sheet, like here, like deathless or something. So something like that, basically, you know. You could actually have something like that. Classic hardcore has SSF tag, yeah, but I'm not sure if you can opt out of it. Can you? I think it's relatively important that they can opt out of it, you know, because for example, you want to do like SSF, season start race, you know, get on leaderboard, whatever, and then maybe after 1 week you're like, okay, I've done my thing, and now I'm actually gonna play, you know, with others, and I don't care anymore or something, right? So I think there needs to be the option to get out of SSF with your existing character. I'm not sure if Hardcore can do that, but you know, they can PoE can do that, for example, so that's a really good solution. Yeah, I mean, I'm mildly positive that we're gonna get SSF at some point anyway. But that will probably be like whenever they introduce the expansion 2 into leaderboards and stuff. So. And he's made from some major AAA devs, and Blizzard is just a small indie company. Too bad, man. Maybe they can find some like leftover time somewhere and quickly implement some SSF mode. You know what's gonna be paid expansion? I mean, that's not gonna be the expansion. That's gonna be a part of the expansion. That's the way I think this is going. You know, like leaderboards are just gonna be a big enough feature to, you know, go into the expansion instead of like a random season update. And since we get the expansion sometime in 26, and they said leaderboards are in 26, I mean that's, you know, 1 + 1. So maybe you have to buy a leaderboard sort of season pass. Yeah, this is not Diablo Immortal. You have to pay for it. I mean, you're paying not for leaderboards, you're paying for a new class, a new continent, new campaign, you know, multiple new endgame systems, including leaderboards and other stuff. So it's not just, oh, you have to pay for a leaderboard. So I think that's fine. I'm talking about Diablo 4. There's no SF in LE, that's account wide. That's not true, there's a solo character found. You can literally, at any point in a season, you can call a community race, and everyone starts with the same conditions. Because a character found means it has no connection to all the other characters. Then we're getting Diablo and Diablo 4. 2028, I think. Aware. I think about Spiritborn, I'll log in. I mean, tomorrow there's a good chance that Spiritborn is ascending to #1 class. Or at the very least, very close to Lightning Spear. Yeah, it's not great getting the bosses on the high, like 100+ pits and stuff, but it is what it is. You know, everyone has like 8-minute boss fights at that tier anyway. Meteor is actually pretty decent this season, apparently. I'm gonna play it at some point.
Stick to the trees and keep safe.
Shako, Viable, and Quill? No. You go Harmony. coming good buffs for Spiritborn tomorrow. I mean, it will do a little bit. Like, all the buffs that are happening tomorrow are not really big, besides the ones for Whirlwind. And that's about it, I think. You know, all the other stuff is just kind of small, like, you know, +1 pit here or something like that. I mean, okay, it helps. But realistically, you're mostly gonna feel that, you know, in the early game and while progressing. So, you know, everything on Spiritborn, besides poison builds, are just going like up +1 pit tier or something, like, you know, like a 20-30% buff here and there. The poison builds get nothing. And the Vasham builds gets like a ×2.5 or so, which is already the strongest build on Spiritborn. So, yeah, this is, as I said, you know, tomorrow, Spiritborn, you're probably going to see some 115 plus at least on Spiritborn. It's already at 112, so it should go to at least 116 or 117, I think. And I think the highest landing spur is 117 right now, so... Why is Ebawaka better than Perdition on Quill? Well, Ebawaka is a 90 multi, Perdition is a 60, and with some core skills. It's actually not too far off because of the core skill ranks. But Ebawaka also has like the added perk of giving you the more skill tags. So it depends on the exact setup. But you want to get the Jaguar tag and you want to get the Gorilla tag. Well, more importantly, yeah, you want to get both basically. Because it's very hard to maintain unending hits when you don't have Gorilla tag. You have to cast Armored Hide every 3 seconds, and that is kind of rough. Although, maybe more doable in the future, because you're gonna get +2 extra ranks to all of our skills. And maybe Perdition might actually win out now, if you have like a Master with Perdition with +7 skill ranks or something. That could be close to Harmony. If you manage to get your Armored Hide up every 3 seconds. You want to cast everything every 3 seconds anyway, because the Hunter intricacy buff, not intricacy buff, which one is that? Resolution. The resolution passive lasts 3 seconds as well when you press the Hunter. But yeah, buff gives +2 ranks to all of our skills when we use capability builds. +2 ranks to all of our skills resets all of the cooldowns a bit faster, so maybe get to the point where you have so much attack speed that you do 12 attacks in less than 3 seconds. It might be kind of close, yeah. Maybe I'll try to cook that a little bit and see if it's enough. But either way, it would be like a very minor upgrade. It's just like the Harmony is a very strong helm. It also has damage reduction that Perdition doesn't help. And Spiritborn is the squishiest class in the game already, so you don't really want to miss out on more damage reduction. Tomorrow, new build of all power. There is no new builds tomorrow, I think. So, no. Oh, there's a world boss coming. Hawk. Okay, we have to hurry. So any season we reached 150 pits? Yeah, season 6 and season 7. Season 7 actually almost every class did it, right? And season 6, the Spiritborn was like giga bugged with various insane exponential multipliers. So that people were actually just like speedrunning 150. That's Stormlight, by the way. Actually, first build we're gonna try out tomorrow is the Spiritborn again. We're gonna check the unyielding hit stuff. Oh, boss, 40 seconds. 3. Oh, character select, what the hell? Character select, I guess. Yeah. It's just right there. With the nerf death trap broke. And 2.5 months at some point, I guess. Oh, here we are. We just started a campaign from the original. Nice. Maybe we're gonna do that as well when next expansion comes out, you know, right before. Like a lore playthrough. I actually never like listened to all of the dialogues and stuff properly. I mean, Echo tomorrow will be good. It already is good, it just gets like a minor buff, no? So it's will be minorly gooder. Yay. Didn't even get a whisper. Okay. This guy's like, hi, booty. Or this guy got a United Tribute. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. This guy got the right one. Look at that. So let's see how it's on whisper. Question mark? Build, not build, question mark. Good start. Okay, fuzzy. I had a lot of fun with ice shards, but the best one in Sorc is Lightning Spear overall. You can also try the Frozen Orb Lightning Spear version, which is also very fun. like easier to set up, I guess. That's a lot of poison explosions here. Donkey. I don't know, if some people want to jump in, I wouldn't mind really, but I'm just here for like a whisper right now, so I'm not gonna do like multiple rounds. I'm gonna go back to Undercity, I think. It's not too hard to set up, Remy. But you need a Dolmen Stone. And you need a Metamorphic Stone aspect. And then you need some way of getting cooldown reduction. I used the Zeg rune. Or some sort of like resource generation. You can do Lum rune. You can do Neo and Lum rune, for example. And then you can already start blasting. Then you can go from there. Once you get Mjolnir, you care about cooldown a lot. Then the Zeg rune might be an option, that's what I did. And deck now, I'm just chilling. Can't live with this. But druids in general have pretty decent leveling, I'd say, these days. Go Lightning Storm, plus companions, yeah, chilling. Don't need anything.
Another time then.
I can break that down.
It is done.
This thing, it gave me 3 items and then it gave me 8 again. What? Use Tears instead of Shroud. Why not? You're gonna be very tanky at least. But, I mean, Shroud is usually just a better choice. It also has a decent amount of defense it gives you from, like, you know, small passives and so on. Plus the life. Plus the little perks on the all stats. On the Paragons. It's pretty good to go Shroud. And then you have, like, a lot of damage, you know, depending on the class. So Shroud is usually just a better choice. But a Tears might works. Otherwise you just have like some normal chest or some random defensive aspect anyway. Actually, you'll probably go Insatiable Fury, I don't think about it. For bear builds. Insatiable Fury is really good. It actually buffs the user in strength which you're rerunning. Should be relatively close in power even to the Shroud. It's a pretty good offensive chest. New shako in this build? No. There's no shako on Druid. Actually, maybe there isn't if it's now on the companion or so. The companion has like also the human helm now. Yeah, I don't think there's any Druid build that runs the mythic helm. It's a nice one. Well, it's great to realize you made a huge mistake in your build, only to then be like 5 times stronger suddenly. No? It's like free real estate. No more Frosty Cat. See the bright side. Yeah, forgetting the aspects actually is also something that I tend to do. Like, you know, I would spend like an hour in town making my paragons, my skills, tempera, masterwork, like everything is done. But I just never visit the fucking occultist. I don't know why. Like maybe I do visit the occultist and actually enchant my gear as well. Classic. Want me to do a tier 25? What are you trying to do? What was that? This or this? Oh. Good night.
That'll put some hair on your chest.
You look like you've seen something
Iron Hardcore or what? Punk, thank. Tier 25 is a very specific request, I gotta say. Torment 2 unlock. Whoever wanted to specifically unlock Torment 2? That couldn't do it in themselves. It's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna be logging in on the Spiritborn tomorrow as well and see what we can do. I've already played the build a bunch and stuff, but who knows. It's gonna load up the Spiritborn. Guess I have to make a new neck and stuff. The 2 really gives iron runes, a good way to get legendary ones. Not really. You should get the runes from bosses. Yeah, they said 14th of May, but then it's usually Tuesday, and Adam Fletcher apparently confirmed on Twitter that it's Tuesday. So I expect a patch tomorrow. Does someone have like the link for the tweet or something? Well, Punk, are you on hardcore or not? I don't see why you want to unlock the next torment when you're on hardcore. If you can't do it, like what's the purpose exactly? Like you're just gonna go in there and get killed. Yo, race. Thanks for playing, man. Personal gambling and whispers. Yeah, okay, I can see that, but does that really matter? I mean, how many obols are you gonna have? Tempest Throw in hardcore. I actually do have one. Teague. Actually, I have a good one with like GA. Is that willpower, right? GA willpower, I think. Yeah, I can trade you one. I just saw that. We have this here. Is it 2 GA? What? Go right now. I mean, I'm kind of done with bossing for today, so I'm just gonna like farm some titans and maybe gonna have a few more glyphs and stuff for now. It's like a really nice character for Undercity and for hordes. I might do a few hordes, bit more gem fragments and stuff. It's pretty chill. And then tomorrow we're gonna have patch day. I wanna try some stuff with human form druid. So I'm gonna do a bunch of bosses on a druid. Try the Spiritborn with the Vashan stuff. And then we're probably gonna cook something with Tornado. Yeah, I don't know what's for gem fragments. It's mostly the reason to do it right now. On the opposite side, but I have more than enough of that. bring Storm and Tornado back after this patch. I mean, they're both okay as far as I know anyway. And they're both currently not based on human form stuff. But maybe they will be now. It's getting a bit better, so I guess the Druids will get to cooking and we'll see. I'm gonna be trying some stuff as well. Kinda curious about it, you know. I kind of like the idea of trying to make such a build and see how it feels compared to like being a shapeshifter. And honestly, I haven't really played a lot of Tornado. I've only played it briefly, I don't know, in season 4 or 5 I think, and that was about it. So I never really made a Tornado anyway. So we can like chill farm Torn 4 with that and have some fun. Seems nice. I suppose it's gonna be a lot squishier than something like this here, unfortunately, because this is an overpower build. Well, I guess I'm gonna try to make some willpower out of the tornado as well. Where NATO? No. NATO. It's gonna be hella squishy. Yeah, I think so too. Like, you're actually missing like the shape-shifting stuff. You're missing like, you know, defensive posture, for example. Okay, Tornado doesn't have that, but stuff like that is not gonna be there. Oof. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's always Undaunted Glyph. Undaunted is pretty nice. I might just throw that in. And we'll see. Danger is prepared. Remember the day when Stormclaw Druid was meta? A long time ago. Did 80 of human NATO on Eternal? Okay. Esper character isn't better than this. Well, it also kills everything while moving, but it does so with bigger AoE and higher damage. So that sounds better. Best human version still shapeshifts. What are you doing with that? You just go like with the boots anyway. Actually almost out of titles again. Calls to X. Thanks for the palm. Mole every 2 to 3 seconds. That sounds like a log out angle actually, if you ask me. And it's gonna pop in Neo Xan and start blasting. With an 85 with dot necro, nice. Try rogue maybe. Or Spiritborn. That's pretty fun. The sign has wolf. Uh-oh, then a costly mistake. Think about the 12 months. Maybe spoiled by the speed. Actually, I mean, even though everything's like OP and everything was like OP in previous seasons and so on, now they made everything harder. I don't really feel like I was spoiled in the past, you know. I just enjoyed the season for what it is. In fact, I enjoyed the season more than basically any other season, I gotta say. I guess I go up on the right. Human turret, clarity, snapshot, lightning storm setup. Now that sounds like something that will die pretty fast now. Like, how are you gonna live on that? Blackmailer and Hella Fortify. I mean, Blackmailer is pretty strong, I guess. Like, everything that somehow fortifies, you just slot in a Blackmailer and you're done on hardcore this season. It's actually crazy. It's so good. That's the like. Got Druid, doesn't have overpower, give him Necro. Okay. Druid is fun. I enjoy this boulder build a lot. We're walking around here with 29k life, 29k barrier. Pretty chill. Chance human druid can get close to Cataclysm? No. I mean, basically all this human helm does is it doesn't create any new builds, right? It's just like an alternative way of building some of the storm skills, basically. Mostly for the storm skills. So lightning storm, tornado, and maybe companion. So those three have an option to do something with that. All the earth builds do not. And you know, the storm builds, you know, you have to compete with Tempest Roar basically, and all of the variable stuff. All of the shape-shifting stuff. There's a lot of really good shape-shifting stuff. Heightened sensors, quick shift. Mighty storm aspects. Need an earth skill to activate Earth Mind while I have anima. Wait, what? Oh my fucking god. I didn't realize that. It's only earth skills. Yeah, Mighty Storm is the aspect where Earth Might counts for your storm skills, right? Ah, okay, yeah, I was planning to run that aspect anyway. So that's fine. I was going for that anyway. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so it's just for the activation. It's not actually the benefit from it. Yeah, the benefit is actually for everything. just for the activation. The thing is, it only lasts 5 seconds. So if you could like reliably activate it for like a 5-second timer, like boom, you get it. I guess that would be okay. But since it has a, you know, pretty low lucky hit there, I think that's gonna be scuffed if you try to do this manually, especially on boss. Like, it's probably better just like put the Earth Might thing and then spam. There's an offensive power though, right? If that was utility, that would be very good. Yeah, it's an offensive power. Oof.
Make something new with these.
You know, Nature's Fury put up 3 Earth skills. So on Lightning Storm you have Nature's Fury, and then you just get like the 3 Earth skills, and they just trigger your Earth Might. And then you have the Perfect Storm. Yeah. If you're playing a B tier build, you want to have fun. You don't want to, you know, do some shitty, like, you know, every 2 seconds weave in some random bullshit and hope for the proc and then nuke if they get it, and I don't know, man. Like, if you play a non-meta build, it needs to be a nice build, right? That's the thing. Pure variant build meta tomorrow. I wouldn't call it meta, but it sounds like it's gonna be pretty decent. What do the damage types mean? Corrupting, Frostbite. These are the dot versions of the, you know, yeah, Shadow, Cold, and so on. It's just a name mostly. Wonder how much the Gorbas will help. Sounds like a lot. Did I more than double that or something? And then they gave the aspect a crit multi for Whirlwind. So it sounds like double. And then there was like some other benefit that they improved. With the cooldown of the Gorbas explosion or something. Did they nerf builds like Bloodwave and Death Trap? Well, yes, but actually no, if you're talking about the season launch. They're still like all top tier. Human turret Lightning Storm. Yeah, I played that a little bit, also back in Season 4, I think. But I didn't like it very much. Like the whole like standing still and channeling for as long as you can. Like it doesn't really sit well with me on hardcore, I gotta say. So, I was not a fan of that. Like it felt sometimes really cool and rewarding when you actually pulled it off, and then you were like, you know, trying to time it in right away or so, but so often it would also just get screwed over because, you know, on the pit boss a random shadow spawns and you have to go dodge that, and you have to wait for your companion cooldowns, and it kind of felt clunky. Perfect for hordes, yeah, okay. Which class is the strongest lore-wise? Oh. Probably Sorcs, I guess. Just for the fact that I have like a magic and can do a lot of stuff. Yo, Rikers, Raiders, hello. How's it going, guys? Thanks for raid, man. How was your stream? We are blasting on a Druid right now. I set this up yesterday. We are just like buying some Kuras and other stuff here. Boulder time. It's very fun. Can recommend. Double D. Thanks for Prime. Building up a Rouge. Yeah, Boulder is really good, man. It's actually flying. I'm gonna keep doing that for mats. Yeah, I'm just taking up boss mats. We'll need them. I have a bunch more to do on the Druid, and then we have the Necro at some point, so... And also probably a bit of Sorc as well. I don't think I have everything I need for the Sorc at some point. I definitely need a Starfall Coronet at some point for the Sorc. Should probably found some Nightmare Legends. Because that's Beast in the Ice. So yeah, I would rather just like stack up a bunch of mats currently, and... You know, it's a nice build for the Crust, so why not? This is Folks. I've been in like a 5-hour Duriel hell earlier. So I'm just like enjoying my freedom right now. Farming some other stuff. On the upside though, we got a cooldown GA Shako. That was nice. Yeah, from the real. We found like 100 Duriels or something, was it? 60 Duriels and then 60 Mephistos or so. Let's give a shout out to Riker. Should we stick to T3 if you enjoy it right now more than T4? I mean, if you enjoy it more, then yes. I mean, stick to T3 until you can do T4, basically. So if you like Tone 4 is like a struggle and slow and all that, then don't do that. You know, just stay there, get your stuff, and then eventually you switch. There's no point to like, you know, go up in Torment and then like struggle your way through. You always want to stay at like a fast and efficient pace, basically. That's the best way. This can't drop Belial mods now. You get in all bosses and then you can get the Belial from those. Unlucky, yeah. That's what it is. No, it's not hard to do them. You just have to equip the power and then kill them basically. So if your build is like strong enough, you don't care about the main power most of the time anyway. You know, you just go in, blast them down on T4 and that's it. He's trying to keep your Barb going with Whirlwind EQ for max roll. What do you mean you're struggling to keep it going? Like resources or something or what? I mean, Lum Rune is always a good solution for resources. You can try to slot that in. Or try to get like resource cost reduction rolls or a chance to restore resources on your weapons or something. That could help. One more title tribute actually. Beautiful. Good night, Tornak. Probably not good for World EQ. Nah, I think none of the Earthquake builds actually want like any unique weapons. Because you can temper Heavy Hitter, which is massive. Plus the aspects and so on. Anyway, so what exactly is the problem with your weapon? Maybe I can help you. Kind of 4J Grandfather. I'm not sure if there's any build running Grandfather currently. Maybe something on Necro? I mean, it might also be a Barb build where it would be nice to slot it in. But I don't know. Got power craft. I mean, you have insane tempers and you also have aspects are bigger these days and so on. Kind of wild, man.